I am DV. I can't hide the truth. He seemed to be daring me to cry, to pull away, to run. I wouldn't fold that easily. I'd let Merrick pull away because he didn't want to hurt me. I'd let him go because I didn't want to face what he'd become. Well, I wasn't that person anymore. I was the Sophia. I was plain old Sophie. I had to be all of me, so I wouldn't lose any of them ever again. You don't hurt Mindy? No, I don't. He blinked a few times and looked away. She enjoys how I make her feel. I have ways to distract her from the pain. Would you hurt me? Oh, Sophie. His voice was little more than a groan. Please stop. You're killing me. Rode, I want to know. He fell back onto the couch, sprawled out with exasperation, as if it weighed him down. What do you want? Believe me when I tell you you're wrong. It's not good for you. I haven't asked for anything but information. How strong do you think I am? Merrick couldn't resist you. Why do you insist on testing me? I'm not testing. I just have this feeling that... Words evaded me, and I wrung my fingers together like a wistful child. Shit, I don't know. I don't feel wanted anymore. Everyone needs me these days, but who wants me? If you didn't need me, would you even have me around? Soph. He looked up at me. How can you doubt yourself? I used to feel the exact opposite. I'd been engaged once. I could have been married with children by now. But no. He only wanted me. He didn't need me. I couldn't be satisfied with something so shallow as love or desire. I paced to burn off some of the angst that was beginning to take over. Now it's need, need, need. I'm so damned useful. I have a big world to save now. But it'd be nice, you know, to be wanted. Even if only for a little blood. Rodrian wore a sympathetic expression, but his voice was firm. Sophie, I'm the last one you should be doing this with. Rodrian was the only guy I trusted. There was no one else. Why? The question is who. He's gone. Merrick is gone. I spat the words. Couldn't he get it through his head? I am not going to live my life waiting for him to come back. He is my brother. And I'm your sister, right? It sounded meaner than I'd intended, but I couldn't take it back. I get it. I stalked toward the fireplace and hunkered down on the ottoman, hugging my knees to my chest. The velvet of the cushion, warm from being so close to the blaze, mimicked my hot frustration. There was nobody else I could talk to about this, and yet he insisted on keeping this distance between us. Maybe I acted petty, but I'd gotten tired of begging for information. Sophie. I didn't look at him, focusing instead on the wavering flames. No, Rode, I'm sorry. I went too far. We have a lot to worry about. I don't want to lose you now over something like this. His breath suddenly stirred against the back of my neck. I never heard him get off the couch. Honey, you will never lose me. And he trailed his fingers through my hair, pushing it forward over my shoulder. His breath poured hotly onto my skin, matching the heat of the fire. You're not my sister. I shivered. It was the way he'd said it. What am I? More. Everything. I don't know. Would you hurt me? Never, he whispered, his voice reverberating with his power as it rubbed against me. Light touches, teasing, tentative, testing me. Would it hurt you? Oh no. His mouth brushed the hairs on the back of my neck, and he inhaled, drinking me in again, before wrapping me in sensation. It began as a trickle, a warm thread of amber glow that dripped down through me. A tiny corner of my mind insisted this was wrong, morally wrong. But it was surprisingly easy to ignore. Subtle pleasure melted my insides, softening me and awakening me, making me gasp. Rodrian chuckled, a soft and deep melody. Just imagine what it's like for me. Don't have to imagine it. I twisted to face him. He'd been kneeling behind me and now sat back on his heels, looking up at me as if I had been dancing. I used his shoulder to boost myself to my feet and tugged on his arm, pulling him up to his feet. I'm empathic, remember? I can feel you. I raised my hand, stroking his face, the silk of his clean-shaven jaw. He brushed his fingers up my arm and pressed his hand over mine. So easy to stand this close to him, so comfortable. I could feel his hunger. Taste me. He closed his eyes and made a low, desperate sound. I can't hold on to my control when you do this. Taste me, I insisted. I need to know. Holding my hand still, he turned his head and pressed his lips to my open palm. When his eyes opened, they glowed like bronze coals. A sharp look, one meant to urge me to change my mind. His tongue slid along the delicate skin of my palm, a tickle that struck chords lower and deeper. Teeth scraped against the fleshy pad below my thumb. Rodrian bit down, his gaze a wild fire, a desperate light that sought fuel and fury and threatened to consume itself. No pain. The pressure of his mouth, of his hand holding mine, but no pain. His eyes fell closed, mouth working as he drew my blood into his mouth. Heat and pleasure washed over me. Heat and pleasure dripped from the velvet of his lips, the silk of his tongue. Heat and pleasure poured into me, drenching me like slow, thick lava. I watched him swallow and forgot to breathe. I closed my eyes, feeling my center of gravity roll out from under me. I grabbed his shirt to keep from swaying when something in my head dipped lower, as if dropping. Vertigo. His tongue swept across my skin quickly before he pulled his mouth away. Sophie. He slid his free arm around my waist to support me. Are you all right? Rode. My voice was husky and I swallowed hard, recovering from the brief yet intense experience. My balance had returned, but the memory of the internal swooning swirl still shook me. I released my clutch on his collar. You've been holding out on me, buddy. He licked his lips slowly and pulled my hand to his chest and pressed it flat over his heart. It thumped madly. Rodrian chuckled, mouth curling with a small but decidedly proud leer. Have I? Ooh, yeah. I blew out a tight breath, feeling my pulse slow, return to normal. And was that afterglow? Rodrian laughed and pulled me closer, snuggling me against his chest. You've been holding back, too. I always knew you were something special, but wow, that was hot. Hot, huh? I grinned into his shoulder, glad he couldn't see my face. It shouldn't have meant that much to hear him say something like that. A muffled thump sounded from the foyer as the front door slammed. The clatter and the racket that drifted in under the doors announced Shiloh's arrival. Brianda's voice, too, as she continued a lecture in true Thurzo style. I pulled back, suddenly self-conscious. The tiny voice of protest suddenly seemed loud enough to listen to again. "Kids are home, dear." "Yeah." He laughed softly. Soph?" "Sophie?" Shiloh's voice echoed in the foyer, growing louder as she approached the den. "You in here?" "Yeah, Shy." I shook my head at him apologetically. Whatever he wanted to say would have to wait. "She can't hear you, Soph." "Why not?" Before I could press further, the door clicked open. "We're in here, Shy." "Who's we? Oh, hey, Dad. Thanks for treating me like a lost cat. Did you really have to send her looking for me?" She jerked a thumb at her sister, who now stood silently in the doorway, arms crossed, blocking any attempt of Shiloh's escape. "Why not send patrol cars with flashing lights and ninjas dropping out of the sky? It'd be a lot more subtle, and maybe I'd still have friends by the time your goons haul me off." "Maybe next time don't disappear like that. Sophie called when you didn't show up or answer your phone. Do you have any idea how worried she was? Hand over your keys." Rodrian went into full-out mad dad mode and bossed a blue streak at her. He gave Shiloh a leveling look, which took the buoyancy out of her expression. "You broke curfew again." But nothing. Be glad I don't restrict you to the grounds. Now get. I'll see you both tomorrow. I've got more work to do." Shiloh left mumbling, but I caught every other word as she headed up the stairs to her room. They weren't happy words. Brianda followed her out, making sure she made it upstairs. I heard the clacks of her boot heels on the tiles of the foyer. I'd only taken a quick, admiring glance at her boots when she'd come in. They were made of brown, worn leather with spat-like wraps and antiqued buckles. Kind of badass military style, which matched her canvas pants and leather blazer. Brianda's outfit alone should have made an impression on Shiloh's friends. Did she also have a bandolier or a low-slung belt with a laser blaster? One thing was for sure. If I were off being truant with my miscreant friends and someone like Brianda came for me, I wouldn't have to worry about those kids hanging out with me anymore. Satisfied, Brianda came back into the den a few moments later. "Who are her friends these days? They aren't the same kids I used to see her with. I don't recognize any of them." "No idea," I said. I tucked my thumb into my back pocket, suddenly worried she'd see my hand and know what had just happened between me and Rodrian. "She doesn't bring anyone over, and she doesn't talk about them. Keep a watch on her. I'm concerned. I can't always get away to go after her." She hugged Rodrian. "I'm sorry. I wish I could be here." "Sophie has everything under control." Rodrian smoothed Brianda's hair and kissed her on the forehead. "Thanks for bringing your sister home." Brianda nodded at me before she left. If Rodrian thought I had everything under control, he was delusional. I'd never felt more out of my element in my life. Rodrian wordlessly gathered his things to leave, and I retrieved my wine glass. As he put on his coat and grabbed his satchel, I touched his power again. He was all business once more, our brief interlude gone from the front of his mind. Strange. That's not the only thing that's gone. The uncertainty and the lack of confidence had disappeared too. Only determination and focus remained. Purpose. Rodrian seemed to have sorted something out along the way. At least one of us did. I seemed to have accumulated yet another problem. I wanted more of him. Crap. Chapter 20. Shiloh spent the next morning being snarky and rude, evidently pissed at me for calling her father on her. I'd hoped to work things out in the car when I drove her to school, but she got a ride. I heard the front door slam as I came out of the office with my purse and keys, and barely reached the window in time to see the car speeding down the driveway. I had no idea what to do with an angry teenager. All day long I endured horrific imaginings of flash mobs and viral videos and being strangled in my sleep. Weren't there books on this sort of thing? And were any of them actually helpful? Rodrian drove her home shortly after I'd returned, as though he'd meant to time it perfectly. She stomped past me without a word and slammed the door to the tri-suites behind her. Okay, guess we wouldn't be talking tonight, either. Rodrian stayed only long enough to tell me that he'd be back to pick me up later for my meeting with Irene. Something big loomed in him. I could feel his anticipation, his eagerness to set something in motion. I didn't pry. I merely wished him luck. He looked surprised by my intuitive words, but thanked me with a hug before he turned to leave. It was not a sexy hug. Thank goodness. Toby wandered out of his rooms and met me in the foyer where I still stood, wondering if I should go up after her. Everything okay, Red? I rubbed my brows. Do you understand teenager, Toby? Nah, he said. I sure don't. I was never a normal teenager myself. Not normal? I didn't think there was such a thing. I was a kid when I turned, Toby said. It was 3 days before my 15th birthday. Hell of a present. At least I got one. My stomach sank. Even when I didn't try, I always managed to say the wrong thing. I'm sorry, Toby, I didn't mean... It's okay, Soph. It's just what happened. I don't talk about it much, is all. Toby stuffed his hands deep into his front pockets and hunched his shoulders, ducking his head. I knew a burden when I saw one. If I couldn't get close enough to help Shiloh, maybe I could reach out to Toby. The Sophia didn't respond to wares, but I was still an advice columnist. I was still wired to reach out and help people. I couldn't ignore Toby's need for a friend. Not when he lived under my roof. He was my responsibility. Come on. I'll ask Bethany to bring something to the den and we can talk about it. Toby's eyebrows lifted. You don't like to talk about where stuff. But I want to know about you, Toby. As a person. You're my friend. Your friend? I considered it and nodded. Yes. He straightened a bit while he walked past me into the den. Good. Maybe I could help him out after all. He settled on one of the couches, sprawling sideways and testing the cushions with a bounce. Fancy couch. I never sat on anything like this. Curling my leg beneath me, I tucked myself into the corner of the other sofa and drew up my knee. Do you have any family left? His expression darkened, but he answered me. My mama'd run off when I was just little, and my daddy worked nights, slept days. Me and my big sister were pretty much left to ourselves. She made sure I washed and ate and went to school. I didn't make it easier on her, though. She didn't like me, I don't think. She hated Mama for what she'd done, and she hated having to take her place. But she tried. I guess when that boyfriend asked her to go with him, though, she figured it'd be more fun than staying home with a rock like me. What happened to her? I asked. Did she run away? I don't know where she'd gone off to. Toby scratched his head. Doesn't matter. I glanced up at Bethany when she came into the den, carrying a covered dish. She set it on the bar, but lingered. listening to Toby. I don't think he realized she'd even come in. She left. And I ran wild, he said. Cut school right away. I just come home at the usual time in the afternoon in case Daddy woke up. Then I started taking off at night. I met a new crowd. They hung out at Pally's pool hall, near the industrial park. It was on the rough side of town. I sighed. That's what I worry about with Shiloh. Toby stared at me. You should worry. It was there it had happened. I don't remember much, other than I was shooting a good game and was $30 up. I had on a blue shirt, my favorite one. It was worn thin and soft, like a baby's cheek, and just tight enough to make it look like I had some muscle. I loved that t-shirt. When the fight broke out in the parking lot, we all went out to watch. People stood around watching these two guys fight, drinking and yelling. Fights were fun. I'd been in a couple of scraps myself, but watching was just as much fun, and hurt less the next day. Me and my buddies kept to the back of the lot, near some bushes. Didn't want to get dragged into the fight, you know? I heard a noise, and when I looked behind me, I saw a big dog in the bushes, like it was watching the fight. Another one ran right out, right up to the two guys that were fighting. It just ran right out, and next thing you knew, it bit one of them. Darndest thing I ever did see. Never saw an animal do that. I backed away from the fight, a little afraid of the big dog that was tearing into the one dude. I forgot all about the dog that was behind me. I must have kicked it or stepped on it, because it yelped and bit me, too. Bethany cleared her throat, capturing Toby's attention. Werebites are not gentle, she said. Toby laughed ruefully. No, they sure ain't. Took a good chunk out of my arm. My friends ran, the sumbitches. I ran after them. Back inside Pally's, I could see my arm was bleeding pretty fast, and it burned like hell. There was a lot of blood on my blue shirt, and it looked like grape jelly. It was all I could think about, grape jelly. I made a sandwich when I got home and fell asleep on the couch. By morning, I was burning up sick, and Daddy was standing over the couch, calling my name. I just wouldn't shake. He yelled about the bite and took me to the hospital. The thing that seemed funny to me was how much like a father he was acting for once. He was finally being a father, and I was too sick to care. He called off work the whole week. I got 14 stitches and 2 shots and got told to stay in bed. Daddy actually cooked and tried to take care of me. He even switched onto day shift so he could be home when I was home. I never got to tell him it was too late. He never got a chance to be my father again. What happened, Toby? I said. One night, about 2 weeks later, he was watching TV. I never knew he could use the remote. He was in there, laughing and drinking a beer. TV was loud. He didn't hear what was happening to me in my room. The moon had risen, and it was nearly full. It gleamed right through my bedroom window and hit me like a punch in the nose. I changed. I didn't understand what was going on. It happened so fast and hurt so bad that I don't think I even hollered. I don't remember my first night at all. Maybe you're not supposed to. The next morning, waking up and looking like me again, that I remember. I was naked in the backyard, and the sky was light purple, like the sun was going to come up soon. I could hear Tam Jenkins next door, banging his lunch pail around, getting ready to leave for work. I didn't need him to call the police on me for streaking. Bethany had taken a seat on one of the stools near the bar. "It is a terrible thing to endure alone," she said. "Small wonder the werekind tend to be a savage lot." She tilted her head and looked at Toby. "You, boy, seem to be an exception." Toby stole a glance at her and nodded once, her assessment causing him a moment of shyness. "I snuck inside and got dressed and stuffed a backpack with whatever I could fit in it, and I took what money I could find in Daddy's top drawer. He was still asleep on the couch. I didn't wake him up. No point in hearing him tell me to get out and never come back. Then I ran. I never stopped." "Didn't you ever?" I whispered. "No." His voice was like a stone. The word just fell out of his mouth. "You know, it's ironic. Me getting bit reminded him how to be a dad. But it also taught me I wasn't his son anymore. I met Tanner before the year was out, up in North Carolina." Here was the part I dreaded, the mention of his best friend. He'd been only an enemy to me, and I steeled myself, waiting for the story I knew I'd have to face one day. I couldn't be any use to Toby if I shut down every time he said the guy's name. When I felt the moon coming on, I'd find woods. I learned to steal extra clothes and hide them before the moon took me. Gradually, I got to keep my brains while I was wolfed up. Didn't mean I always used them, but... He paused and glanced up. Bethany had uncovered the plate, and I could smell the savory aroma of steak. She carried a plate over to him, offering him a steak sandwich. He looked up at her, unsure, then took it with a shy nod. She held out a plate to me, too, but I wasn't sure I had an appetite yet. "One moon I was in a nice patch of wood," he continued. "Trees were so thick the moon couldn't find me. It was just a game I played. She always knew where I was. I got to like the moon. She was the only one who loved me. I was full of rabbits and nowhere close to being tired of chasing them, so when I caught a smell of fur, of wolf, I ran to find it. When I ran into the clearing, I saw them. 2 big brutes fighting like they meant to kill each other. I watched quietly and stayed back in the shrub. I sure didn't want to get jumped. When finally one lay still and didn't get up, the other looked at me. I was afraid. I smelled my own fear, so I knew he could too. I lay down as small as I could. He came over for a look at me, growling. Then he sniffed at me, hit me with his nose, and walked away a couple of feet before he stopped to look back at me. He called me, told me to follow him. So I did. We ran out the rest of the moon together. When I woke up, he was close by putting on his shoes. He saw me looking at him and said, "My name's Tanner." "Toby," I said. "Got a pack?" he said. I shook my head and looked down, 'cause I sure as hell didn't. He tied his boots, stood up, and tossed my clothes at me. "You do now," he said. "Let's go, brother." And he took care of me ever since. Toby took a bite, chewing and watching me, waiting for my judgment. I could tell he really needed me to say something honest. "He was good to you," I said. Toby nodded. "I know he wasn't always a good guy. He made money doing the stuff nobody else wanted to do. He kept other wolves from hurting me, and we made our own pack. He kept me safe and gave me a home, and didn't turn his back on me, even though I was good for just about nothing. I can't judge him by the mean stuff he did, because it was just work. I should have been roadkill or froze to death when winter came. But I didn't. Because Tanner saved me. 100 things had gone through my mind as he told me his story. This likable, goofy kid. This is the backstory? Who lives through stuff like that and emerges sane? Or alive? I didn't need the Sophia's compassion to sympathize. And he became dearer to me in that instant, just for telling me these details that anyone else would have kept locked inside. Perhaps Toby was stronger than anyone gave him credit for being. Admitting your ugly past and your threadbare circumstances took courage. He didn't run away from a challenge. I vowed to not run away from him just because I thought he was one too. Maybe he mistook my silence for horror, because he got up and crossed the room to sit next to me. Taking both my hands, he urged me to meet his eyes. I saw no shame in them. Instead, I saw a determination to do what he thought was right, even if it meant facing an added challenge in making me believe in him. "Sophie," he said, "I know that what he did hurt you. It wasn't personal. You were just a job. I'm sorry he scared you, and I'm going to make it up. I swear it. I have to do it. His wolf is always with me, and I can't outrun it. His ghost will follow me forever if I don't." He didn't need to say another word. If there was one thing I understood, it was being haunted. He sighed and stood, wiping his hands on his jeans. "Thank you for supper, Miss Bethany. It was delicious. And if you'll excuse me, I need to go out for a while. I feel like running." "Not running away?" Bethany collected his plate and set it on the bar. "Nope." Toby smiled while heading out the door. "People only run away from bad things." Bethany chuckled as she finished cleaning up. "I think you have a champion in him. Good. You need one." "Am I that bad off?" I almost whined. "No." She paused in the doorway. "But there is badness coming." I made a mental note to ask Rodrian what Bethany's talent was, and hoped it sure as hell wasn't foresight. Then again, I did have a meeting with Irene tonight. Maybe Bethany was spot on with the badness. Oh, the joy. Chapter 21. Irene sat in the hotel lobby and, as usual, wore a look of unabashed distaste as she surveyed her surroundings. It made me wonder what kind of luxury she was used to living in. I mean, this had to be one of the most prominent hotels in the city. She barely refrained from curling her lips at the decor. I knew I was in trouble because I was late. Driving me into town, Rodrian drove me into town, but he wasn't his usual zippy self. The drive was leisurely, his mood chatty. I hadn't anticipated leisurely and chatty. When she spied me, she rose quickly, as if relieved to break contact with the settee. Dorcas stood a second later, clinging to her side like a shadow. "I thought you weren't going to come this evening. I wondered if I'd be dining alone." Her voice was reproachful, and she arched her perfect eyebrow at me. "Traffic held me up, that's all. I'm sorry." I didn't think details were necessary. They'd make my apology sound more like a justification. She relaxed her brow. "My lucky day." "We dine at Lorca's Tavolo tonight. We will walk. It is a most beautiful night. These taxis, they are utterly revolting."
The restaurant was several blocks away, and it was freezing outside. I sighed to myself and heartily agreed with her choice. If I didn't become an ice cube by the time I got there, it'd be my lucky day. Again. We were seated in a quiet corner. Dorcas stood at the wall, her shapeless brown dress allowing her to blend with the tapestry. It was kind of creepy, actually. Lately, she'd become kind of a chameleon, disappearing in my periphery. I had to remind myself she was there. God help me if I learned to dismiss her the same way Irene did. I don't want to be that kind of person. Lifting my glass of water, I sipped and tried to avoid drinking the lemon wedge. Irene, what do the canons say about the blood of a Sophia? Well, she seemed taken aback. A direct question on an extremely discomforting subject. Sophias do not share blood. It is forbidden. Oh dear, not a good thing. But why? What have you been doing? Her voice lowered in warning. I must warn you. Look, it's no real secret what happened to me. I lost blood to a DV who in turn overthrew a master vampire. Nothing could have been done about it. Since that night, a lot of people made comments about my blood without really telling me anything useful. What can you tell me? Irene pursed her lips, a look of harsh concentration on her delicate face. There is more to this. Be completely honest, or I will not help. It was Merrick. I licked my lips, rolling them between my teeth as I sought the best words. Eyes on the table, I made my confession. After Merrick took my blood, a DV healer named Pontian.
Ah, Pontian, she interrupted. He is very old, very close to the edge. He has not fallen, yes?
Well, not then, but he did have a freaky way of reading my mind.
A sign of how close he is.
She paused, reflecting and drumming her nails on her water glass. The rhythmic tinkling made an odd accompaniment for such doom-stricken words.
Soon he will fall. Even a great heart, such as his, cannot resist forever.
Irene? That's harsh. She shrugged and squared her shoulders.
It is nature. You too are a part of nature, part of the balance. You cannot take sides. You belong to all.
She drank from her glass, and Dorcas stepped forward to refresh it. I can't figure out why we bothered to go out to eat, because she never ordered anything. She'd scour the menu and ask countless questions of the waiter, reminding me of a parent whose child had food allergies. In the end, she always settled for only bread and fruit, which she barely touched. But she always insisted on paying the check, and insisted I enjoy my meals. So I did. The waiter arrived with our orders, and I smiled at the plate in anticipation. Filet of pork with Anjou pear glaze, garlic and roasted red pepper potatoes. If I wasn't worried about her reaction, I might have tweeted a picture of the food. Meals like this made my evenings with her bearable.
So,
her voice sounded thoughtful.
Merrick has taken your blood. Small wonder it is. He keeps a territory of vampires under his command. Your blood must have made him powerful indeed. I wonder, what more would he have gained if he had taken your death as well?
I shuddered and swallowed hard. That's not really something I care to ponder.
Oh, but we must.
Not tonight, we don't. Irene reached across the table and took my hand in hers. The night was seasonably frigid, and her hands were still cold from the walk.
I see pain in your eyes, Sophie. We will wait to discuss it another night.
She turned my hand over in hers, rubbing it to warm it. I didn't bother to pull away, since friendly overtures were rare for her. But when she rubbed my thumb a little too firmly, I winced. She caught my reaction and tipped her head to look at my hand. The ambient lighting revealed the faint mark of Rodrian's teeth and a streak of pink, healing flesh.
And this, she announced, is not an old scar. There is a story forthcoming, I presume.
Her dark eyes glittered with condemnation. I sighed, embarrassed. I felt very much as if I'd been caught with a hickey. It's hard to explain. I can't put a label on the relationship.
The relationship is unimportant. All that matters is that someone takes your blood. Do not trivialize it by attempting to make some relationship seem so much more important.
I hung my head, chastised, and used a fork to chase an artichoke tip around my plate.
Was it DV or vampire?
What? I looked up, shocked to hear the words emerge from her mouth. Why would I let a vamp do this?
I am not making accusations. I am accumulating facts. You could make this easier by simply telling me.
He's DV. The name wasn't important, especially not after her little tirade. Anyone who knew me would be able to narrow down the list of suspects rather quickly.
He? Not they?
What did I look like? A slut? Only one.
How much blood?
I don't know. It's not like I bled into a measuring cup.
From where did he take it? The palm.
She turned my hand over in hers again.
Is a juicy bit, to be sure. But there is not enough blood flow to slake a thirst. A main vessel or a site on the torso would give a lot more.
All right already. Her graphic description nauseated me, and I pulled my hand away from her. I get the picture. Not much blood, then. She evaluated me through narrow eyes.
It is a stupid thing you do. You waste it. You do not even know what you are. You have no idea what makes you special. What if the secret lies in your blood? You do not know what you lose. You cannot be sure what you do to the poor fool you feed.
Ah, crap. 30 years of Catholic guilt just about sprang up and out at that. Now it wasn't only being caught with a hickey, I might have given him Sophia herpes too. Shit. I swore under my breath. What if you're right? Pontian said my gift was tied to my blood.
He did.
She regarded me intently, seeming to consider it.
He would know. That one keeps many secrets. So, you knew your gift was in your blood, and yet you continue to squander it. You are blessed with the Sophia Oracle, yet you refuse to allow it to have its fullest potential. Any other serious failings you would care to share with me before I decide you are a hopeless waste of my time?
Oh, Irene, don't say that. I needed her. I might not like her much, but damn it, I needed her. She was probably the only other Sophia I'd ever get to meet. If I pissed her off, I'd be even worse off. What I did was in ignorance. No one else but you can teach me. Please, Irene, don't give up on me. I need you. She smiled indulgently, mollified by my pleading. I got the impression she really got off on it. Someone else with an ego fetish. Yay!
My dear, you are a Sophia. You should not beg. It is beneath you. It is for them to beg, to plead before you. I will stay, even if only for a short time. But you must be ready to unlearn many things. The Sophia shapes you, not the other way around.
I let out a big sigh of relief. Thanks, Irene. You won't regret this.
I am sure. I have yet to do something I regret.
She surveyed the remains of our meals.
We are finished for tonight. I shall retire. Dorcas, my rooms are ready? Ma'am, everything is as you require. Good. Sophie, I will meet you again the night after tomorrow, as we did this evening.
Irene? I hesitated. Any way we can meet earlier? These late nights are hard on me. I work the day shift.
As do I, she answered coldly. Do you think I do nothing all day? I am Sophia. My time is not my own. I scarcely have time to properly enjoy meals in this city. You are fortunate I have this time to offer to you.
I cringed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean...
And stop apologizing. When you are properly trained, you will realize your life is not your own either. So, the evening after next. Same time.
Right. Thanks, Irene. I resigned myself to continued unpleasantness for the sake of improving myself. It had better turn out to be a fair trade. Chapter 22. On the way home, Rodrian wanted to stop by the office. The elevator ride itself was a trip and a half. At this time of night, there was very little activity on the office floors, and he bewizarded the car to move at holy moly express speed. My stomach puddled into my shoes, and I had to hold the rail to keep upright. He just laughed, and once I was able to breathe again, I did too. I had to admit, he was fun sometimes. I wondered if Merrick had shared his sense of humor when he was younger, and less burdened. Once in his office, I got comfortable while he shuffled through some drawers and muttered under his breath. I looked up from my tablet where I was editing some column work. It's not here, he huffed. I have to run upstairs to records to pull some files. Want to come with? Needing a break, I stood and stretched before walking over to the mini refrigerator he kept in the corner of his office. It looked like a filing cabinet, but was actually a Maytag with a false front. He usually kept bottles of Bela Lugosi Light, or whatever he called his blood supply, inside, but at my request, he'd added a few cans of iced tea. The cans were on the door, so I didn't have to dig through his blood bank to find them. What a prince. I'll just stay down here, more comfortable. I tugged out a can of sweet tea and wiped the rim with the bottom of my shirt. Besides, I've got ketchup of my own to do. You can do that upstairs. No, I can't. Rodrian's power tasted different tonight, and I didn't think it was due to the filtering of my newly constructed barriers. The new confidence was still there, firmly rooted and entirely his own. Something else was there too, and it had nothing to do with self-esteem. It had everything to do with me. I wasn't ready to explore it. I'll just distract you. Is that a bad thing? When he sat down behind his desk, I heard the click of a lock. He removed a set of keys from a bottom drawer, palming them. I looked away, flicking only a side glance toward him. I didn't feel comfortable enough to face up on the topic. It might be, yeah. Are you worried about what happened last night? I studied the pop top of the iced tea can, wondering how to crack it open without breaking a nail. Not so much what had happened as what might happen. Rodrian sat back, expressionless, as if waiting for my response to dictate his. What's that? I don't know, Pacing to the couch, I dropped down and pushed my purse out of the way. Walking barefoot on broken glass would be easier than talking about this. I don't want to complicate things between us. Not this soon. Complicate things. That's a nice way to put it. Is that sarcastic? I met his eyes, looking for a sign of smartass. No, really. No smartass, only honest agreement. Complicated is just the tip of it. I thought about it a lot last night. And today. And on the way to pick you up at work. And all through dinner. So it's a heavy topic. I chuckled, lightening the load of the admission, but quickly returned to the weight of the matter. And I think there is room for us in all of this. Room for you and me to stand on our own. Last night emphasized how our relationship has always hinged on my brother. Kind of hard to banish his presence. Yeah. And it's not right. You're valuable to me, not just because of your past relationship with Merrick. You are important to me, and not because of someone else's perception of you. Does that make sense? I don't want to lose what I felt last night before that. I looked down at my hand, where the faint imprint of Rodrian's teeth still made a rosy curve on my flesh, a slight tenderness of a fading bruise. Why would we lose it? Touching and feeling are two different things. He quietly considered it, his power churning in consideration. So, you worry that anything physical might damage the spiritual? Maybe. Some of my trepidation eased, and the tension in my neck and scalp melted a bit. Still there, just not squeezing down distracting. Perhaps he did understand. I won't try to fill you with words. I only promise to prove we've nothing to fear. Except Merrick finding out. Do you really worry about that? Yes. No. Yes. I decided. I hated simple questions with complicated answers. I don't want to strain your relationship with him. And yours? I don't have one. Pushing against the couch in a hasty effort to stand, I got up to look for a napkin. I hadn't klutzed anything up yet, but there was still time. He'd kill me if I made a mess on his burgundy suede cushions. I busied myself searching the room for a tissue box, a paper towel, a chamois. Anything. Anything to keep from investing myself in the question. You sure? Why wouldn't I be? I sounded distracted, masking the truth perfectly. No tissues. Damn DV and their immunity to drippy noses. You know we don't speak. Maybe not. But that doesn't mean there isn't a relationship. A relationship isn't one-sided. It's more than kissing on a mirror, pretending it kisses back. I gave up on the tissues and faced him. He pushed his chair back and stood, sliding the keys into his pants pocket and walking around the desk, so nothing stood between us. Maybe you're both relating, just not to each other. Hence, no relationship. Wrong. Maybe there's just a barricade separating you. I know you want to try. Maybe he does too. I lifted my shoulders and hands, frustration adding a different heat to the discussion. In this light, the window dressings behind him looked more red than brown. It wasn't a soothing shade. Why would you say that? Why would you say things that could give me hope? I don't know. He crossed an arm over his chest, resting the elbow of the other upon his hand, and rubbed his temple. You're right. I'm sorry. I can't speak for him. He won't even speak for himself. Rodrian raised his index fingers, palms out, emphasizing his delicate point. But I get the impression that you still have a relationship. It might not be going anywhere, but you are still holding on to something. You're afraid to disturb the remains of what you had. How could I argue with that? Sidestepping might work. I was good at that. He needs the Sophia. I have to preserve some kind of trust so I can reach him. Irene can help him. I know it. And if I anger him, he won't give the Sophia a chance. You are the Sophia, he insisted. You're one and the same. No separation. Don't deny yourself because of a misconception. Self-denial was the whole point. There were reasons why I'd become a gun-shy adult, especially when it came to the big guns like relationships and trust. My false confidence folded like an empty balloon, and I sank back onto the couch. I'm sorry, Rode. This is tougher than I expected. Can we adjourn until later? You gave me a lot to consider. All right, sure. He opened the door, but paused in the doorway. A mischievous glint brightened his eyes, and he tilted his head, letting his hair tumble down. He wouldn't be Rodrian if he didn't make one final play. You're sure you don't want to come up? It's warmer upstairs. I bet it is. Down here is fine. He took a moment to come back over and mark me, his fingertips sending a line of tingles down my back. If I didn't know better, I'd swear he tried to tickle me. All right, he said. Call me if you need me. The extension is marked on the phone. Okay. I took a sip of tea, but it was like drinking a t-shirt. Dry and solid, unrefreshing. Something to strangle on, as if the conversation hadn't been enough. Sure you'll be okay? I wrinkled my nose, thinking, go already. What's the worst that could happen? Lost in concentration, I felt around on the cushion for my phone when it chimed an annoying gong noise, my incoming text alert. From Rodrian's phone. Where are you? In your office, duh, I texted back. Lock the door. Why? Wards, lock it. I dropped the phone and lunged for the door, a dozen simultaneous images flashing through my mind. Too late. The doorknob rattled and the door swung open, bringing me face to face with unknown danger. Vampire, were, mugger, the blob. Not Merrick. Chapter 23. We froze in each other's sights. My heart pounded, the alarm maintaining its intensity even after I realized who it was. Merrick looked every bit as perfect as my heart remembered him. His eyes glinted briefly, like sunlight on ivy, before solidifying into a polite and impersonal green. My heart threatened to stop in mid-beat. Merrick wore a dark green button-down shirt, one of my favorites. The cotton was slept in soft, and the collar always stood just right when left open. His sleeves were unbuttoned, but not rolled up to his elbows, as had been his custom when I'd known him. Even unbuttoned, it looked more formal, restrained. His black boots, pointed-toe cowboy boots with a sturdy heel, were new to me. I'd never seen him in cowboy boots. They weren't his style. I took in every detail at once. then dropped my gaze, feeling like I'd taken something that didn't belong to me. "Sophie." He greeted me brusquely, as if I were no more than a receptionist. "I'm looking for Rodrian." Not exactly the tone of voice I daydreamed he would use. The shock reminded me this was not a drill. And as usual, when all other senses failed me, the smartass took over. "I'm fine, Merrick. Thanks for asking. And you?" He exhaled through his nose. "Yes, of course. Sophie. Are you truly fine? You look weary." "Forget it, Merrick," I said softly. "I'll go. Rodrian ran upstairs to records, but he'll be back soon. I'll wait downstairs in the lounge for him." I'd spent a long time half wishing for a chance to see Merrick just once. The lines were rehearsed, rewritten, and perfected over 18 months of daydreaming. Now that the curtains had finally gone up, what did I do? I got stage fright. That's what. What a coward I was. All I could think of was getting out, going somewhere. Anywhere he wasn't. I grabbed my tablet, fumbling to get it into my bag. Stupid fingers weren't working right. It was like trying to shove a brick into a change purse. Leaving my bag hang open, I snatched my coat up and cut a straight path for the door where he still stood. Swallowing down the buzz of my heartbeat, I tried to ignore the chill radiating from him. In my daydreams, I never considered the cold barrier he wore around himself, the emotional wall of ice. Pulling my awareness in tighter to avoid brushing against his power, I kept my eyes down and avoided looking at him, knowing that, if I did, I'd be entranced by his terrible, cold beauty. Dahlia had told me about vampiric powers. I didn't want to find out if he actually had them. He'd stepped aside to allow me to pass, but as I tried to slip through the doorway, he said my name and stopped me. Literally. The compulsion wasn't rude. It was simply a whopping dose of "obey me" that glued my feet to the floor. With deceiving nonchalance, he reached out his hand. I braced for the shock, dreading the contact. Would his touch feel cold, like his power, or room temperature, like a vampire? I didn't want to discover what he'd become. His fingers pressed gently on my arm. Neither. Merrick's skin was warm, alive, like it had always been. Somehow that was worse. Merrick inhaled sharply and narrowed his eyes. Our physical contact perforated his chilly barrier, and I felt his true power. He was angry. "You are marked," he announced, and pressed his lips into a tight, pale line. "Well, yeah." I screwed my brows together and glared up at him. Human in a building full of DV, remember? He smiled. It was humorless, an animal's false smile. The truth showed in his eyes. "So, now my brother is your protector?" I shrugged, feeling my throat tighten. "Someone needs to be." "And you think that is all a marking entails? He's marked you as his own." A wave of heat and something else washed down me, head to toe. I was getting pissy. Supposed it was my survival instinct. Mouth off when you can't fight back. Why not? Nobody else will. Nobody else should. He's touched you. Merrick frowned and leaned closer, breathing through nose and mouth. His voice held an edge of menace. "I can smell him on your skin." "It happens," I snapped. He wasn't deterred by my rebuke. "And something else."
a different smell. You are trying to hide something from me.
I couldn't bear this confrontation, this closeness. Remembering I was no longer immune to his threat, I balled my fist, hiding the mark of Rodrian's teeth, and shuddered. Is this really necessary? I'd rather you let me leave. His expression didn't change, but he dropped the compulsion. I owned my feet again. I stepped away, broke contact, felt him fade. The chill returned. My chance to run. I should have been out of there. So why wasn't I? I hugged my purse and coat closer to me, covering my chest, and backed away only a step. Rhodes said... I pretended to be on professional duty, summoning courage I didn't possess. I'd forgotten how to be Sophie and couldn't remember how to be Sophia. You didn't leave the family business completely. You run both now. By both, I'd meant DV business and the vamp stuff he'd more or less inherited when he'd slain the master. I didn't know too much about the latter, nor did I want to. The DV business, however, had ethical and honorable intentions behind it. Not only did Rodrian own several businesses in and around Balaton, but Merrick also ran the private biotech research company just outside Philadelphia. True. I do. Merrick seemed to expect an explanation as to why my nose was in his business. Well, I just mean that I do a lot more Sophia work now. Since the day I received Irene's letter, I'd been hashing out a way to tell Merrick about her. She was my big excuse to reconnect with him. Now, when he finally stood right in front of me, all my rehearsed scenarios flopped. Merrick's penetrating stare scoured me, scraping away the thin film of delusion that had been responsible for my boldness. And I lost the courage to say her name. I wondered if
I needed you,
Merrick finished for me, using a tone that laid bare my foolishness. As Sophia. My face glowed, and I fought to freeze my expression.
Thank you for the generous offer. However, I can manage on my own.
His jaw was set in a stony, impassive line, and he looked down the smooth line of his nose at me. Cold. So cold. I left before I could embarrass myself any further. Merrick shut the door behind him, stranding me in the dim and silent hall. I'd plowed halfway through my second Cosmo by the time Rodrian found me. Normally I didn't go for the high-octane stuff, but it was as close to anesthesia as I could get without a prescription. Despite the buzz, my brain still scolded me, feeding the fires of my humiliation. Stupid me forgot alcohol made fire worse. Being drunk was bad. All the brain cells officially belonging to me turned mushy and clumsy, and the only ones that still functioned were either my autonomic nervous system or that chunk of brain where the Sophia lived. I couldn't walk a straight line, but I could still blink and feel every DV in the room. At first, it was a welcome distraction. I could concentrate on what others felt and ignore my own painful thoughts. Although I kept my eyes front and forward, I could almost see certain people around me by the emotions they oozed, kind of like infrared vision. The small bar wasn't very crowded, and I detected only a slight tinge of human. The humanity emotions were mainly a hazy kind of yuck. Mostly guys looking at girls and thinking the usual scummy thoughts that most guys did in a bar. Physical inventories of tits, ass, and mouth, as well as more in-depth evaluations such as, is she with someone, or would she pay for her own cab fare home? That sort of thing. To be single again. Oh wait, I was. The few DV present were, by contrast, loud and clear feelers. And it didn't take long for me to realize I was on the radar of every single one. At least they were more polite. I caught several sidelong wishes, hesitant wonderings if I were approachable. Well, I was off the clock. I applied myself to my cocktail and kept my eyes on the glass in front of me. Body language was universal, no matter the species. Eventually, I clamped down and blocked everyone out and focused on the blanketing buzz in my brain. I didn't know Rodrian stood behind me until he put his hand on my back. I waved a weary wrist and continued shredding the coaster. Quietly, I was relieved. Marked or not, I was tired of being alone. Come on. He lifted my purse off the bar and held out a hand to help me off the stool. I hopped down, testing my feet through the remoteness of insobriety, and wobbled. High octane indeed. He wrapped his arm protectively around my shoulders, with a familiar despair settling over my soul. I let him take me home. Chapter 24. Dear Lonely, love is a difficult thing to relinquish. Sometimes love is denied us, yet we cling stubbornly to belief in higher entities like hope and destiny. We believe what we'd felt as lovers is too noble and too blessed a thing to simply disappear. We try to believe separation is temporary and reunion is ordained by gods and muses. We fool ourselves. As hard as it is to accept, people change. Something in the workings of their souls is altered, redirecting the course of their emotion, stranding us on a barren strip of wasteland where previously had been an ocean of adoration. We get left behind. We get forgotten. We have to accept that people do change. You suffered a painful ending of your relationship. Time doesn't always heal wounds. Time causes new tissue to form over them, sealing off sensitive layers that once recognized us, separating us further. We can't go back to that happy place when the other has already moved on. Be realistic and protect your already devastated heart. Sincerely, Sophie. I'd been trying to tackle this letter for weeks, but since having run into Merrick, my answer has taken a completely different tone. The last week and a half had been a quagmire for me. Moon's up. Toby walked into the den and hopped onto a bar stool, swinging it back and forth and banging his feet into the stools on either side. Little habits like that made me feel like he was a boy to be protected, regardless of his enhanced genetics. Never mind those orange eyes, which made him look years older. I sprawled on the couch, frowning at my tablet. The column work had me feeling rather sour, tough material to deal with. At least my newest response sounded sincere, if overly desolate. Oh well, that's what made it so realistic. I frowned deeper, not caring if my face stayed that way. It took a second to break my trance. Huh? The moon. She's up. I glanced through the windows, but I couldn't see anything but black night. How do you know? I can hear her. You can? Oh. Hey! One more nifty factoid about werewolves. Their hearing was so keen, they could hear the moon. A couple jokes immediately lined up for delivery, but I held them back. It wouldn't be safe to tease him so close to his change. The difference between trust and belief in a person largely depended on how well you thought that person knew himself. I wasn't 100% confident that Toby knew himself all that well.
This wasn't a good time to explore the boundaries of his self-control. "I never heard the moon before," I said instead. "What's it sound like?"
"She," he corrected. "It's definitely a she."
"I'm sorry." For what, I didn't know. "What's she sound like?"
"Music. She sings. It's soft, but I know her voice."
I never thought hearing voices is a good sign.
"Not always, no."
He swung the chair again and rooted in his back pocket, pulling out a bag of beef jerky.
"Especially when it's the moon. You can't ignore a voice like that."
Curiosity nibbled at me, despite my firm dislike for wary things. Before I knew Toby, I had a clear, albeit biased, opinion on the were kind. Spending time with him had gradually reshaped it, given it a more human impression. While there was no danger of me running to embrace all things furry, I would be willing to admit that maybe Tanner had been just a crappy representation of the rest of the species. Plus, the moon was a pretty cool thing. I was a devoutly lapsed Catholic, but the cool religions worshipped it, and Shakespeare wrote about it in like every other play. I couldn't become a moon hater just because werewolves had such a crush on it.
"What does she say?" "See, that's the thing. She talks different to everyone. Tanner, he once told me..." He cut himself off. "I guess you wouldn't care to know."
"No, it's okay. You can say it." I shrugged to show him I didn't mind. With Toby being around and talking about him all the time, his stories had put a layer of bubble wrap around the yucky memory of the Tanner I'd encountered. A little cushion, some translucency. It softened the badness of what that criminal had done. "What did he tell you?" Ripping a strip of meat with his teeth, he chewed with a crowded, open mouth.
"Well," he said, when he could speak around the lump, "one night, it was a couple of days before full. The moon was just starting to rise. I could hear her. She comes out with a whisper, saying hello. When I'm alone, sometimes I say hello back."
He grinned around the leathery meat, the sheep in Wolf's clothing peeking out.
"But not when Tanner was around. He'd just tease me, I bet. So anyway, this one time we were in the car on our way out to his running place. He didn't like changing in the city, either. We just turned onto the highway, and as we went over a mountain, the moon was completely up. We were talking, but it just kind of died off when she came out. It was hard not to listen to her, and it got real quiet in the car. Then, out of nowhere, he started to laugh real hard. 'You bitch, you,' he said. 'What'd you call me?' I said. 'Not you,' he laughed. 'Her.' I didn't understand why he'd say something so nasty about her. She was the most beautiful thing in my life. When it was time to change, she tried to make it easy on me. And she always sounded sorry and happy at the same time. Bitch was never a word I'd use on her. 'Why's she a bitch?' I said. Tanner said, 'You'd call her a bitch too if she talked to you like that.' 'Oh,' I said, 'she talks to you too, huh?' 'Dumbass,' he said, 'she talks to all of us.' Toby leaned toward me. By us, he meant wares. I raised my hand, resisting the unnecessary explanation. 'I figured.' 'Oh,' Toby said. 'Well, she never said anything bitchy to me before.' I said. 'She's not bitchy,' Tanner said. 'She's a troublemaker. She knows what kind of fun I like, and she was just egging me on. There's a town off the next exit. Lots of things to chase.' And he smiled with all his teeth, so that I knew he wasn't just talking rabbits. I never told him what the moon said to me. He probably wouldn't have thought I was much of a man. The way he talked, the moon was like a kinky ex-girlfriend. She wasn't like that to me. She was more like...
Toby's voice trailed off as he chewed, expression pensive. He seemed to have gotten lost in his thoughts. A mother? I guessed. He twitched his shoulders and pulled out another chip of jerky. Chewing slowly, he rewrapped the small package and turned it over in his hands.
Yeah, maybe.
He slid off the stool and stuffed the plastic bag of jerky into his back pocket.
I never really thought about it. I just always thought it was strange how she could be saying different things to different people at the same time.
Maybe the moon is different to each of you. Maybe she's what you need her to be. Some women are like that. Toby thunked his feet from side to side.
Maybe, he said. I mean, that's what you are, anyway.
I wrinkled my nose. I guess so, especially if you need a wrinkly-eyed hag hanging around, telling you what to do.
Don't put yourself down like that, Red. You can ask anyone to describe you, and they'd all say something different, and none of them would be lying. But I guarantee if you'd asked them, they'd all agree on one thing. They couldn't live without you.
Hopping to his feet, Toby waved and casually strolled out, as if he hadn't just said the most staggering thing I'd heard in a very, very long time. Chapter 25. Euphrates woke me up when he thumped onto my chest with a sudden meow. It took me a second to rouse enough to hear a car crunching on the gravel. I spied Rodrian's silver Audi through the upstairs windows, and couldn't imagine what would make him show up at such a late hour. Grabbing my robe, I struggled to get my arms into it while I hurried downstairs, tying it shut just as I opened the front door. Mr. Wrinkle-Free Oxford trudged up the last steps, looking like he'd just gone 5 rounds with a pack of preschoolers. His tie hung untied around his neck, top 3 buttons undone, shirt untucked. Even his hair was tousled, as if he'd just gotten out of bed. In short, Rodrian looked an absolute wreck. My God, he's been mugged. Before I could ask him what happened, he staggered through the door.
Hey, Soph, can I come in?
I blinked. Rode? Are you drunk? He wobbled a little and gestured toward me, staring unashamedly at my chest.
Cold out here for that, isn't it?
Goosebumps of thermostat proportion announced themselves from beneath my robe, and I crossed my arms to hide them. Welcome to Sophie's home for wayward souls. He grinned and swayed into the foyer. I almost laughed as he slowly veered toward the den, as if there were more than one door. Pushing the door shut, I locked it and reset the alarm. I never saw you drunk before.
Yeah. Sucks. My blood date was high. I didn't find out until it was too late.
Nice, I scoffed. I didn't know you dated junkies.
I don't. She's a lawyer. I guess she was burning her candle at both ends tonight.
He sank onto the couch and groaned with relief.
Mind if I stay the night? I have to burn this garbage out of my veins. I'm compromised.
That's fine. You need one of your bottles? He kept bagged blood in the house. Maybe it would dilute whatever was making his head spin.
Nah, he said. I'm full, thanks.
Ugh, what a mental image. Well, if you're okay, I'll go back upstairs.
Please don't, he said. I'm not tired, and if you go upstairs, I can't go with you.
I glanced over my shoulder at him.
I just feel like talking. Stay with me?
Sure, I agreed.
But if you're drunk, I might as well have a glass of wine myself. That way, maybe you'll make sense when you blabber.
Oh, I never blabber.
Did he just hiccup? Good Lord. Whatever. Just keep your voice down so you don't wake up Shiloh.
Shh,
he stage whispered.
Don't wake the baby.
I sighed as I got down a glass. It was going to be a long night. Rodrian was a complete motor mouth. He went on about work and women and his date in particular. He ranted about Irene for some time before telling me how wonderful I was and how wonderful Sophia's were in general. We played Chinese checkers for a while, but gave up because he kept bumping the board, making the marbles move. Funny thing was that the marbles always ended up in more strategic places for him. I quit once I realized he was using his talent to cheat. When I yelled, he protested so charmingly I didn't throw the marbles at him. Very hard, anyway. It sure was funny watching him try to duck them, though, and even funnier when he picked them up. As much as I hated to admit it, Rodrian was a fun drinking partner. At one point, I considered asking for a good electronic dartboard, the kind bars installed for Darts League, but reconsidered. I'd never stand a chance against a cheater like him. The wine loosened my tongue more than I should have allowed, but I figured, since he was loaded himself, he'd forgive me. This would probably be the best time to broach subjects that were normally off limits. Something had been bothering me long before I'd moved into the stocks, long before Rodrian approached me. As I slid the game box back under the couch, I attempted a nonchalant tone. Rode, you ever wonder how Merrick could have gotten taken by the master?
I don't think about it.
He sprawled bonelessly in the corner of the sofa, head back against the cushions, staring at the fire with drooping lids. I'm sure he was betrayed. I scooted around on the couch to face him. Do you remember Donna, my old office manager?
Mm-hmm.
She was involved with Shawl, and that night, when everything happened, she said he was the one who gave her to the master. Shawl must have been a mole. Actually, saying Donna was involved with Shawl was somewhat understating it. It was like saying hookers were involved with their clients. She'd been his skank before she'd become the master's whore. Not that I was biased against the dead bitch, but anyways, bygones. Rodrian rolled his head from side to side and closed his eyes.
No, I don't think so.
It's got to be. And Shawl was Khan's toady. It fits together. The motive is there. I know Khan hated Merrick.
Look, Sophie.
Rodrian sat up as if he'd suddenly remembered he had a bone structure.
Khan can be an ass, okay? But he's loyal. He had a personal thing against my brother, but he didn't betray him, and he didn't get Shawl to do it for him.
Are you sure? It's so convenient that Khan banished Shawl before he could say a word to defend himself. The night Rodrian's men captured Tanner after his failed hit on me, the Were managed a suicide before the guards got him to talk. As a result, the DV never found out who had hired him. Khan had put Shawl in charge of detaining the Were and had been the one to discipline him for the suicide. I personally thought Khan rushed the proceedings a bit and suspected he knew something he wasn't telling. A hit on Merrick's girl would have been a major blow. With Shawl having a major connection to the master, it only seems logical that...
No. Whatever Shawl was, he wasn't a link between Khan and the old master. Khan has no vampire allegiance. Period.
His power matched his tone. A warning that I better not push the issue. Then who did, Rode? I crossed my arms and glared at him, angry that he'd get so bossy-meany with me. Warning indeed. If there's a traitor out there, then we're still not safe. There is no traitor, Soph. He blew out a big breath and slapped his legs. Haven't you figured it out yet? Merrick got caught because he wanted to get caught.
That's the stupidest thing I ever heard. Why would he?
Because. He balled his hands into fists. It was the plan right from the beginning.
I mustn't have heard it right. He planned it? You mean?
Rodrian avoided my eyes. You weren't supposed to be there. You were supposed to stay here until he came back. But you didn't. You went to that stupid expo thing, you got nicked, and you nearly got yourself killed.
I was suddenly standing without remembering doing it. Disbelief made me numb. All I could think was, what's wrong with Rodrian? He needs to shut up.
Did you ever wonder how we managed to rush the place and wipe out the vamps? How it was possible we were all there at that precise moment? It was planned, Sophie.
Why was he still talking? My insides trembled, and my foundation threatened to crumble beneath me. Rodrian kept right on, as if he weren't destroying me. My foundation, brick by brick.
You just got in the way. You weren't supposed to be there. Merrick didn't know it was going to happen that way.
Some dark, hot, molten thing had replaced the air in my lungs. What way? The way he almost killed me?
No, Soph. How could he have known at that exact moment he was pushed past reason you'd be the blood waiting for him? Vamps don't make distinctions when they feed. It's only heat and blood. It's like trying to single out one chicken in a full coop. You were only blood and heat to him.
Tears scalded my cheeks in a sheet, bitter and angry. Rodrian lifted his head. His face twisted with guilt as he spilled his secrets and watched the effect they had on me.
It's the worst thing that could have ever gone wrong. He figured you were smart enough to figure it out on your own, eventually.
I held my breath, trying to suppress the sobs that were knotting my chest. It didn't work. So nice to know he had such a high opinion of me.
Sophie, he told me. It was after you tracked us down at the new club. He was relieved it was you. He was prepared for a terrible risk, but he wouldn't have survived if it hadn't been your blood. He took in a part of your essence, and it gave him unimaginable strength. It kept him from being destroyed. Does that make you feel any better?
No. I looked at him as if he'd sprouted horns. I remembered the pain and the grief and the loss. I remembered being abandoned and the taste of the revitalizer Pontian forced me to drink so I wouldn't die from a hypovolemic shock. It doesn't. It only makes me angry.
Angry? How? And then it took over. A dark, hot emotion that dwarfed me. Anger. True anger.
Everything that had happened wasn't some unfortunate turn of events. Merrick had planned it. This was betrayal, defined past any lingering doubt. The anger erupted and spurted out, seeking a target. It found Rodrian. Because we were supposed to have a life. We were supposed to live happily ever after. It was perfect, and we had hope, and all my pain was finally gone, and he left on purpose, knowing that whatever paradise we had, he'd end it. And now I have nothing. I sucked air through gritted teeth, sounding like an animal. My hands clawed and fisted to keep from pummeling the truth into him. I have been an empty shell. That, for the last year and a half, held nothing but loss. I didn't even have my best friend anymore, because he killed him too. And that makes me angry. Rodrian sprang to his feet. The tipsiness completely vanished from his copper eyes.
Oh, no, Soph, it wasn't like that.
It was. I lived it. You don't know what it was, because you weren't there either. I pressed my hands into my eyes, hating myself for drinking, for remembering, for being vulnerable. I hated Rodrian for making me trust him and love him so much I couldn't blame him. I should be blaming him. He, of all people, could have been honest with me. All this time, I poured out my heart and prayed for events to reverse their unfortunate selves. All this time, he knew the truth, and he lied to me. I whirled, but he got in my face, grabbing my arms and twisting me so I couldn't look away. I resisted, squirming until he issued a frustrated sigh and seized me with a ruder-than-usual compulsion. Oh no, he did not just do that. I pulled up my shields, sliding a layer between us, using it to chip away at his compulsion. He held on to me, narrow-eyed with determination. Leaning into my barriers, I poured a shitload of "How dare you!" into them. I got close to breaking free of him and smiled viciously, feeling him pull back. Suddenly, he released a pulse of power so tremendous it banged my barriers back at me, rocking me with a physical blow that left me gasping for breath, still pinioned under his mental grasp. Defiantly, I glared up at him, choking back the sobs. Give me one good reason why you ditched me too. I couldn't be there, he said. I didn't trust myself. You didn't trust yourself? Eyes wide and mouth agape, I bunched everything I had and shoved at my barriers, striking his own power and breaking his compulsion. It destroyed me, Rode. My life nearly ended in more ways than one, and you were having self-doubt issues? Sophie, you don't know the whole story, and you're drunk. Don't jump to conclusions until you can think about it. About what? I thumped my fists onto his chest, hard enough to make him back up a half a step. I lost everything I wanted. And you don't think about anything except what you want. He paced away and threw his hands up in disgust. Oh, I've been so self-centered, I sneered at him. Tell me, Rodrian, did you lose everything? He gave me the dirtiest of looks out of the corners of his bright eyes. I saw the glint of teeth. I'd pushed him to a bad place. I knew it. I couldn't stop. Haven't I paid enough attention to you, Rodrian? No. He shook his head, his hair tumbling from behind his ear, spilling over his eyes. You haven't. Poor baby! Why was I so neglectful? Oh, that's right. You abandoned me. Keeps coming back to that, doesn't it? You want to know why? He turned fully toward me, his head lowered so he had to look up at me. His eyes were completely alight, the brightness so sharp against the locks of hair that hung down. You weren't safe from me. I should have been alarmed at the predator seething back at me, but I was surging with anger and getting reckless. Well, sorry to inform you, but Merrick didn't leave enough for seconds. Yes, he did. He grabbed my shoulders again and descended. Too fast. I didn't even have time to worry. His face was so close. His mouth was so close. His teeth... My throat wasn't the target. He kissed me with a desperation I'd never felt before, and that kiss demanded a response. I reached up and pulled him down against me, tasting his mouth and feeling his power and his desire lace around me, through me. It was a jolt of electricity that left a trail of heat behind. Abruptly, he broke away, breathing heavily, eyes wide with some unnameable emotion. Our bodies were still close together, and his power seeped into me. Disbelief, righteousness, fear. He seemed to wait for me to give a sign, any sign, of what he could do next. One signal from me, and he'd run with it. I knew what he wanted. It would be so easy to say yes. I swallowed. Hard. Twice. His eyes begged for any excuse to take me. My breath shallowed into panting, and I swayed on my feet. What did a girl do when she was drunk, heartbroken, and incredibly aroused by a beautiful man? Certainly not what I did. All the wine I'd swallowed had decided that enough was enough, and it wanted out. Rodrian sped me toward the sink before I ruined the rug, and even held my hair back, handing me a wet rag when I finished embarrassing myself. He chuckled softly as he got me upstairs, and carefully aimed me toward my rooms from the hall. Although I couldn't feel him once I passed through the wards, I suspected he tarried in the hallway, listening to make sure I'd gotten in okay. I think I'd mumbled, "Thank you," but I wasn't sure the words actually made any sound. His power, however, remained a living memory, sharp and clear as I fell into dreamless sleep. I just wished I'd been sober enough to remember what it had tried to tell me. Chapter 26. Hangovers sucked, especially when accompanied by the lingering fog that traps your thoughts inside your smoggy brain, preventing you from getting any real peace. All the water in the world couldn't rehydrate me because my soul was leaking. I'd betrayed myself. I couldn't have prevented that kiss, but that wasn't why I beat myself up. It was because I failed to act. I didn't tell him to stop. I didn't take it farther. I barfed, which is a definitely involuntary response. What a coward! I couldn't even act upon my convictions, whatever the hell they might have been at that point. Hangovers sucked, especially when accompanied by senior staff meetings, where Tom Butchman singled you out and asked you for your input and provided the room with a working definition of the word agape. Hangovers especially sucked when all you could think about was how much unfun a meeting with Irene would be. When all you wanted to do was collapse in bed with a bottle of migraine reliever and a box of tissues and an unsympathetic cat. The night air was brittle, the kind of cold that made fingertips split and nails break. Not that I worried about a manicure or anything. I just hated new reasons to bleed. Irene didn't seem to mind the cold. I guessed it suited her personality. It also gave her an excuse to wear expensive fur. I already knew Irene's definition of saving the world didn't extend to wares, but apparently it also excluded baby seals. I wasn't as sumptuously garbed. My flannel-lined peacoat only reached halfway to my knees. My denim jeans weren't quite thick enough to keep out the winter bite. I hadn't thought to add a layer of Under Armour when getting dressed for tonight's meeting. The light of a near full moon slid down through the artificial forest of cityscape as we crossed the parkway. After the night's intense barrier exercise, Irene had suggested a walk to refresh ourselves. Personally, I wanted to crawl under my bed and die for just a little while, but I guess I owed her that much. Chester Memorial Grove wasn't Central Park by a long shot, but it could have passed for a piece of it. It covered a 4-city-block square just outside of downtown, where the buildings weren't as tall or struck as close together, acting as a buffer to the Parkway and I-95, which stretched past Balaton on the far side. Naked trees stretched skinny arms and crooked bony fingers into the cold night, basking in moonglow and streetlight, a strange shade of silver and gold. The expression Irene wore was inappropriate for walking through the cold, dark, and spooky. She looked as pleased as a genteel lady strolling through a summer garden. I wore a frozen, determined smile over jaws clamped down to keep from chattering. I was beginning to suspect she was a little nutty. Dorcas plodded dutifully behind us. A few backward glances revealed she wore the same look she always did, unassuming, invisible, unremarkable. I guess Irene was enough personality for both of them. What a depressing thought.
"Ah," Irene said. "Beautiful night."
I shrugged and set off another chilly shudder. At least it's not snowing.
"You don't like snow?"
Her voice warmed and lifted with surprise.
I like snow. It reminds me of home. The winters are very good there. Long nights, black skies, lots of reasons to stay indoors. Lots of reasons to be outside. The snow would fall for weeks, piling up, covering roads, and blocking doors. I like the snow.
I guess snow is nice, I admitted. The whole no two snowflakes are alike thing.
A silly myth. Of course they are alike. If you hold out your hand and catch only 10 of them, you cannot make assumptions about the countless ones falling around you.
She waved a knowing finger at me, and the streetlights glittered off her black eyes.
Never be fooled by what you see. It's what you do not see that will kill you.
The park was deserted except for the three of us. Not surprising since it was past last call. Even the bars were closed by now. Our footsteps clacking sharply on the cement walkway, we headed along the diagonal path toward the center square. A World War II monument had been erected there, a great wall of black marble graced by evergreens. It was bright and optimistically solemn in the afternoon, but I had no idea what it might look like in midnight shadows. Unfortunately, it seemed I'd find out.
"You are progressing well in your control," Irene said. "How do you feel?"
Besides exhausted and numb? Better, I said. People are starting to feel like people again. I'm not walking around in a sea of others' intrusions.
Very good.
She clapped her hands, the leather gloves muting the sound.
That is exactly how you should come to think of it. Intrusion. You are not an open target, waiting for the barrage of every passing emotion. You have a station, an elevation above the masses. You will allow what you choose. No one should make you accept them.
I appreciated her praise. A rare thing for her to validate me in such a way, considering how abysmal I'd felt when first meeting her. Despite my progress, I burned to know more about the rest of the Sophia world. Do you think we can begin discussing the cannons or the circlet? You only mentioned them in passing, and I know there's so much more to learn.
In time. In time. Tonight is for enjoyment. We have several nights remaining until I must depart.
Depart? So soon? Wow. Never thought I'd utter the words. But we haven't really... Suddenly, she put her gloved hand upon my arm, her other hand up in a gesture to be silent. She looked around.
We are being followed.
Swell. 3 women alone in a deserted park at night. Unless Irene or Dorcas knew jujitsu, we were in trouble. Her eyes fixed upon something in the darkness under the trees, and I dug into my pocket for my cell phone. The cold had long numbed my fingers, and I could barely get them to work. What is it? Do you see someone? Dorcas pulled up to stand alongside Irene, her expression utterly unreadable. Irene looked tense. Great. Miss Non-Emoting Ice Queen showed a genuine response, and it was worry of all things. I peered through the darkness toward where they were staring. Nothing, except shadows. And a flash of white eyes. And another. I backed away and pulled at Irene's arm. "Irene?" I hissed. "Vamps! We gotta run!"
"Run," she echoed. "They are here to kill you. They do not recognize me. Go, run. I'll delay them."
"What? No! We all go!"
"Go," said Dorcas. Her voice seemed to take on actual sound. "My mistress knows what she is doing. Go, before it's too late for you."
Fine by me. I had no death wish. I ran. I took off across the park, running on pure adrenaline, following the northbound path that would come out near the underpass. The path led me away from downtown, toward less densely packed city, where help might be harder to come by. But I was running away from vampires. It would have to be a fair trade. I burst out of the park onto the city sidewalk and ran north. The underpass was a quarter block away and separated from the park by a narrow, dirty path that had been trampled into the snow. I plowed through a muddy puddle, the water sending up an icy spray that soaked my leg and made me curse. The underpass was dark, lit only by the fleeting headlight of speeding cars. Each flash of light illuminated lumpy shapes against the far walls. Homeless, I realized, huddled desperately against the cold, insulated by walls of stuffed plastic bags and precious dry cardboard. I hoped they'd forgive my rude intrusion, but since I was running for my life, I wouldn't let it chew me up too badly. I focused only on reaching the brightly lit, distant gas station. Once out of sight of the park, I slowed. My pant leg was soaked through, and cold water had dripped into my boot, leaving a sharp ache of sensation. I paused to catch my breath and glanced behind me, looking for Irene. No one. The lumpy outlines of the homeless remained silent and still, more like scenery than humanity. Nothing. No one. Voices made me look toward to the far end of the underpass. 3 young guys, perhaps coming from the club that was a few blocks away. They loped along with a bouncy walk that reminded me of my burnout friends from 1989. Barks of sporadic laughter, sound of someone spitting. Classy. I resumed my walk toward the gas station, head nonchalantly up, walk brisk and purposeful without looking panicked. All I could think of was digging out my cell phone, but I didn't want to advertise that I had things in my pocket in case one of the guys was a mugger. I hated the city for making me afraid of being alone at night. There had been vamps back there, for crying out loud, doing God knew what to Irene, and I was worried about a couple of guys? Indignantly, I raised my head a little higher and marched. As I neared the group, one of the boys stopped laughing and shook back his choppy blonde hair. "You okay, lady?" "I'm fine." I smiled and didn't slow down. "Your pants are wet." I kept walking. He passed me, but suddenly shot out a hand and grabbed my arm. "Didn't you hear me? Your pants are wet." I swallowed panic and tried to gently twist out of his hand. "Yes," I said. "There's a puddle back there. Look out for it." He didn't let go. "Maybe you've been running. You sure got soaked." I finally succeeded in pulling free, but as I backed away, one of the guys slid behind me. Where was a car when you wanted one to go by? He poked my back with a finger, not hard enough to hurt. Panic zipped through me. "She ain't running anywhere now, is she?" "Like hell I'm not." Deciding to take my chances with the traffic, I threw myself away toward the street. A car blasted its horn and swerved to miss me. The one behind me grabbed my arms and wrenched me back. He jerked my head around to face the other two, who stared me down with bright eyes, shades of brown and green. DV, I realized, when one leaked his power. They'd been working hard at locking it down before. "Leave me go," I said. "I'm marked." The blonde laughed, his voice sounding mean and oily. "We ain't looking for a snack. We're just retrieving you. Those nice people you ran from want you to come back."
Oh, crap. They're with the vamps.
The realization hit me at nearly the exact moment that his compulsion did. It slammed into me, stunning me and sagging me nearly to the ground. Blondie grabbed a fistful of my hair and yanked my face up to his. His chin-scrape stubble caught the light like frost. "Now, walk," he said, "and stay quiet."
My feet obeyed. I meekly marched toward my doom.
Chapter 27. Blood hummed in my ears as my heart sought to beat somewhere outside my chest. A car passed us, and all I could do was roll my eyes at it, listening to the sound of fading hope as it hummed away down the street. Soon we were out from under the bridge and rounding the curve leading back to the park. I strained my ears to hear any sound at all, from Irene, from Dorcas, from anything. But the night was silent and expectant, waiting for me to fill it with my screams. As we strode through the park, I desperately looked for a sign of Irene. Seeing no dead bodies, I tried to take heart. My feet splashed through dark puddles, so much darker than muddy water. I refused to think of them. The DV marched me to the darkest of shadows, a thickness of trees near the monument wall. The blonde called out, "We brought you the Sophia, as you commanded." A flash of light, too quick for me to follow. Vamp's eyes. I couldn't curse. I couldn't pray. I could barely breathe. "Thank you," came a smooth voice from the dark. Wait, I knew that voice. Disbelief kept me from making the connection until she stepped out into the glow of the streetlights. Irene. Her white fur coat was slashed and bloodied. "You save me the trouble of chasing her through these filthy streets. Release her." Irene's eyes flashed icy blue, and her face was alight with haughty rage. "Who are you?" the blonde snarled, and wrapped his arm around my throat, choking me. I pulled feebly at his arm, but the hold was like iron. "I am your punishment. The demi-vampire who aligned themselves to the vampire are lovers of death. Come, lover, touch me. Welcome, my embrace." I felt the DV compulsion drop as he stiffened and pushed me away. I felt a different horror as I watched the blonde kid obediently slide toward her enticingly opened arms.
What are you doing, Irene?
"Giving this one what he wants," she answered coyly. Her red mouth and black eyes beckoned seductively to the young man, whose expression was twisted by conflicting emotions. "He courts death with his allegiance to the vampire. I'll give him death. Will you die for me, my handsome one?" What? He sounded so young. Die? I don't want to die. And yet, you make contracts with vampires. They are walking death. "I don't want to die," he insisted. "I don't care what you want."
Her hand flashed, whipping a wide arc toward him. A streak of moonlight on silver, and a dark mist that shadowed the air. Suddenly, the silent night roared with terrible sound. A cry of pain, a thud as the boy dropped, a wail from the other DV as they watched and waited. I fled, desperately running, and hoping none would catch me this time. I felt them as they died. There had been no time for me to concentrate on the circle and the barrier, and so the Sophia was bared. The explosion of emotion scalding me with its intensity. I felt them clearly as if I thrust the blade myself. Their cocksure brutality and their lust to do harm melted into fear and remorse as she condemned them. I felt their pleas for mercy, and the nakedness of their desperation cut me like shards of glass. How could she destroy them, feeling what I felt? Despite their anguish, they kept a measure of defiance. The evolution they'd tasted still gripped them. The lure of immortality would not have diminished with a near-death encounter. It wouldn't have changed them. Their souls weren't tainted. They'd been putrefied with twisted desire. Maybe they couldn't be saved. Maybe Irene was right. My tears froze upon my eyelashes, absorbing the chill of the air. The city streaked by as I raced to my car. I shook with terror and cold, trying to steady my hand enough to get the key into the door. The freezing night had left my hands painfully useless, my fingers tight and brittle enough to snap. Adrenaline sizzled through me, but my hands remained numb. "Damn it!" I hissed when the keys dropped from my senseless fingers. Crouching against the side of the car, I tried to stay out of traffic while feeling for the keyring. They were grimy and wet with melted snow, and I hurriedly wiped them on my leg as I stood up. Just as I did, Irene and Dorcas appeared on the sidewalk, staring at me over the car.
"Open the doors for us, Sophie."
"I'm not in for this."
"I said, open the doors. We cannot be seen like this. In the car, we will talk."
"Those were people."
"Open the door."
Her voice sounded desperate.
"I don't know if there are others."
Frantically, I popped the doors and we slid inside. I pulled out with a lurch, swerving into the thin traffic and rounding the corner at a reckless speed.
"You are upset," she said.
"Upset? A little bit, yeah." "You killed those boys."
"I eliminated the vampire threat."
"The TV, damn it!"
"They were part of the threat," she said calmly.
I couldn't believe what she said. "You're a killer."
"I am not a killer."
She wiped at a thick smear of blood on her coat, running her fingers through the ruined fur. I hated to tell her she'd need more than spit on a hanky to get it clean.
"Those vampires were killers. Those DV were killers."
"You don't kill. It's not right."
"And what should I have done? Should I have saved them? Should I have shown them the folly of their allegiances? Should I have redeemed them?"
She leaned toward me.
"They are lost. They chose their life's paths. They had forsaken the lives they had, and chosen instead a damnable existence. There is no cure for that. No Sophia can fix that. Such a small symptom of the disease. It is no crime to cut it out, to remove it from tainting the whole. Their deaths are for the greater good."
"Every life is precious," I insisted.
"Even the ones that would hand you over to the vampire for slaughter?"
I didn't answer.
"Sophie,
She spoke in a gentler voice, reaching over to lay her hand on my arm.
Sophie, our lives were in danger. If the Sophia dies, then all DV are lost. Can you imagine the value upon your life? Is it not worth protecting? Is that not for the greater good? You must be strong enough to do the right thing, even if it's the hard thing. I must teach you that the hard thing is the right thing. You are too soft, too forgiving. Not everyone can be saved.
She tilted her head up.
Isn't that right, Dorcas? Yes, ma'am. Truly, as you say. See? Now, I think my appetite has rallied. Such a good brisk walk will do for one's constitution. Will you dine with me?
I forced a non-disgusted look onto my face. Did she really think I could eat after watching her exterminate those DV, or staring at the blood on her coat, her fingers? No, it's late. I'm not hungry. Irene assented.
I understand. Dorcas, arrange for my needs in my quarters upon our arrival. Yes, ma'am.
Dutiful, like always. I dropped them at the hotel. Irene had taken off her coat and carried it, carefully folded on her arm. She couldn't possibly have worn it without attracting attention. I'd been seen with her often enough that a call to the cops would have eventually pointed them in my direction. I began to shake as I drove away. I didn't remember the ride home. All I could think about was the way she had decided those DV had been too far gone to save. I prayed urgently for God's help. I never wanted to make that kind of choice. I knew if it were all left up to me, I'd never make the right one. Chapter 28. I needed a break. Every part of my life had definitely reached the overwhelming stage. Every measure of achievement or progress was canceled out with something undesirable. I was closer to Rodrian, but now I had a mountain of drama to sort through. I had an office, a much-needed spot of sanctuary, but it came with the aggravating bundle of corporate bull. Toby seemed to be finding his feet, and any day I hoped he'd tell me his quest was over. However, the moon was coming close to full, and his wolf was becoming apparent. Euphrates hadn't come out of my bedroom in a week. I got to see Merrick, but he shattered my hope of getting close enough to tell him about Irene. And Irene? Oh, hell. Don't even get me started on that hot mess. I might be good at barriers, but if she thought I'd start executing people who didn't fit her standards of worthiness, well, forget it. I'm done. After work, I grabbed a burger and a caramel frappe, and once home, retreated to my haven, the small library in my quarters. My computer and desk were in the office, so by default, I spent a lot of time in there. However, sitting at my little desk in that wide-open room didn't feel as comfortable as it had back in my apartment by the harbor. Even with it backed up into the corner, I still felt like an interloper, a stone in the middle of the path. At one point, I thought about getting a single partition wall to close off the space, but I put the sprags to that plan. I couldn't believe I wanted to make a cube at home. The notion alone should have given me hives. Whereas the office had been barely lived in, Merrick's personal library had a comfortable, broken-in feeling that suited me like second skin. The room was furnished with 2 old, stuffed, and well-worn armchairs, one the color of the Atlantic Ocean on a July afternoon, and the other such a wretched color, burnt sienna.
no doubt the ugliest crayon in the box, that it must have been more comfortable than anything else on the planet if Merrick had reason to keep it. Turned out it was. A long, slender lamp, hanging its shade from a curved brass neck, peered over the brown chair as it sat closest to the door, across from a wall of knickknacks and books that truthfully seemed to cry, "Dust me," before "Read me." A small rectangular table, high-legged yet stout, had a gray marbled glass top, its edges rounded to follow the clover-leaf-cut corners of the tabletop itself. It fell away in long geometric lines to its scallop-shelled feet. Very Frank Lloyd Wright. Very nice, and, surprisingly, very well used, like the comfy old chairs. Everything else in the house seemed new, or at least barely used, straight from the catalog. These few pieces were cherished and personal. Funny how a scratched wooden table or a frayed cushion showed personality, added character to an otherwise magazine-perfect decor. These pieces might be the ugly sisters compared to the rest of the house's furnishings, but these were the sisters that were the most fun to hang out with. Books. Real books with worn spines and signs of diligent use lined the shelves. It was a breathtaking collection, spanning ages and cultures on countless subjects in an array of languages. German, Greek, Latin, Hungarian. Not like I could do more than admire the pages. I was language handicapped. My only talents for second languages extended to the Spanish I learned in high school, and my penchant for learning foreign curse words. Whenever I needed space, I came up here. It was like a little museum in its own right. The only thing that pricked along the edges of comfort was the certain knowledge that, of all the rooms in the house, this one had the most Merrick in it. The books, the statuettes, the tall lamp. I could almost see him sprawled in the blue-green chair near the window, legs straight out and crossed at the ankle, chin resting on chest and book balanced on belt buckle. Almost, but not quite. I always looked away before he could manifest and felt shamed at the thought of coming in here just because of him. Then again, most days the almost sense nagged at me no matter where I looked. I never felt true comfort. Always that prickling along the edges of my comfort, that worry/hope that I'd turn a corner and see him again. I had to work harder at facing my reality. For all that this room had the most Merrick, it was still just another empty room. If only I could escape Merrick's scent. It lingered, tiny traces that never seemed to be in the same place twice. Leather and sandalwood, not an easy scent. Too unfamiliar and foreign, an acquired taste. The scent caught the throat like a curry, a dry heat that lingered and flavored everything after it, and it was uneasily chased away by refreshment. The leather was unlike the leather of the sofas Rodrian favored. It was the leather of old harness and oilcoat, empty but for the invisible scent of steel. Leather and sandalwood. Not a common or modern combination, but, then again, Merrick's best qualities were neither common nor modern. The scents suited him well. Rodrian's scent was easier on the palate. Brut cologne and cherries, a smell I breathed in through my mouth, because smelling wasn't enough. The scent wanted to be devoured. It was the scent that had overwhelmed me the day we set the ward on the den. Up until then, I'd never really noticed it. Afterwards, I asked him why he wore Brut, that $7 bottle from the drugstore, when he certainly could afford anything he wanted. He asked me, "What does it make you think of?" I told him the truth. My first boyfriend. Even a high school kid could shell out the bucks for it. It smelled like summer and wife-beater t-shirts and menthol cigarettes before they were lit, tucked behind an ear beneath a sandy brown curl. It smelled like something I'd always want, but knew I could never have again. But all I said out loud was, my first boyfriend. He'd given me a long, lingering look and said, "That's what they always say." At least Rodrian's scent didn't crowd me here in Merrick's room. I couldn't handle both of them at once. Scents could be powerful ties to our memories. For once, I'd like one to bring up memories that weren't painful or conflicting. I settled into the ugly brown armchair and stared at my phone. This was it. I couldn't stall anymore. I scrolled down the list of contacts until I got to his number and hit call. The phone rang. My heart pounded. Oh crap. My voice would shake and I'd sound like a dorky teen, and the ringing stopped. Oh God. This was it. Leave a message. I crumpled. Voicemail. Another failed attempt. I knew those 3 words like I knew the sound of my own name. The quick breath and pause right before he spoke, the bass rumbles of his voice, the dark tone he inflicted upon the words, because he hates checking voicemail, and he's really hoping no one actually leaves a message. If it was important, he'd once said to me, they'd get a hold of him another way. I didn't have another way. Or did I? Rodrian was an everyday part of my life now. Why couldn't I get him to say something to Merrick? Better question, why didn't he tell Merrick about Irene himself? What if he already had? I hated these questions, these doubts and anxieties, and I knew, beyond all doubt, that I wouldn't be stuck here, battered around like a cat toy, if it wasn't for that damned voicemail I knew he'd never check. Merrick, I silently begged while I redialed the call. Just pick up the phone. Both of our lives depend on it. Can I hang out with you, Soph? Shiloh's voice sounded from the echoey hallway, just as Merrick's voicemail greeting came on. I dropped the phone onto the table and walked out to the entrance of my suite. Peering out, I saw her leaning against the wall, dressed for bed. Are you sure you want to try coming in, Shy? We never tried to get you past the wards. She slid toward me, still holding up the wall. One arm hugged her waist. I don't care if it hurts. I just want to come in. I didn't like the word hurts, especially when it looked like she was already suffering. I went to her, putting my arm around her shoulder. We can go to your room. I'll stay with you if you want to try to sleep. She shook her head, tousling her hair. Please, just take me in there with you. It feels too empty out here. I took a deep breath and looked back at my door. The wards weren't visible. I didn't even really remember where they began. What would they do to her? Closing my eyes, I urged my Sophia sight to feel out the ward. I couldn't see anything that way either. All I could see was my barrier, myself, drawn in and thinned down, unnecessary at the moment. Then, I had an idea. I pulled Shiloh to me, tighter against my side. We're going to try walking in together, Shiloh. I tentatively took a step. If you get uncomfortable, tell me, and we'll abandon ship. Head against my shoulder, she nodded. I exhaled loudly. Here goes. If the wards recognized me, perhaps there was a way to cloak her somehow, to sneak her inside. I closed my eyes again, pushing my barrier out. It ballooned against Shiloh, flowing around her. Using a mental hand, I tugged what I thought was Shiloh's aura closer to me. My barrier resisted.
Leaning into it, I reached around her on all sides, encompassing her, drawing her into my circle. My barrier stretched where she pressed against it. Carefully, I thinned that section while putting more behind her. With a soft pop, she broke through my shield, coming to rest within my safe zone. Guess that was as good as it would get. I opened my eyes. Now we walk. Step by step, we approached the doors. I felt the wards buzz against me, halting me. They pressed against my barrier, but it wasn't discomfort. It was rather like a tickle. After a moment, they sighed away, leaving us free to continue. I supposed I'd just gotten frisked by my own wards. Once inside my parlor, I paused. Okay so far, Shy? Uh-huh. Slowly, I drew my barriers back into me, noting the thin glow that still clung to her. It sparkled and faded as I watched. Suddenly, Shiloh's eyes widened, and she rubbed her arms, patted her cheeks, looking wildly around. What's wrong? I grasped her shoulders. Nothing, She pushed her hair back, looking wary. That was weird. Something just, I don't know. Like feathers, all over me. Electric feathers. I laughed, covering my mouth. That sounds crazy. She managed to chuckle. I guess magic is a little crazy. Anyway, she pointed to the minibar. What's in there? Good to know her hollow legs hadn't suffered the strain of hypolution. Maybe there was hope after all. Once full of hot chocolate and pistachios. Really, she ate the strangest things. Shiloh wandered into the small library where I'd already sat down to read. She perused the shelves, fingering the knickknacks and making faces at the photographs. Thus distracted, she didn't notice my assessment of her. The freckles that she usually kept hidden under cosmetics announced themselves, making her appear so much younger than 17. Her complexion was pale and tired, shadows under her eyes from lack of sleep. I hadn't seen much of her since she'd gotten mad at me for sending Brianda after her. She'd done a good job at not being around. You want to try going back to bed? She shrugged and slipped into the armchair. I just don't feel like sleeping. But you look tired. She shrugged again. I am. The wind howled outside, a windstorm too fierce even for rain. It seemed to be attacking the house, punishing it for being in the way. I pitied Toby, out in the woods on a night like this. Fur or no fur, the weather was brutal. I don't like the storm, she admitted. It sounds awful out there. It's like the wind is screaming. Setting down the book I'd been reading, I stopped to listen. You're right, I said. That does sound like screaming. Creepy, huh? Yeah. She tucked her feet up and hugged her knees, a quiet ball of exhaustion. So unkinetic, so unlike the Shiloh I knew. Lowering my barriers, I sampled a mental current and grew concerned when I detected a distinct taste of muted terror. She really must have been spooked after all, if I could actually feel her. You want to talk, Shy? Not really, she said. I just don't feel like being alone. Outside, the wind blew something loose, and it thumped distantly. The groundskeeper would be very busy tomorrow. Grateful for the coziness of the room and the sense of privacy it lent, I thought it might be a good time to talk. I'd seen so little of her since she'd changed crowds, and I felt farther from her than I'd ever felt before. Seeing her huddled in the chair made my heart ache. She looked so fragile, so vulnerable. The sense of urgency had grown stronger. There's no reason to be afraid, Shy. We're safe here. I know. I opened up and tried to feel again from her emotions. Then why do you feel so frightened? She wrinkled her nose at me. I don't. Someone is terrified. The wind picked up again, wailing. I tilted my head toward the window, feeling for the thread of power the way I'd often strained to hear a faint sound. It led me out of my seat, and I circled the library before heading out into the parlor. The terror was stronger. In the hallway, it was stronger still. Shit! What? She called as she followed me out into the hall. That's not the wind! I thinned my barriers as I raced toward the foyer. I could hear someone banging at the door, screaming. The terror was broadcasting clearly. Dahlia! I took the stairs 2 at a time. Hang on! I punched the alarm code and jerked open the deadbolt. The door flew open under the combined force of wind, and Dahlia and she lunged inside, still screaming. Throwing herself against the door, she howled, "Lock it! Lock it!" "What's wrong?" I shouted. "Dolly, stop it!" She sobbed and gasped for breath. Sheer terror made white noise of her power. "Out there," she gasped. "Out there?" I prompted. "Where?" "Where?" I repeated. "Oh, where? Damn it! Toby!" "Toby?" Shiloh yelled from the top of stairs. "You told me he left!" "He did. He said he'd stay away for the moon. Damn it!" Dahlia's shoulders shook, her eyes wide. If she didn't calm down, I'd have to tap her. She never let me use my Sophia on her before, and I half worried she'd beat me down when I was done. "Come on, I'll get the fire going in the den." I led her inside. Dahlia sank onto the couch, holding her cheeks. "Sorry, Soph." Her voice trembled, but she wasn't scared anymore. "I lost my head. I just never seen, Toby. Like that." "Neither have I admitted. "Why did he go after you?" "He didn't. Exactly. I just got out of the car, and when I walked up to the door, I heard growling. I looked behind me, and he was hunching there, at the edge of the porch lights. All I saw were his eyes and teeth, and I knew he would hurt me." "Toby? He wouldn't hurt you." I pressed her shoulder and looked into her eyes, which held violet fire. "Do you understand? Toby wouldn't hurt you. I just suppose when in wolf form, he acts wolfy. But he'd never hurt you. Not any of us." "Whatever. I'm calling Dad," Shiloh announced from the doorway. "No, Shy." I tried to stop her, but she sprinted up the stairs. I doubted Rodrian knew how to fight werewolves. Hopefully he'd stay home. I didn't want either one of them to get hurt. Outside, the wolf howled, a jagged sound of menace. Dahlia's control slipped, and I felt the pulse of worry that flared in her sparkling gaze. "We're safe, Dolly. All the doors are locked. He can't get in." The words had barely left my mouth when the screaming started again. This time, it was Shiloh. A matted-looking gray wolf had cornered Shiloh between the office and the hallway to her room. I could see her eyes, huge, white, as she clutched her cell phone to her ear, begging her father to save her. The constant stream of her voice sounded like a ribbon of panic unfurling. The wolf was about as big as a German shepherd, but thicker across the chest. It crouched, hackles up, and growling, ready to spring upon Shiloh. And I knew it wasn't garden variety wolf either. A shimmer played around it, like a pearlescent aura. I never saw a were in wolf form before, but I knew without doubt this wolf was were. "Toby!" I screamed from the middle of the foyer. The wolf started at my voice and spun around, focusing on me through the rungs of the banister. "Dally, lock those doors!" Her pale face disappeared as the doors boomed shut and the noise drew the wolf away from Shiloh. Watching it pace a few steps closer to me, I jerked my head toward the office and I yelled, "Go, Shy!"
The wolf snapped angrily when I shouted, and it glared at me, muscles bunched. The shimmer of werepower moved like a lazy fog over its fur. It didn't so much as growl as rumble. A ragged, mean sound. Rust-colored eyes slitted while they followed me. I carefully felt my way up the steps toward the wolf. All I could do was hope that Toby would recognize me. So far, it only looked like a wolf that wanted to rip into something. Preferably a soft, meaty something. Shiloh seemed plastered to the wall. Cell phone, forgotten. She couldn't tear her eyes from the wolf. Frozen. Go, Shy. I tried to keep my voice gentle so as not to rile the wolf further. I stood at eye level with it, where it crouched on the second floor. Only the bars of the railing separated us. I knew better than to think the bars provided any safety. Just because something looked like a cage didn't mean it actually was a cage. The wolf stalked forward, one menacing step at a time, until I could feel its breath. Saliva dripped from its jaws, gleaming beneath curled lip. Directly behind it, Shiloh inched her way toward the office, her progress excruciatingly slow. I wanted to scream at her to hurry. I didn't dare scream. I didn't dare breathe. Instead, I summoned the Sophia and stretched out toward Shiloh. I only got a muffled sense of terror. It was vague and directionless, even with the Sophia trying to draw it in. She was simply too human to respond. I strained to draw off some of her terror so she could snap out of her stupor, get into the office faster. I didn't know how long I could hold off the wolf. This was the first time I'd seen Toby in his other form. I'd always expected Toby the wolf to resemble Toby the kid. Maybe the fact that I'd never encountered a werewolf before had something to do with the innocence of the assumption. Once again, proof on what making assumptions did to you and umption. Thank you, Samuel Jackson. Whatever had been Toby before the moon came out was swallowed by fur and claw and snarling rage. He once said he learned to keep his brains while he was in wolf form. Right now, all I could do was pray that it was true, because the situation sure as hell didn't seem very optimistic to me right now. The only thing I recognized were its eyes. The dark orange canine eyes that Toby had been wearing the last few days as the moon swelled. At least before, his lopsided grin and ruffled spikes had softened the animalistic effect of the eye change. Now, they were wolf's eyes above muzzle and teeth, and nothing human remained. It sounded a low, menacing growl, a constant rumble of sound that went right through me. It didn't know me, didn't care. There was nothing goofy or sweet or laid back about this wolf. It was werewolf. It was wild. I was prey, and I was in deep shit. Shiloh slid her hand toward the open door, and just as I thought she'd make it into the office, she tripped and hit the floor flat out. The slap of impact made the wolf spin on its haunches, and it whirled, snapping and advancing on her. I sprinted the remaining steps and ran toward my wing, knowing it couldn't resist a chase. Come on, Furball, show me how tough you are. My door stood open. If I could make it inside, I might get it shut in time. I lunged down the hall. A door slammed behind me. Shiloh made it into safety. The movement behind told me I might not be so lucky. Behind me, the wolf pounded nearer, silent. Not even the click of nails on tile. The feet of space separating us dwindled to inches. I wouldn't make it. Hands out, I reached, I prayed. The wolf yelped, a squeal of pain. I looked over my shoulder. The wolf had stopped halfway down the hall,
snapping at the air. Toby once said the air felt prickly. Would prickly be enough to stop a wolf? A foot away from the door, almost there. I landed badly on one foot, twisting my ankle, my full weight behind the impact. Stumbling, I hit my knees, and palms first before rolling to a stop on my side. A new target. The wolf, seeming to forget its annoyance, narrowed its eyes and sprang. Growl twisted into a howl of pain when the wards stopped the wolf in midair. It looked like the animal had slammed into a glass wall and slid down, hitting the floor heavily on its side. The wolf scrambled to its feet and ran off, away from me. I emerged once I heard it on the steps, listening to it run down to the foyer and down the hall to the guest suite. A howl from the backyard, followed by another, farther away. I ran downstairs and yanked the hall door shut, and with relief flooding the remnants of my adrenaline away, I twisted the lock. Sagging against the door, I caught my breath, refusing to think how ugly things could have gotten. Damn it, Toby! I clenched my teeth and swore a silent oath. How could you be so stupid? I took a moment to regain my composure before calling the girls. All clear. The doors opened, faces peering out in unison. Shiloh flinched when the wolf howled, distantly. I knew what she was thinking. It would never be distant enough. I couldn't think of any other way to get into the house, unless Toby was some sort of spider wolf and had climbed through a bedroom window. We headed to the tri-suites and locked the doors shut behind us. Finding some bean and cheese burritos in the freezer, I unwrapped a few and stuck them in the microwave. Dahlia sat at the snack bar, toying with the sugar bowl, looking very much like she'd lost her best friend. Unfortunately, I wasn't going to be good at consoling, now that her sweetie had turned monster on her. I could commiserate, I supposed, considering my sweetie had his own troubles. But misery doesn't always like company. That was what made my job so damned hard. Even Shiloh seemed abnormally perceptive of the situation. She leaned against the counter, not looking at either one of us. As soon as the microwave beeped, she pulled out a burrito, wrapped it in a paper towel, and beelined it to her room. "Dad's on his way," she said. "Call me when he's done yelling." My stomach tumbled. Sometimes a hard job was infinitely easier. When Rodrian showed up, I had to invoke the Sophia to calm him down. He didn't do a quiet angry like Marek. Rodrian was a yeller and a fist waver. Dahlia crouched against a beanbag chair in the corner and endured his interrogation, only speaking to answer questions and clamming up when he yelled over her. Eventually, I realized he could probably go all night long and decided it was time to intervene. Despite my empathic touch, he'd continued to seethe. He made plans to stay the night in the spare bedroom, so I went to bed. No point in sticking around when I had work in the morning, especially with the looks he kept shooting at me. I slept rather soundly, considering I'd gotten chased by my first werewolf. Guessed the demonstration of my wards in action did wonders for my peace of mind. "I'll kill him," Rodrian paced in the den. I watched him over my mug of Insta-tea. Bright morning sunshine streamed in through the windows behind him, but he seemed immune to the cheer. So much for thinking he'd be calmer after sleeping on it. "Get rid of him, or I'll kill him with my bare hands." "Rode, sit down already." "Don't tell me to sit down." "I've had it, Sophie. First he had his buddies follow Shiloh to scare her, now this. It's stupid letting him stay here." "I trust him." "Really? That's a comfort. I asked you to keep Shiloh here so she'd be safe. This is not safe." "Shiloh's fine. He wouldn't have hurt her." Dally said that wolves don't go after DV blood.
Shiloh isn't DV enough, Sophie. Remember? She's too human. You said so yourself.
Shit. Maybe he's right. I know how bad it looks, but I trust him, Rode.
Well, I don't.
I angrily snatched at his power, trying to cut through the verbal bullshit, and almost choked when I realized what he really felt. I don't believe it. You're jealous.
Not jealous, concerned. What if he tries something when I'm not here?
He lowered his tone.
Just get rid of him, please, before someone gets hurt.
The doorknob to the guest suite rattled. I'd forgotten that I latched it the night before. Immediately, I walked out to the foyer, intending to unlock it for Toby.
Don't.
Rodrian followed me to the foyer. I whirled around and pointed at him. I'm going to talk to him. You stay here. He began to protest, but caught himself, pressing his lips into spiteful lines.
Fine, he said. Just yell when you're in trouble.
Thanks for your undying confidence in me. Toby's voice sounded on the other side of the door. I'm coming, I called. Flipping the lock, I cracked the door. He peered through.
Something wrong, Sophie?
Yeah. I looked back at Rodrian, who stood defiantly in the den's doorway, arms crossed in a perfect imitation of his uncompromising brother. Can we talk in your room?
Sure.
He retreated down the hall, and I left the door wide open. I never kept secrets before, and I wouldn't start now. If Rodrian wanted to listen, fine by me. It'd save me the trouble of repeating myself later anyway. You left your outside door open last night, I said.
Well, yeah. I didn't know what time I'd get back this morning, and I didn't want to wake you up.
Well, it's not like anyone slept much. He looked clueless.
Why not?
Why not? Oh, I don't know. How's about you going after Shiloh last night? That's good for starters.
What are you talking about?
Toby sank onto the small love seat, confusion plain on his face.
I stayed in the woods last night. I told you I wouldn't be here.
Come off it, Toby. Can't you just admit you were here? I thought you kept sense in wolf form.
I do, he insisted, and I wasn't here. I tell you.
Oh, so what? You want to tell me it was some other wolf in here last night? I know your wolf eyes.
I got plain old wolf eyes. They're nothing special.
Toby, please. I lowered my voice to an urgent whisper. You're in a lot of trouble. Rode wants to break your neck for going after Shiloh. If I don't convince him I can control you, I won't be able to stop him.
Sophie, did you ever see me shift before?
No, but does it matter? A wolf went after Shiloh, and Rodrian is gunning for you. Who else could it have been? Toby groaned and covered his face with his hands.
I knew it. I told you he'd never stop following me.
Great, I yelled. You're having friends over? Couldn't wait until there wasn't a moon out?
It wasn't a friend. It was Tanner. I told you, Sophie.
Really? You want me to believe that was a ghost?
You better, because it was Tanner. Except he's getting powerful. Someone is feeding it power. And if it gets any stronger, it's going to be real for good. And that would be very bad. For me, and for you.
Yeah, right. Tanner never tried to kill you.
Well, he knows I took an oath to salvage his wolf. He wouldn't like knowing I tried to ensure his wolf met up with a great pack.
I sat down heavily, unable to stand up when my knees went to mush. What are you saying, Toby? His ghost won't stay a ghost? Can't you get it to leave?
Told you. There's only one way.
Rode will never buy that.
If he's smart, he will. Tonight, I'm going to prove it wasn't me.
determination made him sound grim. He wasn't serious very often, but when he was, it was like he'd become someone else. "You're gonna watch me change. If you change in this house, it'll be right before Road kills you. Then make sure he doesn't." His voice was hard. "I haven't done anything wrong. Don't let something happen that you'll regret." My gut instinct knew he told the truth, and his forceful attitude convinced me to believe him. I couldn't live with myself if I didn't give him the chance to prove his innocence. I didn't want Rodrian to hurt him if he was innocent either. If I couldn't trust Toby, he couldn't stay. And being less than fond of kicking orphans out into the street, I didn't want to make that decision until there was no other choice. Toby was right. This was the only way to prove it hadn't been him and solve all those problems. "All right, I'll tell Rode. Just stay out of sight today, okay? Don't give him an excuse." As I headed to the door, I remembered something else. "I thought you might be hungry today. Bethany made ham and loaded up your fridge."
"Oh, ham."
His eyes lit up with delight. "Thanks. I owe you one." "Not that crap again," I retorted, and left. Chapter 29. That evening, Toby sat cross-legged inside a huge steel cage, trying to look nonchalant about sitting in his shorts in front of a room full of hostile strangers. I didn't like the cage. The bars were a prison, humiliating and dehumanizing. However, it was the only way Rodrian would agree to Toby's request. He wouldn't take any chances, he'd said. I glanced up at Dahlia and Shiloh, who were sequestered on the top of the stairs, close to the safety of the office. They had a clear view of the cage down in the foyer, but were well out of harm's way. Rodrian stood with them, staring imperiously down at the cage, like an emperor waiting for a sacrifice. The foyer itself had been closed off completely. Even the pocket doors of the dining room had been drawn out. The white walls seemed endless and encapsulating. A cage of its own. 7 of Rodrian's men surrounded the 4 sides of the cage, standing against the walls. They stood as impassively immobile as the Buckingham Guard. Earlier, upon their arrival, Greco had lifted his chin at me in greeting. Khan had given him a harsh, reprimanding glare, which I knew Greco must have privately blown off. He liked me more than he respected Khan. Khan took up position in front of the door, facing Rodrian. He wore a sinister smile, as if he'd been promised he'd get to hurt someone tonight. It only made me hope he'd end up in a friendly fire accident. I was torn between my loyalty to Rodrian and my concern for Toby. I'd glanced up at Rodrian several times, but he wouldn't even look at me. He gave me the clear impression he was still angry that I'd go through this much trouble for a wear. Well, screw him, I thought. Toby had never shown anything other than goodness since he'd followed me home. I wouldn't cut him out of my life until I had proof he needed cutting. He'd get the chance that Rodrian hadn't given me, when Merrick dropped off the grid and decided that abandoning me was easier than dealing with his stupid issues. Double screw him with a wire brush. I wandered back to the cage and crouched next to it, alongside Toby. "You okay?" I said in a low voice, but it carried in the silence, amplified by the natural acoustics of the room. I didn't have to look at Rodrian's face to see his disgusted expression. He broadcast it at me, making sure I had no doubts about how he felt. "Jerk," I muttered. Raising my mental barriers, I blocked Rodrian out. "Not you," I added when Toby looked at me questioningly. "It's okay," he said.
After a pause, he added, "Soon. It'll be soon."
Is it going to hurt?
He shook his head. "I've been doing this for too long for it to really hurt anymore. It's just how it is."
Oh.
I thought it sucked when someone had to accept pain as a normal part of life. It's ugly, though. You don't have to watch if you don't want. I promise I won't go nowhere." He reached over and poked at the cage before looking back over his shoulder at the faces staring down at him. "And you probably want to back up. It gets pretty messy."
I'm not going anywhere.
I was determined to conquer my fear of wares once and for all. If I couldn't witness this, I'd be sunk.
We're going to show them all, together.
Despite the cage and the impending change, he managed to smile. But it wavered. "I guess we are. And how?" The how trailed off into a sound of pain, soft and full. Slowly, he pushed to his feet, but ran out of room. Hunched over, he glanced at me and shook his head. Tall kid in a cage too short for him. It wasn't right. He stretched his arms, looking stiff as he hooked his fingers into the iron grid above him and hung his head. "Are you ready?" Before I could say no, he dropped into a hunch again, curling into a tight ball and hugging his knees. Pain drew his brows down, and beads of perspiration began to glisten on his temples. Toby's breathing quickened, and he rocked, trying to ride out the pain.
Toby?
I whispered. Oh. His voice melted into a moan. "Back up." Breathing became panting, labored gasps of pain. Powerless to help him, I clung to the cage, unable to slip even a hand through to touch him. He rolled his eyes toward me, the look full of desperation and madness and agony. He stopped breathing, stopped rocking, just stopped. His eyes glazed over. "Toby?" I tapped nervously on the cage. "Toby! Toby!" "What are you doing?" called Rodrian. "He's not breathing. Something's wrong with him." I banged at the cage, trying to make him move. "Toby!" "Back away!" Rodrian's voice was taut. "No, something's wrong." "Back away, Sophie. Do it now." Without warning, Toby exploded. Really exploded. His flesh cracked like thick wax, splitting down his arms, his back. It split and spread as something bigger struggled to free itself of its shell. With a roar, it erupted from the encasement that had once been Toby's body, fragments flying and splashing in all directions. I recoiled, pelted by chunks of wet, congealed flesh as I stood 2 feet away from the emerging wolf. Toby's neck cracked, his head separating from his shoulders, and he shook it free. It slid loose and fell, hitting the side of the cage like an empty hat. For a brief moment, I could still see Toby's features on it. It looked like a latex mask, mouth open in a silent scream, before it began to melt into itself. I ripped my eyes away from his discarded human face and looked up into his new one. Wolf. Free of the old skin, its features rapidly filled out. The snout pushed itself longer into a muzzle. He bit away the waxy flesh from his claws that scraped away the huge chunks that still clung, glistening to his slick new form. The wolf, drenched in slick gel, looked matted and newborn. Stretching his hind legs one at a time, he pointed his nose toward me, sniffing, scenting me, before turning to examine the others in the room. And just like that, there he was. Full wolf, standing a few feet from me. No menace, no threat.
I forgot the slime that dappled me and approached the cage, staring in wonder. Toby? The wolf yawned once before shaking himself vigorously, spraying me with sticky globs of werewolf glue. I yelled and backed up. Too late. Toby barked softly, almost a chuckle. Laugh it up, I warned. I can always have you fixed. Rodrian shot me a bolt of power and a look of impatience as he descended the stairs. Is it done? Yeah, I guess. I remembered why Toby was imprisoned and decided to get the trial over with. Toby paced around the cage, turning to face the girls for inspection. Rodrian gestured to the girls, drawing them forward to the balcony railing. Is this the wolf that attacked you last night? Dahlia still looked a little dumbstruck by Toby's transformation, her mouth open in a tiny O. Shiloh gave her a rude jab with her elbow. Quit staring like that, you freak, she hissed, before leaning over the rail. Is he in there good? He can't get out, can he, Dad? He's secure, he replied. Even if he broke out of the cage, he wouldn't get far. On cue, the goon squad moved as one, and metal gleamed in each man's hand. What do you call that? I put my hand on my hip and pointed at Khan's gun. A precaution, he replied. Shiloh, can you see it? She shook her head. I want to get closer. Don't show off, he warned. I can't see, Dad, and I'm not going to let you shoot Sophie's friend just because I can't see. Remember, Sophia. Khan's voice cut through the tension. He smiled at me with all his teeth. It was feral, not friendly. Human shields are not very effective shields. He followed it up with a touch of his power. A cold squeeze on my shoulders, a rub on the back of my neck. It was intimate, and it was terrifying. There was no way he'd miss at this distance. I knew there was no reason he'd want to. I met Khan's eyes once, and silently begged him to back off, just once. He returned my plea with an up-and-down glance, appraising, not caring. I was just food to him. It's all I would ever be. I had to let it go and stop seeing change where I wanted to see it. Greco? I didn't take my eyes off Khan. Can you keep him from shooting us? Just get this over with, Soph. He sounded restrained. The sooner we can leave, the better. Shiloh drifted down the steps, one step at a time, chewing her lip. I held out my hand to her as she hesitated on the steps. It's okay. I swear, Shy. Hand in hand, we stepped back up to the cage and Shiloh scrutinized him. Toby sat on his haunches and waited for his judgment. Dad? Shiloh's grip would leave a bruise if she didn't relax. I don't think he's the one I saw. You don't think? Rodrian's tone sounded impatient. No, it's not. The other one was shiny, like sparkly. It kinda glowed. I looked down at Toby. She was right. Toby didn't have the same sheen of power along his fur. He looked like a regular wolf. Why hadn't I noticed? Maybe I still had were-gunk in my eyes. Or, more likely, my brain was still chasing down my senses, which had fled screaming when Toby's body broke apart and a wolf spilled out. And it was way meaner, she said. Toby looks like a puppy. The tip of Toby's tail twitched a little, and I narrowed my eyes at him. If he sat up and begged, I'd leave him kennelled all night. Sophie, said Rodrian, can you get him to act mean? I rolled my eyes. Sure, I said. Hey, Toby, want to know what Rode said about you? He said you were mangy. Toby cocked his head at me as if I'd gone nuts. He said you were too poor for fleas. And, I added with a devilish smirk, he said you were puny, pathetic, and probably a virgin. The wolf gave me a narrow-eyed glare and stood up. Suddenly, he dropped into a crouch, looking ready to spring, and snarled viciously at Rodrian. Toby had gone from 0 to rabies in 2 seconds flat. That's great, Soph. Rodrian's voice sounded weary. Really great. Hey, no problem. I could be a jerk too, when I wanted to be. Shiloh didn't seem afraid anymore, just curious. She hunched down, her hands on her knees, and scrutinized him. Toby's ears perked forward, the growl quieting, and tail wagging just a moment before he moved to the side so he could see around her. Glaring at Rodrian, he snarled again. Shiloh laughed. It's not him, Dad. What? He had to raise his voice over the racket the wolf made. Shh, Toby! I said it's not him. She looked over her shoulder to her father. The wolf that was here last night was different. Do you agree, Dahlia? Yes, Rodrian. It wasn't Toby last night. The other one was bigger, darker, and sounded different. Fine. Tell him he's off the hook then. You tell him, I said. He can hear you just fine. Rodrian spared me a look that said he'd rather not. I'll be at my desk. Wait, I need the key. I held out my hand expectantly. He paused mid-step and turned back to me. For what? To let him out, I said. Shiloh's brave front dissipated, and she hot-footed it back upstairs with a squawk. Rodrian cocked his head. Why would you do that? You can't leave him in there all night. Sure I can. Just because he wasn't the one to attack Shy last night isn't a reason to let him run loose in the house. So put everyone upstairs and I'll let him outside. Not everyone. They stay. He jerked his head toward the muscle. I glanced around at their faces to Khan, who smiled at me deliberately and cocked his weapon. It's not necessary, I insisted. Yes, it is, Rodrian said, and pressed his power forward to touch me. He was a storm cloud of worry. This entire display wasn't because he wanted to make me miserable for sticking up for Toby. He was worried. For Shiloh and for me, and for what could have happened last night when he wasn't here to protect us. Concern and guilt, and some pathological need to appear tough in front of his men when all he wanted to do was carry us away in a safe hug. I met his eyes, recognizing what he felt and understanding why he was doing this. Swallowing hard, I willed the sting of tears to melt back down. I hated knowing that I put this terrible strain on him in order to protect someone else. He waved Shiloh and Dahlia away, and they disappeared into the office. Once the door was closed, he signaled to Khan. Without as much as one of his classic glares, Khan simply led the guards out the front door. Rodrian came downstairs to stand next to me in front of the cage. You don't make it easy. Make what easy? He made a noise as he took the lock off the door. Taking care of you. Huh, I said softly. I guess I don't. He gave Toby one last dirty look. If you ever... The wolf sat motionless, meeting his gaze without wavering. Rodrian pocketed the lock and opened the door, standing between us. I reached up to him, laying my hand on his shoulder, and brushed my mind against his to reassure him. For a brief moment, we connected. Okay. Rodrian followed his men outside and closed the door, leaving me alone with a werewolf in an open cage. Toby padded out and sat at my feet, a plaintive look on his face as he licked his chops. "What?" I asked him. "It's not like I have any treats." His yip sounded like laughter as we headed for his rooms. I didn't say anything as I let him out through the back door in his suite. Even though I knew that the wolf was Toby, even though he looked at me with complete comprehension, I still felt uncomfortable talking to him. What would I have said anyway? It's not like he could have answered me back. I let him out onto the patio and pulled the door shut against the wind. When I'd gotten back to the foyer, I slid the bolt shut. The thought of someone sneaking in again was not an appealing one. Dahlia lingered in the foyer. "Is he okay?" I shrugged. "Fine, I guess." He wagged his tail on the way out. Wagged his... Oh, guts. She hugged her arms around herself. That was the strangest thing I have ever seen. Me too, I think. I knew he was where, I just never... Put the face with the fur? She grinned. Something like that. It just never seemed like an issue. Yeah, we're from different worlds, but that shouldn't mean we can't... She broke off and cracked her fingers one by one. I mean, I know I just met him and I can't profess to know all there is to know about him, but I sort of feel like I do. I know him. Something inside me recognizes something inside him, and... Dahlia folded her hands over her heart and gazed at the door to his wing. He makes me feel like I'm 17 again. And I haven't been 17 for a very, very long time. I couldn't respond. One part of me wanted to make a tremendously smart-assed remark about just how long indeed. But another part, a quiet, sad part, simply wanted to hold her. Because I remembered what 17 felt like. My own 17 was spent in love with a boy from the wrong side of the tracks. A school-skipping, pot-smoking, never amount to anything delinquent, who loved me better than I'd ever known. He taught me how to explore my deepest shadows so that I wouldn't be afraid of them. And he taught me a great deal more in the shadows behind the mall, where he'd hung out on weekends. In return, I taught him that pot was stupid and skipping school only got you in trouble. And all in all, my never amount to anything Jared amounted to a huge amount, after all. Was that how Dahlia felt about Toby? Could it be she'd discovered her unforgettable love? I would do nothing to deter her from the thought, from the feeling of 17 again. Every person who ever lived should have that blessing at least once in their life. Otherwise, we'd never be able to claim that we'd lived in the first place. I looked carefully at her. "Are you going to be okay with him?" She pursed her lips, reflecting. "I'll be okay with it, I think. It was just startling the way he just came out of his body like that. I never saw anyone shapeshift before. But I think I can get used to that. It was almost exciting." She wore a look completely unfitting for a vegan. And messy, I reminded her. The globs of werewolf juice had dried to itchy patches of crusty yuck, and I couldn't stand knowing I had Toby's bodily fluids all over me. I'm heading up for a bath. Truthfully, it wasn't only decontamination from Toby's biohazard that I wanted. I just needed a little time in the shower to hide the brewing, slow, hot tears, and to mourn the loss of my own 17. Just one more time. At least now I was glad for someone else's 17. Hope for Dahlia's future kept me from dwelling in my past. It definitely made for a shorter shower. Bonus right there. Chapter 30. Pontian had contacted Rodrian to arrange a consult. He wanted to evaluate Shiloh's condition. She was extremely unhappy about it when she found out. I would have been too, but there was no alternative. She'd lost enough weight that her face looked gaunt. She'd even lost interest in her friends, opting instead to lay in front of the TV, falling asleep on the couch. Shiloh was beginning to fail. We had no choice. She, of course, saw things differently.
Why do we even have to do this at all, Dad? I'm 17. I should be picking a college and planning for prom and making out in the back seat of a car. Instead, I have to see weird old doctors who talk about blood and Lucian and forcing me to be something I'm not. Why can't I just be normal?
It's not that you're not normal, Shy. Rodrian sat on the edge of his desk, hands in his pockets.
What do you call it? Luke's already been accepted at state. I haven't even filled out pre-apps.
She paced toward the stereo and popped open the cabinet, stooping down to look through the stacks of CDs stored inside. There's time. We don't have to rush that.
But this we have to rush? The gross stuff?
It's our way, Rodrian said firmly.
Yeah, well, your way sucks. I'm glad it's not mine. I hope it never is. I just want to be normal.
You're demi-vampire. When Pontian's through treating you, you will be normal.
No, I won't.
She sagged into the high-backed chair next to my desk like a fragile toy. Even her fighting spirit drained quickly these days.
I'll never be the same.
You'll be healthy, strong. You won't feel powerless.
I'll be alone.
Her voice was tiny. I knew that feeling. That one that made voices sound tiny and confidence shrink and hearts feel crumpled. Rodrian didn't seem to, though. He only sounded confused. How do you figure?
Oh, I don't know. I'm guessing Luke will run screaming the first time my fangs pop out, and he'll probably break up by a text message. That kind of alone.
What about us? I sat down my desk, switching on the monitor and loosening my towel turban so that I could dry my hair. Shiloh whipped a contemptuous teen look at me.
No offense, Sophie, but you're not my type. And anyways, you'll probably just die of old age long before Dad decides to show any gray. I'll still be trying to get into college when they have your funeral.
I dropped out of the conversation then. She'd tossed me too brutal a mental image to hold up an argument. Shiloh, you know what she meant. You're not losing your family.
Oh?
The tears began to thicken her voice, and she stomped over to my desk to snatch a tissue from the pop-up box on the edge.
What do you call what happened to Uncle Merrick?
This isn't about him.
No, it's about me. If I don't cusp, I don't ever have to worry about evolving. I won't end up shunned and hated by everyone on the planet.
You'll just be dead. Rodrian seemed to finally lose patience. Is that better?
It'll be easier than this.
She grabbed a tissue from the box on my desk before turning away to blow her nose.
I don't care.
She wavered, staring down at her tissue. Shy? Prompted Rodrian.
Something's wrong,
she said quietly.
Something bad.
She lifted the hand holding her tissue, turning to face us. Blood streamed from her nose.
Daddy?
Her voice trailed off before she fainted. Shiloh had revived, and we got her into bed. Despite my years of emergency room experience, I'd never seen such a severe nosebleed. Shiloh choked on the blood and vomited a bright red puddle on her comforter. Want to talk helpless? Try being me, knowing she needed to be cauterized, knowing I had no clue how much blood she could lose before she crashed. I ended up pinching her nose and putting a frozen burrito on the back of her neck. I knew she'd be okay when she stopped gagging and asked if I'd mind putting the burrito in the microwave when we were done. The laugh would have been a good one if there weren't so many blood-soaked towels on the floor. Rodrian had called Pontian after carrying Shiloh into her room. Pontian arrived within the half hour, making me wonder how close he'd been, or by what strange means he traveled. I didn't really want an answer to either question. The less I knew about the healer, the better. It wasn't his lack of bedside manners that bothered me. I'd worked with plenty of people like that, and simply had made up for their deficiencies with kindness of my own. Pontian's healing abilities were more than evident to me, and I'll even go as far to admit I was curious about DV medicine. There was one thing I didn't like. One thing that made me acutely uncomfortable about his presence, so much so that I had successfully avoided asking him when I would finally be off coffee quarantine. That should put it in complete perspective. I was willing to continue starve myself just so I didn't have to endure being near him, even if only to ask the million-dollar question. Was I cured yet? That one tiny thing was that Pontian could read minds. It was more than a DV talent. It was a sign of brinking. Pontian was old, and he was close to the edge, where the line between DV and vampire was a hazy blur. It wasn't that I was afraid he'd eavesdrop on my thoughts. I suspected he'd taken himself to that edge on purpose, because he wanted, no, craved, the power and the spike of strength the brinkage would lend to his healing abilities. That kind of play was dangerous. He flirted with damnation and didn't seem to mind the risk. It rubbed me the wrong way, on a deeper level than my being faithful or oracular. I just didn't trust someone who would be willing to die for the chance to grab more power. I knew Khan was the same kind of man. Just because Pontian practiced healing arts didn't make him noble. Pontian examined Shiloh, taking a blood sample and her vital signs, before making her drink a small glass of remedy. It looked light years more appealing than the revitalizer he'd once made for me. Considering how the yucky revitalizer had kept me from dying of severe blood loss, I couldn't fault him. Still, yuck. I knew looks were usually deceiving, and I didn't envy Shiloh the experience of drinking Pontian's home brew. I tucked her in and watched her drift off into a limp sleep. Stroking her hair away from her damp forehead, I sat on her bed and fought tears, knowing that she struggled in so many ways, knowing I couldn't take this burden from her. All I could do was stand by and try to absorb some of the overflow. Her battle was hers alone to fight. Helpless, damn near useless. As I pulled Shiloh's bedroom door closed behind me, the sounds of men's voices echoed down the hallway. Walking quietly toward the office, I stretched my awareness inside to determine who was there. Rodrian was clear, and if I didn't have ears, I'd swear he was alone. I couldn't feel Pontian at all. I wondered if he'd ever be willing to examine my barriers, since he had the ability to get inside people. Maybe after Shiloh got better, I would be brave enough to ask him.
"We will begin in 2 weeks, when I return."
Pontian's words sounded like granite. He'd never be able to play a doctor on TV, unless someone wrote in a storyline for McScary.
2 weeks?
Rodrian said. I thought we had more time.
You don't. Her vascular system is losing integrity. That nosebleed wasn't the first. And did you think to tell me about the bruising?
There was an uncomfortable pause.
You didn't even know, Pontian continued.
I suspected as much.
She is your child, Thurso. Need I remind you how important she is? I would have started an hour ago, had my schedule been more accommodating. 2 weeks. You have time to make arrangements. She can be treated here, but I will require the amenities we discussed. Of course.
Rodrian murmured his acquiescence. The conversation sounded more or less over, so I walked into the office. Rodrian sat behind his desk, making notes on a legal pad. He didn't even look at me. Settling his overcoat down upon his shoulders, Pontian flipped the collar straight before picking a satchel off the floor.
Ah, Sophia, you look much better.
Yeah, I put the speedy in speedy recovery, I replied. I supposed someone as old as Pontian had a loose grip on the idea of time. I refrained from reminding him it had been quite some time since my bout with anemia. I'm relieved that you'll be helping Shiloh. She's got us worried. Pontian ran a hand over his hair, a shocking mix of red and white. My grandmother once told me that true red hair never turned white. Rather, it faded. Pontian's hair bore 2 distinct colors that mingled without blending. He had no faded red. The white was defiantly silver.
I'm surprised you didn't call me. You of all people, Sophia.
Rodrian made no reply, but he stopped writing. His gaze remained on the desk, and I knew guilt ate at him, despite his attempt to keep his emotions concealed.
I am glad you'll be here, Sophia. Blood rush is dangerous, even under controlled circumstances. She'll need you.
Pontian shouldered his bag and walked to the door.
2 weeks. If you notice any dramatic change, call.
I waited until the front door slammed behind him before speaking. Not that it made any difference. Amenities? What kind?
He'll create a clinic here for Shy, he said. It needs a separate entrance, since there will be a lot of people coming and going, but it will be secure. The garage should be big enough.
That much space? I knew the garage was a pretty big place, even though I'd only opened the door and glanced in once or twice. The garage had 4 bays in front, 2 of which had draped vehicles parked in them. There was an equally spacious storage area behind them. Garage? Smirage. Try warehouse. We'll have to build a recovery room, a storage room for the treatment, and a lounge. Oh? I almost laughed. A lounge. I didn't know clubbing was part of the therapy.
It's not for Shiloh, he said flatly. It's for the donors.
I struggled to find a response, but failed.
Treatment starts with stored blood. She'll be sedated, and Pontian will gastric tube it in. But once she begins to cusp, she'll need live sources. She'll have to be taught how to feed. He shrugged and flipped the pages over his notepad. We have a good donor pool, and we want to keep them comfortable. They perform a tremendous service.
So, Rodrian needed to build a DV feeding ground in my house. Yuck! These donors. Are they your donors, too?
Rodrian looked unsettled. Gods, no. Not my type. Way too young. College-aged and mostly male. I don't do guys.
Not even for blood?
Not a chance.
Wow, you sound positively phobic.
It's a preference. Chicks taste better and they're nicer to hold. Not to mention they're usually good for a little fun on the side.
All right, enough already. I don't need to hear what a slut you are.
I'm not a slut. I'm a chauvinist. I was only saying that I can usually get them to clean my apartment when we're done.
Enough! I turned to retreat to my rooms, leaving him alone to enjoy his sense of humor. Chapter 31.
Have you been practicing?
I nodded. I've actually improved. Thank you so much, Irene. I can't think of a way to show you my gratitude. She smiled indulgently.
Ah, Sophia. It is to our mutual benefit that you come to full strength. A Sophia can only be of use if she makes the best of her potential. There is no need to thank me. Shall I examine your barriers?
I closed my eyes and raised my barriers, immediately sensing her white light on my periphery. It danced and flitted, tapping along my barriers, as it sought a breach. I kept it in sight, resisting the urge to bunch my barriers beneath her touch. I held them steady, concentrating on maintaining an even, impenetrable wall. I lost track of her somewhere behind me, and detected her only moments before she struck. I thickened my power to stand between us and deflected the blow, pushing her back. Irene clapped her hands.
Sophia, I am truly impressed. You have been working diligently.
I didn't express that our little walk in the park had provided plenty of motivation. I was more determined than ever before to prove to myself I was nothing like her, that I could make a difference in this world without simply excising the broken parts. Increasing my defensive abilities was a bonus, especially since I knew even the good guys had killer instincts. So I chose the more diplomatic route and displayed a mild smile. I practice as often as I can. I admit that I feel better now. Barriers help me keep separate from everyone else around me. I didn't realize how stressed out I've become. I like being apart again. Since manifesting, it seemed like I constantly was in contact with everyone around me. At least now I have space.
Yes, she agreed. Space and sanity.
Exactly. Thank you for that gift, Irene.
Do not mention it. It is easier to perform your sacred duties when you have control.
Yes, it is. The barriers don't hold me back at all. If anything, I think I've grown stronger. Irene leaned toward me, lifting her chin and peering at me intently, dark eyes glittering beneath her lush lashes.
How so?
I can't explain it, really, I said. It's still so new. But it seems like now that I have barriers, the Sophia has more space and has grown to fill it. Now it's braver, more confident.
Interesting.
She rolled her lips together, as if freshening her lipstick, and spread her hands.
Of course, always having been in control of my Sophia, I have no weaker state to which I can compare.
I refrained from making a face. Just had to be the superior, didn't she?
But yes, she said, I do recognize your description of the power filling you. I wonder if there is a way to judge your progress.
I had an idea, but it was one I wasn't willing to share. Rodrian could taste me again, and compare. Knowing Irene would have plenty of objections, I tried to forget the idea. It would only cause too many problems. I'd spent enough nights lying awake thinking about him and the relationship we had. No matter what I aimed for, nothing fit, because Merrick always loomed. Despite all that happened to Merrick, and all I had learned about what really happened, I still loved him, and knew any other man would only come second. And yet, the first thing that came to mind was sharing blood with Rodrian. How messed up was that? Of course, I couldn't discuss any of this with Irene. but part of me really wished she was different, just so I could.
Well? Her voice broke through my reverie. I'm not sure what else I can teach you. You have strong barriers. You exercise them. Your strength has improved because of it. I suppose it is all up to you now to be the best Sophia you can be.
She stood and smoothed her skirt into place.
Soon I will return to my lands. My business here is nearly complete, and I grow longing for home once again.
But we
have done much more than I originally thought you could ever accomplish. You did seem to be such a hopeless case when we first met.
Gee, thanks, I thought. But the cannons and the circlet. You've told me so little.
We will write, Sophia.
Irene laughed and clasped my hands.
We will correspond. I am not leaving you forever.
Great. Another pen pal. Although I could live without her condescending tone of voice, it wouldn't be the same as the one-on-one training she'd given me. Then again, no more slaughtered prevamps. For once, I'd like to not be conflicted. Diplomacy must rule, I decided, since the Sophia Society was too small to alienate one of them. Will you have dinner at my home before you leave? At least let me show you my gratitude. She nodded once, bending her head low with an elegant bow.
I would be delighted to dine at your home and look forward to it. You are most gracious. Dorcas, what day would be best for us to say farewell to our Sophia? Thursday, madam.
Irene lifted her eyebrows at me, waiting for my response. I shrugged. Thursday would be perfect. I'll arrange a car for you.
That is most appreciated. Not a cab?
No, not a cab. I remembered her disdain for public transportation. I'll send a driver. She smiled.
That will suffice. Please, no sooner than 8 o'clock. You know I take my meals late.
Of course. Quietly, I rejoiced. It was hours earlier than I'd been going to dinner with her. 8 o'clock was practically tea time compared to our usual meetings. As I waited for the elevator to arrive, I mused over which approach I should use to let Rodrian know I'd just volunteered his chauffeuring services. The next evening, as I read over my column work in the den, I heard the growl of Rodrian's Audi outside. Has Pontian called? Rodrian didn't even say hello. He barely paused to take off his coat before ducking behind the bar and rooting through the fridge. I shook my head. No, why? I haven't heard from him since Monday, and there's a shipment of clinic supplies arriving tomorrow. Monday? You didn't mention that. Yeah, well, it was a strange call. He wanted me to consider changing the clinic site to someplace up in Lackawanna County. That far? Why? Better facility, I suppose. Doesn't matter. She wants to stay here. I just don't know why he hasn't shown up yet. Merrick didn't mention anything. I didn't know Merrick was involved. Neither did I. He looked perturbed, and an uncomfortable ripple cut through the feel of his power. But Pontian asked for his new number, so I guess he is. I figured Pontian would be here to set up at least. Well, I said, I didn't see anything on the caller ID, but I'll check again for odd numbers. Rodrian didn't bother with a glass. He popped the lid off a chilled emergency unit and drank it straight. I'd never seen him so distraught that he'd do something so revolting right in front of me. I reached out hesitantly, but he was locked down tight. You don't think he's in trouble, do you? No. I'm just worried about Shy. She's sick with anticipation. I hate to drag it out. I'll do what I can to cheer her up. Maybe Dally will come over and keep Toby busy. He's still trying to make up for the whole wolf thing, even though it wasn't him.
Too late, I realized I'd never told him anything about Tanner's wolf. I didn't think now was a good idea to tell him about the whole ghost wolf thing. Quickly, I improvised.
I think he feels bad for leaving the pet door open.
Not a problem now. The pet door is gone, along with some other unnecessary exits. I made a few security enhancements. He took another long draught, tipping the bottle as he did so. Blood coated the inside of the glass bottle like cough syrup. Big mouthfuls. He had to work his throat around them to swallow. Really? Chugging? Ugh. You know I don't like him, right?
I know.
I drummed my fingers against the tablet on my lap. Two men always meant a conflict, even when love wasn't involved. For once, I'd like to experience harmony.
But I can't turn him out.
I wouldn't ask you to, even though I'd like to. It just seems so crowded here now. Too many people. Funny, I hadn't heard a similar complaint when Brianda stopped by. How would he feel when she and her partner moved in? Totally different, I'd bet.
He's only one more than before.
I know, but it seems like more. Seeing it would be pointless to try to convince him otherwise, I didn't say a word. Looking down at the text I'd been working on, I realized I had lost interest in writing. Column work of the non-Sophia variety, on a topic that seemed trite with Rodrian in the room. I flipped my tablet shut and slid my pen into the spiral. You're working. Rodrian sounded apologetic. Don't let me interrupt, but mind if I stay a while? I thought I'd go over the budget, since I'll be too busy with Shy to do it next week. I waved a hand.
You don't need to ask. You know you belong here as much as I do.
I'm still not so sure about that.
Of course you are. I hate it when you're not here.
He looked surprised. Really?
Sure I do. I know I depend on you too much. I'm trying not to rely on you, but I still look forward to seeing you.
We're family, he reasoned.
Yeah, I guess.
He and Shiloh were as much family as I'd had in a very long time. Dahlia had stood by me when everyone else bailed. And Toby? Well, he was more or less adopted. One big, happy family. Almost.
But it's different than that, too.
He leaned against the bar, arms crossed casually, and swirled the nearly empty bottle from his fingertips. Different how?
I met you because of Merrick, and we kind of fell into brother-sister roles. But I don't feel like that anymore.
I felt his power quicken with curiosity tinged with something else.
Easy, pal. All I mean is that I see you as an individual. Merrick made us like family, but I choose you, on my own, as someone special to me. What I feel comes from within me, not from any duty to your brother.
He nodded. I feel the same, I think. Although, Merrick kind of defined how close I could get to you. If it wasn't for him, I'd have jumped you long ago. Laughing, I tossed a pen at him, and he ducked it with a grin. Sometimes his flirting helped these difficult admissions. Should I be flattered? Maybe. Or relieved. Depends on how you look at it.
You're not going to jump my bones now, are you?
Not with your watchdog sniffing around.
Rode.
He drained the last of the bottle and tossed it into the trash can behind the bar. Don't be mad. I just feel like he's on my turf.
Turf? Isn't that a where thing?
No. He dropped onto the other couch. It's a guy thing. I drew a deep breath. I'd known things were going to have to come to a head sometime.
If you're having guy issues, then we need to seriously talk about what's going on between us.
Rodrian didn't even try to duck the issue. Then we have to talk.
Okay,
I said slowly. His directness put me on guard.
You go first.
He took a deep breath. You know how I feel about you.
I think I do. You don't always say what you mean.
Finding the right words isn't easy.
It's not easy because you have feelings that turn into issues, and you try to cover them all up or explain them away as if you should feel guilty over them.
He chuffed out a held breath. Do you have any idea how hard it is for me? I have no right to pursue you, but I can't deny I'm attracted to you. But it's deeper than skin or blood. You're not shallow. It'd be wrong to have superficial feelings for someone like you. So then I try to figure out how deep my feelings should be, and I hit one of two dead ends.
Which are?
Merrick, for one. I can't stop thinking of you as my brother's woman.
He made it sound like a title.
Super.
Even though he stopped thinking about me as his woman.
You were a significant part of his life. How can I forget that when I still see him?
Frustrated, I looked away. Dead end number 2?
You're the Sophia.
I should have seen that one coming. I'm not a national treasure.
You're closer to one than you think. I'm getting a fair amount of flack, you know, for doing what I've done.
What we've done,
I corrected. This was the first time Rodrian had admitted our blood sampling was having repercussions.
I'm just as much a part of it as you are.
People don't understand. Merrick wanted you safe and secure, which is why he wanted you here. I asked you to take Shiloh in for the same reasons. But people talk. They say I'm coercing you and monopolizing the Sophia for my own gain.
But it's not true. Hearing those rumors made me angry. So did the realization that we weren't even worried about the same things. I thought he'd been agonizing over kissing me and tasting my blood, but he was worried about ownership of property. Men are from Mars, all right. I do the same, if not more, for the DV since I moved here. You haven't monopolized me at all.
I have. His brows were lowered, shadowing his eyes. No friendly spark, just dark mystery. Rodrian's usually telltale eyes were closed off, just like the rest of him. They can see it. You don't.
I guess not. So how have you?
I've taken advantage of you. I never should have tasted you.
Finally, we get to it. It was my choice.
Was it?
He raised his head. His eyes simmered, a hint of the fire they were capable of holding.
You mean, you weren't the least bit seduced?
My face grew hot. I remembered exactly how seduced I'd been, and the memory left me with an uncomfortable mix of thrill and shame. You never forced me.
I don't have to.
A faint fog of sensation crept toward me. I'd become extremely sensitive to his mental caress, craving it and straining to experience it. He didn't need to hold the flame very long before my wick would ignite.
Perhaps I've never lain with you, but I know the taste of your skin, the feel of your flesh, the sound of your breath when we're close. I know what to do to you, and I know how to dissolve your defenses. I'm good at it.
He grasped my wrist, tugging it up to his mouth. I couldn't resist him. The reckless part of me didn't want to resist.
He brushed his lips against my palm, tickling my skin, sending a shoot of thrill to spiral down through me. I felt his breath, the slip of his tongue. I wanted him to taste me. I wanted him to bite, to break my skin, to draw me into him. I wanted it with every quivering ounce of my body. I wanted... With a jerk, I snapped free of the compulsion, snatching my hand out of his grip and pulling it tightly to me, out of his reach. He just sneered. See? His eyes glinted with cruel playfulness. I told you, I'm good at it. Shut up. Suddenly, I didn't want him to say another word. It wasn't sexy. It was mean. A sense of self-loathing made me think that what we did was dirty and wrong, instead of an innocent extension of what we already had. It made me feel so bare, so used, even though I knew it wasn't true. Stop saying that, like I'm just another blood date. I'm more than that, and you know it. That's the problem. If it was only blood or only sex, I'd have no problem taking what I want. But you're more to me than that. He pushed to his feet and paced to the fireplace and back. I love you, Soph. I love you in so many ways. You're my mother, my sister, my lover, my best friend. You are my fucking goddess. But no matter how I love you, it feels wrong.
Oh, Rode,
I whispered. I looked up into his face, those beautiful amber-heated eyes, and pitied him for the distress I saw in them. Love isn't supposed to be wrong. No, it's not. See? See why I have issues?
Yeah, I do.
I nodded and took a deep breath. You need therapy. That's one hell of an Oedipus complex you got there. I can't believe you said I was your mother. You're like 100 years older than I am. Rodrian stared at me for the space of several heartbeats, eyes wide with frantic incomprehension, until the joke finally sank in. He chuckled, his voice shaky from the tension, and he slowly allowed his anxiety to break. Gently, I reached out Sophia's touch and drew away the worst of it, as if I stroked his worried brow with my fingertips. Rodrian closed his eyes, basking in the Sophia's touch, and responded, his power seeking and embracing me. How wondrous, this connection, when everything else could disappear around us just because we sensed each other. Felt the comfort and the familiarity. It didn't have to be blood, or hotness for that matter. I needed the contact, the bridge to another person who really knew me and wanted the same things. We were entwined together, Rodrian and I, just for a single splendid moment before his power receded. See? His face was drawn with regret when he gazed at me. His amber glow illuminated sudden tears. It's all wrong. I'm sorry. Rodrian left the room without another word, leaving me stunned. Shamed, I couldn't think of anything to say that might have stopped him, made him come back. I let him go. Bethany stuck her head into the den. How many for dinner tonight? I shrugged. Irene and Dorcas, if Irene lets her even sit down once. Rodrian is in the office, but I don't know if he'll stay. Shiloh isn't home yet, and Toby... She raised her hand to interrupt. I've already taken care of him. You like him, don't you? I grinned at her. She merely lifted her chin. I have changed my opinion of him. He looks out for you. I will miss him. Miss him? Why? He will soon be gone. She turned and left without embellishing. It took all my restraint not to chase her down and ask her. First it was, badness is coming. And now it was, soon Toby will be gone. What if Bethany had some kind of foresight? I thought about that again. What if she did have foresight? Would I want to know? What if the next thing was about me? Digging my cell phone out of my back pocket, I dialed Shiloh to ask if she'd be home for dinner. The call went straight to voicemail. Figures. She was becoming more and more unreachable. Whenever she hung out with the new crowd, she pretended not to know me, let alone return a call. I heaved a sigh and sent a text instead. Couldn't give up just because she wanted to be difficult. Was this what it was like to be a parent? I felt like I was always on the losing end. Rodrian had asked me to move in so that I could help with Shiloh during her treatment. What had I done? Besides nothing. I was supposed to be her emotional support, her friend and companion, her Sophia. I hadn't been anything lately because I hadn't been able to even get her to stay home long enough to talk to me. I missed our old relationship, back when we pretended I was her aunt, in love with her uncle. Now I was just someone who provided the bare minimum of adult supervision to prevent children and youth busting down the door and taking her away. But Shiloh wasn't a child or a youth anymore, was she? She was 17, which in her mind was as adult as she was ever going to be. Part of me wanted to yell and lock her up in her room, but then I remember my own 17. 17 was the year I had met the boy who became the gold standard of love to me. No one in my life had ever come close to Jared, until Marek found me and taught me I could love again. What if Shiloh had found her gold standard in Luke? I had to trust that she knew what she was doing, because at her age, I had known. Those feelings were real and life-changing, and they couldn't be dismissed. Although I wasn't Shiloh's mom, I loved her. I cared for her. I wanted the best for her and for her future. The difference between me and Shiloh was that she wasn't completely whole. The hypolution was taking its toll on her body and her spirit. Her health was on the line. I rubbed my eyes with the heels of my hands. This parenting thing was tough. No wonder Rodrian's mate was never around. And no wonder he called me to help him. My phone buzzed with an incoming text. I picked up the phone and unlocked the screen. Shiloh? Will wonders never cease? Maybe I was emoting so strongly she could feel me. If that was the case, she was probably telling me to knock it off because her friends could hear me. I wish that was what she had written. In the next moment, I was on my feet, charging upstairs and yelling for Rodrian. Trouble. Tell Dad. Find me. Help. Chapter 32. Brain churning, heartbeat abuzz, I paced the office while Rodrian made call after call. First was Khan, whom he told to meet him at the 10th Street office. Then he went down a contact list, calling each of Shiloh's regular friends to ask if they knew where she was, who she might be with. Each call ended in frustration and the same damned answer. No. No one knew anything, not even who her new friends were. They all assumed she had been staying home, sick. His last call was the worst. I knew who it was, even as he hit the name in the contact list, because his power, for the first time, took on an edge of insurmountable worry and despair. Brianda, he said, his voice tight. Shy's in trouble. I need you to try and pin her down. I covered my mouth with my hands, dropping my shields lower and reaching out to Rodrian. The Sophia had been humming behind my shields, tasting but not drawing away Rodrian's pain. I couldn't bear it any longer. I knew how hard it was for him to tell Brianda her little sister was in trouble. He had lost his son long ago, but decades had passed before he'd begun to heal. Now, he worried he'd lose his daughter. The pain threatened to return. His agony swelled like a flood surge. I opened my gates and welcomed it all, despite the pain it caused me. I took it in, took it down, and sealed it away where it couldn't hurt anyone ever again. He turned to me, his relief evident. "I'll be okay, honey," he said into the phone. "I've got Sophie. She'll take care of me." He said goodbye and hung up. "I've got to go. Con is waiting for me." I wanted to frown at the sound of my old pal's name, but if Con could help bring back Shiloh, I'd hug him to death. It would be a win-win for me. What should I do? Stay here in case she calls or shows up. Call me if you hear anything. Rodrian tilted his head at the doorway and walked out. I trailed behind him to the den, where he went behind the bar, stooping down in front of the fridge and pulled out 2 of his bottles. "I will keep you updated." "I can't just sit here, Rode. Shouldn't I be doing more? Like, what if I sent out a Sophia SOS to all the DV?" "Don't. You don't know who's involved. Just sit tight." He stood and walked back over to me, pulling me toward him and squeezing my shoulders. "I don't want you to worry." "I can't do anything else but." "Yes, you can." He let go of my arms and backed up a step. "I need a favor." "Anything. You don't have to." I was interrupted by the shrill ring of his cell phone. He glanced at the number before picking up the phone to answer. "Con, I'll call back." He listened. "Right. Wait for my call." I could hear Con's voice protesting, even as Rodrian slid the phone shut and dropped it on the bar. Did he find out something? "This is more important. Listen to me. I need your blood. You probably understand already. Your blood gives me a boost, a power shot. I need that now. I have to get my girl back home safe, and I can't let anything keep me from doing it. Your blood can give me the edge I need." "Do it then." I would have done anything he asked. Just please, God, let Shiloh be okay. His need overrode my qualms about the issue itself. It was also naked now. I didn't want to believe I'd become a water fountain of power, so I concentrated on Shiloh, on Rodrian's desperation, on the Sophia and my ability to help. I offered my upturned palm, but he shook his head. His eyes were lit, searing bright. "Too slow. I don't have time to linger. I need it now, and I need it fast." Dropping to his knees in front of me, he lifted my shirt, exposing my belly and the bottom edge of my bra before I could protest. Tilting his head back, he gazed up at me, lips parted, as if wanting to say something. Instead, he sent a sensual touch. It was gentle at first. Then it swelled. It was a constriction around my deep belly, and I reached back to the bar, holding myself up. I closed my eyes and swallowed. Slow, deep waves of pleasure, building. His breath on my bare skin, lips brushing against the curve of my waist, fingers gripping tighter, digging into my hips. He wasn't going to be gentle. Thrill and worry thumped my heart, thumped in lower places, thickening my breath. He inhaled my scent, groaning softly. When he broke the skin, I came dangerously close to having a real good time. My barriers fuzzed out as I drifted on the ebbing tide of sensation, and I followed the stream of my Sophia-laden blood that flowed into him. a tingle of out-of-body sensation. I cradled his head to my side and dug my fingers into his hair while he took 3 strong swallows. My center of gravity shifted, my knees dipped, and he pushed me against the bar for support. His tongue lapped firm lines along my side, rapid strokes to smooth the flesh closed. The bite was deep. It would bleed if he didn't fix the wound. When he stood, he covered his mouth, closed his eyes, flexed his power, let it expand, rolled his shoulders and stared into my eyes. His DV glow was tiger bright and dangerous. His half-smile was ragged, a cocky hint of reckless intentions, as he pulled my chin up and pressed a kiss onto my mouth. It wasn't as chaste as it could have been, but as I was backing down from a breathless edge, I couldn't resist him. A whispered thank you, and he was out the door, faster than I'd ever seen him move. I slid a hand up my side, feeling twin arcs of raised flesh, still wet from his tongue. Couldn't resist looking at my fingers to make sure it wasn't blood. Of course it wasn't. Rodrian wouldn't waste a drop. I'd scar. I knew it. Even if no one would ever see the imprints of his teeth, this exchange was going to mark me forever. As my heart rate slowed and my bones solidified, I leaned, elbows on the bar, remembering the rush and avoiding the thought of inevitable consequences. Spying something on the counter, I picked it up. Oh, shit. Rodrian had forgotten his phone. I gave it 2 hours before I decided it was okay to worry. In the Tri-Suites, I watched the first act of a Bollywood epic. No popcorn, although I drank 2 Gatorades after experiencing a bit of lightheadedness on the stairs. Blood loss, I thought. Need fluids. That in itself was a concern. 2 hours since he'd left. Rodrian's phone was in my left back pocket. My phone was in the right. The house phone, which seldom rang anymore, was on the edge of the chair. Nothing was ringing. For a brief time after he left, I'd stretched my senses out, trying to detect the traces of my Sophia in him. It was a faint glow that diminished while he drove away. Of course, I'd never done clinical trials with that aspect either. All I knew now was that I couldn't feel him. It didn't matter that I had no way of knowing if I should. And, not being able to feel him, I began to think the worst. Blood rush was dangerous, even under controlled circumstances. Didn't Pontian tell us that? And what was going on between me and Rodrian if it wasn't blood rush? I'd seen the high in his eyes. I felt it with my empathy. Rodrian took more this time than he had before. Could be because he thought he needed a bigger dose of my essence. Could be because he was growing tolerant to the rush and needed a bigger dose to get the same effect. Look at nicotine. 1 cigarette was all it took to hook someone, and I was confident blood packed a bigger punch than a Newport. It was hard not to think in pharmaceutical terms right now, and definitely hard not to consider terms like tolerance, knowing dependence could follow close behind. And the terms abuse and addiction lurked nearby, waiting for their opportunity. How about it? Feeling guilty about helping Rodrian run off to certain death had a wonderful way of distracting me from worrying about Shiloh. A bang downstairs signaled Toby's return, and I ran to his room. About time he got back. His cheeks were smacked pink from the cold air, and he smelled like dirt. It was a good, earthy smell that explained why I hadn't been able to reach him on the phone. He'd been playing outside in the woods, wanting some nature time before leaving the stocks. I supposed the city-wear kind didn't have the luxury of rabbit runs in their backyards. "You want me to go help?" He looked ready to run out the door, even though we had no idea where to start looking. I shook my head. What good would it do? Besides, I don't want to be alone. "You mind staying here? I mean, you don't have to hold my hand or anything. Just be in the house. In case?" "Oh, girl." He hooked a long arm around my neck, treating me to the other scents that lingered in his clothing. Crushed leaves and wintry chill. "I'll be right here, in case you need me. I have to pack anyway. Not that it will take long to do that." "Pack?" "Oh." He looked sheepish and grinned. "I'm, gonna stay at Dally's for a few days." "That's great!" I hugged him again. Taking things to the next level? Maybe. For now, it's to give Mr. Rodrian less to worry about, with Shiloh's thing coming up. I wanted to chuckle at his use of Mr. to refer to Rodrian, but now really wasn't the time. "And Tanner's wolf?" He sighed. "Coming with me like always." "Still haunting you, huh?" He shrugged. "One day it'll get gone. I know it." Bethany appeared in the doorway, carrying a tray. "He'll get his chance, Sophia." She shook her head. "I dare say sooner rather than later, the way things are going around here." Great, I thought. Just what I always wanted. A harbinger. Chapter 33. Once I got back to the den, I pulled out Rodrian's phone. Checking his call history, I saw Marek's number. The duration was only a few seconds, too short for an actual conversation. Rodrian still looked for his brother to help. It proved he wasn't confident enough to do this on his own. Then I noticed the time of the call. He'd made it before Con called. Before he drank from me. Could mean nothing, or everything. But it remained that it didn't occur to him to try Marek again before rushing out the door. Should I try Marek? What would I say to him? Marek had brinked, and, like Pontian, could detect thought. Would he suspect what happened with Rodrian earlier? Would he understand? I doubted it. The memory of Rodrian's mental touch, the disconnected pleasure I felt when he urged me to unfeel the pain of his teeth. Always left a wake of guilt and shame. And I didn't mean the simple Catholic kind. Being with Marek never caused me to doubt myself like this. Doing those things were wrong because Rodrian was not the man I should be with. Marek had been more than my lover. He was my soulmate. Just thinking the words made me sad because I truly meant them. I'd only ever loved with the surety of destiny backing me up. A submersing and encompassing complete love. When I was 17, it had been Jared. Sweet, messed up Jared, who loved me back with a desperation, not unlike someone clinging to a ledge, trying not to fall. Marek had loved me the same way, I realized, which was why he was so irreplaceable. Maybe the Sophia made me such a screwed-up case. I'd been fortunate to find Marek, or to have been found by him. But it wasn't exactly as likely as hitting the Powerball. Fate doesn't keep tossing us second chances like that. Lightning, like Marek, wouldn't strike me again. He wouldn't let himself love me ever again. Part of me felt the same way about him. But another part didn't. That's why the guilt, the shame. I didn't love Rodrian the way I loved Marek. I thought we could make a go of something less committed. But Rodrian didn't deserve that.
I didn't give myself over to him because I was holding back for another Merrick. And Rodrian wasn't Merrick, no matter how hard he tried to be. He wasn't doing it for my benefit. He was a Thurzo, dealing with the staggering loss of the head of his family. No one lived 120 years in his big brother's shadow without squinting in the bright light once the shadow disappeared. Rodrian had been having a hard enough time of it on his own without me screwing everything up for him. Holding everything together had been hard enough before he tasted my blood. I hung my head and rubbed my eyes, my guilt and shame nearly suffocating me. I'd known my blood did things to him. At first, I wanted to believe I was doing him a favor, but now I realized what had really happened. Blood Rush had made him think he actually could be Merrick and assume his position and his power. He shouldn't have gone after Shiloh alone, but he did it anyway because it's what Merrick would have done. And Rodrian honestly thought he could handle it. That had been Merrick's downfall. Arrogance. Except where my blood had saved Merrick, had held him back from a terrible fall, Rodrian wouldn't be so fortunate. My blood and the power it gave him would only make a man like him reckless. My throat constricted. Someone needed to go after Rodrian. Sliding open his phone again, I thumbed down to Greco's number. My heart boomed in my ears. Security. His voice was curt, yet polite. He didn't waste words. The sooner he knew a problem, the sooner he could fix it. Gian. It was all I got out before my voice threatened to break. Where are you, Sophie? Home. Where is Rodrian? Shit, I didn't know why I still hoped he was with him. You don't know? I'm coming out there. No, find him. He went after Shiloh. I told him everything I knew, trying to be logical and sequential. Instead, the story flooded out in one huge, filled run-on sentence. He had to interrupt me several times for clarification. Stay home, he said. Don't leave. Don't let anyone in you don't know. Okay. We'll find him. It'll be all right. God, I wanted to believe him. I hung up and pressed Rodrian's phone to my mouth, wondering what doom awaited him. Blood Rush rarely led to happy endings. I took out my own phone, intending to break my date with Irene since I was homebound, and her intended chauffeur was on his way to God only knew what. Her phone went to voicemail, and I redialed. She answered on my third attempt. Sophia, I didn't expect you to call so early. I have to cancel. Hurriedly, I explained Shiloh's disappearance and Rodrian's departure. I left out my concerns about Rodrian's addiction to my blood and my role in his possible demise. She already suspected I was incompetent. No use removing all doubt now. You shouldn't be alone. Her tone was compassionate, but firm. I can hear your distress. I will arrange my own ride and come out at once, and we will wait together for their return. I could have cried. I really needed a friend, and for once, she was being what I needed. Okay, please, hurry. I will. I hung up and huddled on the couch, feeling completely alone for the first time since moving into the stocks. After all I'd done, I deserved to be. Chapter 34. Headlights swept the house like a searchlight, freezing the frost in the slender windows flanking the front door. Irene's here, Toby, I called down the hallway toward the guest suite. He poked his head through the door. Okay, I'm going to get washed. Holler if you need me. The door closed with a staccato echo that tripped out into the foyer. I really needed to lay runner carpets down here. I wiped my hands on my pants and pulled open the door. Irene and Dorcas stood motionless. They must have run up the steps. "Where's your car?" I leaned through the doorway, scanning the driveway, but didn't see the vehicle.
"He parks out of the way, so as not to impede the arrival of others."
"Oh, plenty of room in the driveway. It wasn't like I had to set a folding chair outside to save a parking space. Come in." Immediately, Irene's expression tightened, her nose wrinkling with discomfort.
"Sophia, you must have a dog in here. The smell is overpowering."
"I'll tell the housekeeper to change air freshener." I really didn't feel like entertaining her complaints, and I had no intention of letting her meet the dog. "We can sit somewhere the dog doesn't go." I led her toward the dining room and its formal parlor, but as we passed the den, she paused, pointing to the half-open door and the fireplace beyond.
"That room looks very inviting."
Remembering the wards, I steered her away from the den and toward the open arches of the parlor. Don't I know it? Barney's favorite pillow is in there. He's old, you know, and sleeps by the fire a lot. You'll just get covered in dog hair. We'll be more comfortable in here.
"Dorcas, find the staff and let them know we'll have tea."
Before I could protest, Dorcas disappeared into the forbidden kitchen. Bethany would have my head tomorrow, I thought. Irene raised a placating hand.
"It is acceptable custom for servants to seek out servants of other households. Do not look alarmed. Once you select your personal servant, you will see how convenient is the practice."
I silently disagreed. A short while later, Dorcas reappeared, carrying a laden silver service. I breathed a quiet sigh of relief. At least Bethany didn't come in herself, wearing the stern look that reminded me of hot water and harsh detergent. I'd be spared until morning light. I lost no time in telling Irene everything I could about Shiloh's call for help. So Rodrian went to look for her. I just don't have a good feeling. It was more than a not good feeling. The entire time I was telling Irene about what was going on, I was struggling to keep a clear head. Not groggy, but murky. Opaque. Kind of the opposite of tipsy. When your thoughts were clear, but your mouth was incapable of producing clear speech. I had difficulty corralling my thoughts. It was like trying to scrape gravy together with my fingers. Could it be from the earlier blood loss? I couldn't ask Irene, and I couldn't risk dwelling on it. Anemia affected me in a strange way since the Sophia emerged, and I only hoped it wouldn't impair whatever help I could offer now.
"I'm sure he will find her in a place she frequents. Children run toward the familiar when they need comfort."
I don't know. I shook my head. Shiloh has new friends lately, and neither I nor Rodrian has met them. What if they are behind this? My gut nagged my head, trying to spark the leap of intuition. Something was missing. Something that should have been apparent all along. Something that seemed to be clouded. I strained at the clues, but it felt as if I couldn't think past a certain point. I just couldn't get to that conclusion. How much blood had Rodrian taken? My head swam, my thoughts were muddled. Sighing, I sank into the striped love seat near her, feeling defeated. I'm so worried I can't think straight. This déjà vu-y feeling is keeping me from seeing things clearly. Her dark eyes glittered like obsidian, cold and hard and completely not matching the soothing tones of her voice.
You must relax now. You are not alone. I will help you see the truth. We will find the answers together.
I nodded, breathing deeply and forcing my muscles to loosen, pushing my shoulders down. Her voice continued its soothing drone.
You have great power, but anxiety restrains it. We will combine our strength. We will surpass this minor obstacle.
I closed my eyes and drifted into the Sophia's core, lulled by the comfort Irene exuded. I heard footsteps and a thump of swinging door as Dorcas came in from the kitchen, and her power came up on my Sophia radar. Immediately I pulled barriers, instinct warning. Dorcas's power was gigantic. No longer the sphere I'd encountered during the barrier practices. It loomed, mammoth like a storm front, uncontained. It was all wrong. I focused on maintaining an even breath and calm expression. I failed. Dipping my head, I rubbed at the creases between my brows. My poker face sucked.
Sophie?
Irene's voice held polite concern. Just worried. Shiloh is so young, so scared. Who knows what trouble she might be in? Real alarm spread through me, providing emotional clues I couldn't fake if I needed to. I permitted it to tremble my chin and waver my words, enforcing the impression I was deeply distressed over Shiloh. As I chattered, I added a thick underlayer of barrier and used the Sophia sight to explore the boundary of Dorcas's power. The rail-thin matron stood passively near the door, but her boundary extended far past her body, like the bloated abdomen of an engorged tick. It was darker than her usual dark, reddish-black and toxic. It moved, stretching and receding. It wasn't right. Irene fluttered her eyes and sipped at her tea, pausing her soothing stream of near-whispered comfort. As I watched her, I felt my alarm fade. Dorcas's power loomed as menacing as ever. I should still be alarmed. When Irene smiled, she showed teeth, white and gleaming. Teeth. Threat. A flash of predator. Déjà vu smothered. Her comfort snapped like a string, connection broken, and common sense trickled in.
What are you doing, Sophia?
Irene's voice held no comfort now. No tone, no expression. Her words were flat and empty. I'm having a panic attack.
You are a poor liar.
That elicited a genuine response. Look, Irene, if I knew you were going to be so cold, I wouldn't have asked you to come over.
Why didn't you call Merrick?
I felt as if I'd been struck. Right now, he was the last one on my mind, even though he was perpetually the first. The blow she dealt, with that one simple statement, knocked me off center and I almost lost my shielding. He's not on my list of emergency contacts.
I paid him a visit.
She set her empty cup down on its saucer. Dorcas remained immobile.
Or rather, my associates did.
Her empty tone disturbed me. She smiled again, as if sensing my discomfort and enjoying it, like a sip of fine wine. Why? Warily, I glanced from Irene to her servant and back. Why the sudden interest in Merrick?
It's not sudden.
Amusement colored Irene's voice.
I've always been very concerned with him. It wasn't until very recently I learned of his brother's family. I must admit, the discovery was a delightful one.
I stood, knowing I had to move without knowing why.
Sit down.
Irene's black eyes flashed with a glint of cold, white light. I sat and forgot I'd risen. The impression of a clouded truth pressed at my gut sense, twisting my insides and manifesting physical pain. Helplessly, I endured it. Worry, panic, Shiloh.
Pontian was ripe for the picking. His dislike for Merrick was easily distilled into animosity. It drove the hunt.
Not Shiloh! Danger here! My instincts screamed, a flood of liquid buzz. Fight or flight. Flight! Hunt? What are you talking about?
Sophie.
She said my name like a lover, letting it fill her mouth and spill from her lips, tasting the sound of my name as if she held my essence in her mouth. Irene slid over onto my seat, sharing the cushion and pressing close.
Who am I? Who am I, really?
I leaned back, away from her face. You're Irene. Sophia Irene.
Am I?
Her smile was a seductive secret, an all-knowing spread of lush lip and smooth skin. And I... Sophie! A mental scream filled my head as I rocked backwards under the force of an empathic shove, a warning to run. Bethany. The signal had Bethany's power behind it, but she herself was gone, nowhere on my radar, and all I could think was run, run now. Ripped out of the snare of Irene's compulsion, I snapped to my feet, looking down at her surprised expression and the cold white light trapped in her eyes. I watched the white flash into Sophia blue, but it was too late. I saw. I knew. Irene was vampire. Chapter 35. Her surprise rotted into haughty rage, and she crouched on the cushion like a beast before the springing attack.
Only now you see the truth. Sophias are not so wise, after all.
Wise enough. I fought to remain calm. I sucked at remaining calm. I revoke my welcome. Leave my home.
Silly child, Dorcas said. You cannot banish us by invoking a superstition.
Irene's brows drew cruel lines over her eyes, and she smiled with malicious glee.
Didn't Merrick teach you anything?
I had 100 snotty retorts to that question, but my wisdom proved its worth. It told me to raise my barriers and run. I bolted into the dining room and charged through to the kitchens. Bethany! Vampires! The kitchen was black, and I charged through the darkness. My foot caught on something, and I tripped, sprawling face first and hitting something soft with my shoulder and chin. Peering through the darkness, lit only by the lights of appliances, I strained to see what I tripped over. Bethany. Eyes open, mouth slack. I reached for a pulse. Nothing. I reached with my power. Nothing. Dead. My Sophia sight showed her body was cocooned in a black fog, the color of Dorcas's power. I never felt her go. A hiss rattled behind me, and I clambered to my feet, racing once more, having no idea where I'd end up. This was what I got for never learning to cook. The kitchen and service rooms beyond were completely unknown to me. I ran through hallways and pushed open doors, looking for a way out of the house. Rounding a corner, I emerged through a door in the foyer. Great! I'd run in an effing circle. Irene strolled from the dining room, hands clasped in genteel delight.
You are entertaining. I enjoy watching you run through the rooms, how your blood crashes in your veins.
I backed away, pounding heart, stuttering my breath. I have holy water.
Useless. Now, give me your death while you ride on the waves of terror. You intoxicate me. Give me your death and the sweet taste of Sophia.
A growl sounded behind us.
Give me a break.
She whirled at the sound of Toby's voice as he stepped from the den.
Where?
Right here, you pampered pig. You think you could shoot dirty pool with me here?
Think again.
Watching her, he flicked his hand at me. I understood at once and edged away, feeling behind me for the wall.
You will pay for your insult.
Irene seethed with rage, the whites of her eyes ringing the silver gleam of her irises.
I just quit my job, so I don't know when I can pay you.
Insolence! She whipped a look at me.
Stop there.
I bolstered my barriers, and her compulsion slid past, ineffective. Carefully, I continued toward the door. Toby? She's vampire.
She's trash.
He snorted his derision at her.
That's what she is. She's rude, she's old,
and she messed with the wrong people.
How dare you!
Anger stripped away her humanity, revealing the wizened ridges of vampire. Beauty and culture vanished, leaving only ugliness and a corpse-like appearance. Brow ridges shoved out, hair thinned, skin shriveled.
You will regret that.
I regret it now.
Boy, your outsides are uglier than your insides.
She forgot me and turned her full fury on Toby. I hoped he knew what he was doing. I spun toward the staircase, focused on getting up to my room, behind those wards. Dorcas stood on the steps, still and staring, wearing a broken smile. Only one alternative, through the basement and out through the service entrance. I yanked open the basement door, slamming it shut before taking the steps 2 at a time. A floor-shuddering thump made me pause on the stairs. "Toby!" I screamed. He yelled a single word. "Run!" I ran. The automatic lights came on as I entered the gym, and I dodged the equipment, tripping my way to the showers. I ran through the shower room to the far side. Beyond the sink and stalls was the boiler room and its service door. I prayed it would open easily. The grounds crew used the boiler room for storage and for access. It had to be open. I flipped the light switch and they popped on, illuminating the cool rooms. To a dead end. The door was no longer there. Only a smooth sheet of concrete that didn't match the rest of the wall. No! Crap! No! I pounded my fists on the remains of the exit. Rodrian said he'd made some security enhancements after the Ware attack. Oh God, he'd sealed the door to eliminate unauthorized access. He had sealed my doom. As I backpedaled, I heard the upstairs basement door shatter and splinter.
"Sophia," Irene called, "let's be civil. Come, die for me."
Only one place to go. I ran to the pool. If worse came to worse, I could always drown. No place to hide. I circled the pool, wondering if the trees were enough, knowing I was trapped, and circuited back to the door. Reaching up, I pulled the necklace Merrick had given me out of my shirt. I gripped the smooth pendant between my fingers and concentrated. Merrick couldn't save me, but maybe a higher power could. Blood of Isis, protect this one. Hope bloomed and exploded in a flash of inspiration. I yanked the necklace, snapping its chain, and focused my Sophia power on it a moment before flinging it across the pool.
The stone thunked onto a plastic storage box. I pulled up my barriers as thick as they'd go and took a deep breath, hunching into the corner by the control panel. The door crashed open with the violence of a hurricane, shattering the glass. Irene stepped through daintily, one deliberate slipper at a time. She never glanced toward the corner where I huddled and sipped at the air, statue still. "You are very good, Sophia," Irene said, her voice as cultured and refined as the day I met her. She didn't sound like she wore her vamp face anymore. Maybe she had lips again. "Very powerful. It would have been easier if I hadn't taught you how to use your power. But you had to trust me. You give thrilling chase. It will make a powerful death." She slowly tread deeper into the room, approaching the pool and veering away from me. I remained still, wanting to spring, but holding myself back. Not yet. Too close. "You have nowhere to run," she said. "Only one door, and you won't make it past me. Oh, I shall linger over you. I shall sip at your life and relish the flow of your Sophia into me. I see what it had done to Stolas's eldest son, and I suspect it is responsible for the younger son's rise in power as well." She was on the far side of the pool now, edging closer to the wall and the cabana box against it. Slowly, I unfolded myself and slid up the wall, feeling my knees protest. Irene stopped a few feet from the far wall, her back completely toward me. "I will consume you, and I will be unstoppable. I will rule, and I will conquer, and I will not be denied." She flung open her arms, and the cabana box exploded, the sides ripping away, revealing nothing but vacuum hose coiled within. It slid down into loose piles, spilling shapelessly onto the floor around her feet. Irene leaned and picked up something from the mess. My pendant. She screamed. Voices and voices and voices screamed and clawed against my barriers. I steeled myself against the sensation and slid toward the panel. Just a few more inches. "You!" She spun and saw me, spitting in rage. "You warded this trinket! Deceiver!" I sprawled the last of the distance to the control panel and cranked the dial to maximum UV intensity and flicked the switch, flooding the room with a supernova of sunshine. The heat glared down on my neck, and I squinted. "What have you done?" Her voice rose higher and higher, ending in a shriek. Rage erupted, engulfing me and scorching my barriers, corroding them like acid. I pushed all I could into my shields, desperate to keep her hate from destroying me. The sunlight showed no mercy. She smoked. She blistered. She flaked until her crumbling body disintegrated into a heap of smoldering ash. Marek's necklace lay in the mess, glowing from the extreme heat. My nose stung from the smell, acrid and cloying. No wonder Buffy preferred a steak, I thought. Burning vamps was stinky work. Covering my nose and mouth with the neckline of my t-shirt, I fanned the air in front of me. "And stay dead!" I heard the door open. Unwilling to take my eyes off the smoldering mess, lest it stand up again, I quickly reached out my awareness. There was no DV power. "Toby?" I said. "Are you all?" Behind me, a tongue clicked in disapproval. "Sophia!" It wasn't Toby's voice. It was many voices, speaking in discordant unison. The noise of it jangled through my head. I jerked around. Dorcas hovered in the doorway.
Irene, my Irene, what has this wicked Sophia done to you?
Chapter 36. She glided toward me and the pile of Irene. I'd never seen Dorcas move like this, never heard this voice. Oh, F, another vampire? I can't fight another. I can't throw the switch from here. Wait, not vampire. The UV lights were on. What was she? I watched her warily as she approached the greasy ashes, which still gave off faint wisps. Do you know how long I've had this child? She's been mine since her young mortal days. I've invested centuries since she turned to vampire and rose to new levels of ability. Dorcas glared at me. I expended vast amounts of power, cloaking her nature from you fools. And you turned her into useless dust. The closer she got, the blacker she felt. All Irene had ever said was that she was unique. I never questioned it, just accepted it. Was that Irene's compulsion? Making me forget? There was no more compulsion now. Dorcas didn't hide in her shadow anymore. Now I sensed her. She had a negative aura, like a black hole's event horizon. There was a void around her, through her. It ate life and energy as it passed near. I backed up. Things that went in black holes tended not to come out again. What are you? I whispered. Disgusted is what I am. She sounded like an aggravated schoolteacher. All that work, wasted. Dorcas seemed to have forgotten the ashes and now looked very interested in me. Bad stuff. She continued her boneless glide, and I paced back to keep from getting closer to her voidy feeling. Trying not to trip, I felt my way around a pot of pampas grass, putting it between us. As she drew up alongside it, the grass perished. Just drooped and ceased to live. She hissed a scratchy, "Ah," as if she'd taken a big drink of water. I am of the unseen. I am of the balance. The voices rose and fell with the cadence of a litany, the sounds of Dorcas worshipping herself. Her mouth never moved. The words seemed to form themselves in the air around her and in my head. I am darkness. I am the anti-life. I am an ending. I collect screams of pain. I bring dreams of despair. I am the agony of childbirth. I am the grief of death. I am the pleas of the forsaken. I take where fools are doomed to give and give again. I am the moment between life and death. I am truth. You are evil. Backing up, step by careful step, I didn't dare to leave her out of my sight. Evil is a shallow word. It is a coward's word. I am power. I am the love of self. I am the love that lasts. I am part of the balance. There is no good or evil. There are only shades of truth. I was running out of room to maneuver. She backed me into the far corner, where there was no door, no escape. What are you going to do to me? Ah. Her voices sighed, and she reached out a hand toward me. The gesture was tentative, a caress of the air around me. The bloody blackness leaked from her, the same color of her power core. Circling around me, she continued her examination and corralled me. What will I do with you? Desperately, I reached out as hard as I could to see who else was in the house.
The strain of the effort ripped a laser beam of migraine through the front of my skull, and it was all for nothing. I sensed no one. I was on my own. I sank inside and stared at the thing that had been masquerading as a vampire's servant.
"Nothing," she said mildly. "I shape. I do not avenge. I collect pain, not retribution. I am merely curious. What might you be?"
Dorcas unfolded, splaying out many arms like Kali and Calamari. With the speed of a striking viper, arms flipped out, wrapped around me, pulled me into her void. The artificial sunlight dimmed like a wicked eclipse, blackness fitting like a hood. I couldn't breathe. Too fast to wonder if I was a goner. The room returned. I was on my knees, although I didn't remember falling. I didn't seem hurt. Dorcas glided away from me, murmuring to herself in her jangle of voices.
No, she won't do. I must find another. In a city this large, it won't be a task."
She bent to regard Irene's remains once more before glaring at me with a contemptuously bored look.
"Such pity. All that wasted."
Her image began to shimmer like heat waves coming off a distant summer highway, and she faded, as if she'd simply wished herself to be elsewhere. As she disappeared from sight, her voices echoed, "Wasted." Exhaustion finally overpowered my adrenaline-fueled instincts, and I sank onto a chaise under one of the potted palm trees. I didn't feel too much like moving. I sprawled and I boiled in the noon-strength sun and hoped Rodrian would get home before I developed melanoma. Turned out it wasn't Rodrian that found me. I heard Toby shouting my name long before the door flew open. He charged in wearing a cut high on his cheekbone. The blooming bruise on his temple hinted at a blow that would have killed an ordinary person. By then, I was cooked and ready to get into the pool. Ashy film on the water or no? I vaguely worried about the scum clogging up the filter and how much it'd cost to have the water replaced, and I waved limply from the chaise. "Hey, bud. Sophie, are you okay?"
"Yuck. What did I just step in?"
Toby stopped and looked at the bottom of his sneaker. He leaned over at the dusty pile, touching his fingers first to the ashes, then to his nose, and sneezed. "Is this her?" "Yeah." He rubbed his fingers together before scrubbing his hand on his pant leg.
"Wow. You killed her."
Didn't matter that she was a vampire. Didn't matter that she couldn't be saved. I didn't like knowing I had to kill someone to stay alive. I was trying very hard not to dwell on it. "Like a boss," I said. "You okay?" He scraped his sneaker on the patio bricks. "I'm fine. Let me see your head." I pushed up on the chaise and flopped my legs over the side. He backed up, waving a dismissive hand. "Where's the other broad?" "Gone, I think. She just faded." Another thing I was trying very hard to avoid thinking about. That, and the odd sensation in my head that felt like wind in a big, empty room. She'd done something to me. The scariest part about it was that I had no idea what it was, and I had no one to help me with it. I had to keep it secret, for now. I have no idea what the hell happened there.
"I'll sweep the house, just in case. Stay here in the sun."
He turned and trotted away, still wiping his fingers. Guessed vamp dust was on the greasy side. I could only guess what it would do to the washing machine. When he reached the door, I had an idea. "What time is it?" 9:30. "Hit the real-time switch for me?" He shrugged and tapped the control. The sunlight wavered and reduced itself to morning glow. the heat rapidly diminishing. My perspiration chilled, and I goosebumped. Reaching behind my chaise, I grabbed a towel from the table and huddled under it, trying not to shiver. Nothing like a brisk winter morning to make you feel alive again. Chapter 37. Toby let me come up after deciding the house was empty. Although he said nothing about Bethany, I knew he'd found her. His eyes looked haunted and hollow. All he said was he made a call from Rodrian's phone, which he'd found in the den. Rodrian. Shiloh. They still hadn't come home. I checked all our phones for missed calls or messages. Finding nothing, I went straight to my room and dropped into bed. Euphrates lay on top of my head, doing his best to hide me. Rousing from a half-nap, I heard a car coming up the drive and glanced at the clock. 3:30? Already? Thank God, Rhode's back. With the sun safely up, at least I wouldn't have to worry about vamps busting down the door. Well, this time anyway. Toby? I yelled his name, but there was no answer. When I'd gone to my room earlier, I'd seen him heading downstairs, wearing a very determined look on his face. He had a bottle of holy water in one hand and a roll of paper towels in the other. I imagined he was going to clean up Irene. What a mess that bitch left. I clamped a hand over my mouth when my giggle sounded like it was 2 notes away from hysteria. I hurried to the foyer just as the car door was slamming outside. First thing I would do was crack him in the forehead with his cell phone. Maybe a red mark would help him to remember to keep it in his pocket. Breathless, I punched the disarm code, unlocked the locks, and threw open the door to let Rodrian in. The bright sunlight was startling, and I squinted into it. Thank God you're... That was as far as I got. It was Merrick. I pulled back, not out of fear, but rather from sheer dumb surprise. Merrick was the last person I expected to see on my porch. This was the first time he'd shown up here since I moved in. There wasn't time for me to gather my emotional front or put up my walls. There wasn't a chance for me to protest. One look, one accidental touch of his power, and I knew something was wrong. I forgot how I'd worked so hard to learn to avoid his touch and instinctively reached out to him. His power wore a black, oily-feeling shell, as if polluted. I found the tiny cracks in his barrier and pushed through to find the part that was still him. He felt like despair, finality, hopelessness, resolution. Sophie. His voice was low and rugged, textured with pain, and he wrapped one arm around his waist, holding himself as if it hurt to breathe. His eyes were on fire, emerald to rival the cold winter sun. He looked disheveled. That was all. Merrick wore no coat, despite the bite of December air. His clothing looked rumpled, as if he'd gotten dressed in a hurry and had thrown on the nearest things at hand. He wore a green sleeveless undershirt that had seen better days. A few strands of hair had worked loose from his ponytail, giving it a frazzled appearance. Beads of perspiration glistened upon his forehead. Subtle things. But in Merrick, they spoke volumes. He wasn't tapping into his brinkage power to maintain his appearance. This was the first time since he'd become master that I've seen him looking less than supernaturally perfect. I didn't waste time thinking. Instinct awoke within me, the Sophia unfolding like a ball of fog. I didn't reason. I didn't guess. I merely arrived at the truth. This is bad. Help me, he rasped. Merrick fell forward, catching himself on the frame of the door. Quickly, I went to his side, supporting what I could, urging him inside. I ignored the panic and the worry that trickled into my chest as I noticed his bare arm. It was reddening in the sun. Crossing the threshold, I kicked the door shut behind me and walked him into the den. "Toby!" I shouted again, my voice streaked with tension. Merrick could walk, though with great effort. His breathing was shallow, as if he would suffocate. I wouldn't be able to tell what was wrong with him until I could examine him. The sunlight from the foyer's high windows streamed in through the open door like an accusation, slicing through the otherwise darkened room. He sank into the sofa with a stifled groan. "Don't move," I said. "You're hurt. Rode, damn it. Rode's not back yet. Toby!" Shit. I dug through the fridge behind the bar, looking for something for him to drink. With Shiloh's treatment rapidly approaching, Rodrian had begun to stockpile synthetic blood around the house. For an emergency, he'd said. Merrick leaned back against the cushions, his head back, hair spilling down like a crooked curtain. His breathing had evened out, but it still sounded raspy. "No, don't bother." He raised a hand to protest. Pain slid across his face when he lifted his arm. The skin glowed an angry red, making him look like a Jersey Shore tourist. Shit! DV couldn't be hurt by the sun. I slammed the fridge shut and rummaged through the bottom of the bar and found an ice bucket. Pulling a linen tablecloth out of a drawer, I tore it into strips. I dropped the bucket into the sink and ran the water to its coldest. Best I could do. "You're burned. I'm going to cool it down. Looks like blood on your shirt, too. Show me the worst wounds first." "The worst?" He laughed, a hard, sardonic sound. "You can't bandage the worst." I ignored the familiarity of that tone of voice. It brought back memories of when we first met, and memories of meeting Merrick only made me feel powerless. Reaching inside me, I resurrected old habits and let them take over, becoming instead the bossy first aid queen I'd once been. We weren't going to play the old games. I was going to fix him and send him home. Nurse Sophie, that used to be me. Still, it nagged at me. He'd burned in the sun. Merrick hadn't been sensitive to the sun before. Moreover, he wasn't using brinkage to spruce himself up. His power felt sick, unstable. "This is bad," Sophia whispered inside my head. "Something has changed again. And when a DV changed, it was never for the better." I shuddered, the trickle of panic growing into a steady stream. I lifted the bucket out of the sink and cursed when I caught the edge in my haste, splashing the contents across the counter. "Calm down," he said, and I felt him dampen down the tendrils of anxiety that constricted my throat. The panic drained down, leaving composure in its place. The composure wasn't mine. If I hadn't experienced his calming compulsions in the past, if the timbre of his touch hadn't been so familiar, I never would have noticed his interference. I winced against the mental intrusion. "Stop it," I whispered. "I am sorry." I heard genuine contrition in his voice. "I had no right to do that, but I cannot bear for you to feel that way." "That's fine. Thanks. Whatever. Just stay out of my head." "I need you to keep your sense. I need you, Sophia. Don't abandon me now." Carrying the bucket over to the couch, I sat next to him and wrapped a wet bandage around his forearm. He sucked breath in through his teeth at the sudden icy touch. "What are you talking about, Merrick? I let you in, didn't I?" I never abandoned you. Not ever, I said flatly. Meeting his eyes, I tied the makeshift bandage with a tug. It's more than shelter. Sophia. Merrick's eyes dimly brightened, as if he had a weak battery. He searched my face, tenderness and unspoken regret softening his mouth, his brow, as if he'd finally remembered who I was, who I'd once been to him. I ask you, take my heart. Pressing my lips together, I retreated to the bar, unwilling to look at him and see the tenderness I'd prayed so long to see again. I wanted to look. I slapped the counter hard enough to sting, mad at him, mad at myself. I can't do this. I can't help you if you talk like this. I can't help you if you keep touching me with your compulsion. You're hurt, and you need help. That's all I'm going to do. Don't ask me to love you. I'm not asking you to love me, he replied, his voice leaden. I'm asking you to kill me. Chapter 38. I looked back at him in dismay as the truth slowly dawned on me. He leaned forward, firm purpose replacing the pain in his eyes. I'm finished. You must end it for me. Merrick rose. The simple act of standing caused pain to ebb in waves along his power. Light from the foyer illuminated one side of his body, a split image of positive and negative, dark and light. Black and white, and emerald green where his eyes wouldn't go out. Kill me before I turn. The sun will fall in a few hours. Kill me, else I fall with it. No, I whispered. How could you ask me such a thing? You are Sophia. You are the only redemption I have ever known. I am Sophie, I said firmly. I don't kill. Not even if someone really deserved it. We faced off for many long moments, each one unrelenting, unwilling to admit we couldn't change, even if it meant the demise of the other. Merrick sank back down into the couch with an uncomfortable sigh. Where is my brother? The worry I'd set aside for Rodrian and Shiloh resurfaced. I don't know. Shiloh took off yesterday. Rode got a lead and he went after it. He never came back. And he hasn't called. I'm scared, I said softly. Can you feel him? Do you know where he is? No. His eyes drifted, half closed. He is moving, but I can't tell where he is. A violent fit of coughing stole his words, a wet and painful sound. I winced when I saw the stain of blood on his lips. It is distracting, this process of dying. My power isn't orderly enough to be any use. Shut up, I said. You're not dying. You can't be. He exhaled and leaned his head back again. I apologize for not meeting your expectations. Merrick. I gingerly sat down beside him, against the arm of the couch, afraid I'd scare him off. What happened to you? He laughed ruefully, and let his gaze take me in. For the first time since he'd left to start the crap that almost killed me, we were having a real conversation. Great. He was dying. Now we were talking. Talk about procrastination. Why couldn't he have done this before? Why couldn't he have looked at me like this, like I was actually in the room and I actually meant something, before it was too late? It couldn't be too late. I didn't go through all this for a pile of too late. A curse. He interrupted my frustrated stream of thought.
A curse that was uttered centuries ago. A curse upon my grandfather and his entire lineage. How about that? I was cursed before I'd even been born. I told you I was damned. I never stood a chance.
I don't understand. What curse? He drew a deep breath through his nose. Next would be the lecture. Déjà vu.
My grandfather was a constable in Old Hungary. He once arrested a DV noblewoman for attacks upon young women. This countess paraded as an instructor of etiquette, and well-born families sent their daughters to her so she could teach them the ways of courtly life.
Merrick rolled his head toward me.
She was a Lucian junkie with a mean streak you couldn't begin to imagine. Vicious is too soft a word to describe her. She committed blood crimes so atrocious they became legend, even among humans.
He paused as I draped a wet bandage across his other arm, watching my ministering hands with an expression I tried hard to ignore. If I acknowledged the tender regret warming in his eyes, I'd die with him.
When my grandfather arrested her, she cursed him and his line. The unseen had heard, and her curse became bound by the darkest powers. He tried to push for a lesser sentence in order to appease her, to spare his family. But it was too late. Eventually she died in captivity. Or so they thought.
Merrick sighed and closed his eyes.
They were deceived. She'd evolved. She'd been planning her own revenge all this time. We never knew. Why would we? There are no female vampires.
The DV were wrong?
As we often are when it comes to underestimating the power of a determined woman.
I kept my eyes on the floor. I would not be distracted by pretty apologies now.
And so, finally, she came for us. I was ambushed last night by vamps who would avenge the insult against Ezret Bathory. I would fall in the name of the vampirous irony.
He opened his eyes, soft green wedges of limelight.
The vampires succeeded. They overwhelmed me. They plunged me into a sea of deaths, and I drowned. My soul was so weak, Sophie. I'm sorry. I couldn't hold onto my soul.
No. I shook my head. Bathory, female vampires. It was unreal, even against the starkness of my unreal life and my completely off-the-map week. I pushed my sleeve up past my elbow and held out my wrist. Share my blood. He closed his eyes again and whimpered.
No.
Do it. You don't have to hurt me. I know my blood helped you before. It helped Rode. Deceptive calm settled his anguish.
You shared blood with Rodrian?
Faster than I could follow it, his hand shot out, grabbing my arm and pulling me against him. The movement was too sudden for me to evade. He drew me close to his face and breathed me in. Tender regret vanished in a whip crack of jealousy.
What else have you shared with him?
Let me go! I struggled against him, trying to push without pushing against unseen hurts or raw skin. Merrick released me with a tug, and I got off the couch. In case you've forgotten, you don't own me. He didn't look the least bit apologetic.
You will always be mine.
You're not my keeper. I'm going to be happy with someone someday. Someone who loves me.
I love you, he said.
The anger in his voice didn't belong with those words, giving them new meaning.
I never stopped. I could not be with you any longer.
Why not?
I'd hurt you.
You deserve love, Sophie, and life, and happiness. I couldn't give you those things anymore, and I wouldn't allow my damnation to taint you.
You did hurt me, Merrick. I won't forgive you for going to face the Master. Rode told me. I turned away from him so he couldn't protest. You'd planned it all along. Everything's the way it is now because of the choice you made. You are where you are because of you, and only you. I went back to the ice bucket and picked out a thick cloth, squeezing it a little. The cold water made goosebumps charge up my arms as I walked behind the couch. Gathering his ponytail, I gently held it up while I smoothed out the cloth around the back of his neck. I tugged out the elastic and carefully combed my fingers through his hair, remembering the silk, how it had once felt against my skin. Another selfish indulgence. Reluctantly, I pulled my hand away. It wasn't fair. He'd been mine once. He should never have stopped being mine. Merrick leaned forward, covering his face with his hands. I have made so many mistakes. I have done so much to regret. I die knowing that instead of the love you deserve, I give you pain. Right to the very end. First off, you are not dying. Second, whatever else there is can wait. I dug the cell phones out of my pocket. Flipping Rodrian's phone open, I began beeping through the contact list. I'm calling Pontian. He'll know what to do. You can't reach him. His voice was grim. Pontian has fallen. A cold lump hit the bottom of my stomach as that particular hope hit the skids. How do you know? Because it was him that Irony sent to ambush me. That name again. A vampiress named Irony? Yes. In life, she was the DV Countess Bathory of Hungary, my grandfather's cousin. Why did that name ring a bell? I mumbled the name, trying to work out the sound. Irony, iron, Iron, Irene? Irony, spelled E-I-R-E-N-E? His derisive laugh confirmed my suspicion. What a vain creature she is. Irene, the Greek word for peace. The only peace that wretched thing will know is when her cursed unlife winks out of existence once and for all. I sat down beside him. It did. What? Irene, she's, no more. She's an ex-vampire. His gaze threatened to pierce me as he evaluated the words and silently awaited the explanation. Toby is wiping up her ashes right now, as far as I know. Toby? The young were who tags along after you? Some things never changed, apparently. Merrick was ready to meet damnation, but was still firmly entrenched in his prejudice against wares. Rodrian described him as much less useful. He killed a female vampire? I shook my head. No. Technically, I did. It was Sophie in the pool room with the UV lights. Merrick stared at me with an open mouth, and I reached over and pushed his jaw closed and tried not to look too self-satisfied. So, you do have the ability to kill when it's justified. My half-grin faded. Not this nonsense again. You killed a vampire. Shrugging, I made a face. 1, it doesn't count because she was dead already. 2, the sunlight did it, not me. It does not alter the fact. You can kill me before I fall. I am not listening to this. Do you love me? That floored me. I gave him an incredulous look. How can you even ask that?
It's important. And it wasn't important for the last, I don't know, year and a half? Issuing a frustrated noise, he made a thin line of his mouth. Tell me, do you love me? With that, he silently commanded it from me. Yes. I glared at him as the word obediently slid out. But not in the way you're asking. The compulsion released me, and I tasted surprise in his power. Oh? I faced him and steadied my nerve for the truth. I'd killed a vampire, right? Certainly I was capable of telling my ex how I felt. God knows I'd practiced enough in my head. Final curtain went up. Deep breath. You betrayed me by risking everything we could have had together. And I still loved you. You physically wounded me. But I know it wasn't your choice. There was no reason to leave. The worst had passed. We'd survived the absolute worst that could have happened to us. And I still wanted you. You weren't protecting me by staying away. You were strangling me. You cut me off from everything that mattered. That's how you hurt me. My eyes stung, and my voice trembled, but I didn't retreat. This was no time to be weak. Looking at the man I would love the rest of my life, whether or not he was in it, I planted my resolve and faced him. This could be the last chance I had to tell him. I love you, Merrick. I never stopped. I loved you as you walked out on me. I loved you when you blew me off over and over every time I tried to be nice. I loved you as I cried and finally convinced myself you'd never love me again. I'd still give my life for you 1,000 times over, without hesitation, without regret. Looking away, I wiped away the bitter tears I couldn't keep from spilling until I could speak again. Apology gleamed in his unshed tears. I love you, Merrick. I looked down at his plaintive face and brushed my fingers along his cheek. But not enough to kill you. Chapter 39. The sun raced across the sky, and the horizon reached up to catch it. Nature itself fought against us. The one day I couldn't let end sped to its death. So did Merrick. Sophie. I couldn't look at him. If his eyes looked the way his voice sounded, I'd shatter. Perched on a bar stool, I went through Rodrian's phone contact list, hoping to get someone useful to pick up. More often than not, I ended up poking the end button in irritation, as yet another perky or sultry or far too familiar female voice answered the phone with a little smile in her voice. Apparently Rhodes' phone was more of a little black book than a useful organization tool. What a slut! Too dense. I'll hit him with both phones when he gets home. At least my survival instincts still worked. I mustn't have been as overwrought by panic and frustration as I had thought if I could still manage to be petty about Rodrian's taste in women. Sophie, please, look at me. His mournful eyes held more than regret. Sophie, it hurts. Sympathy welled where his pitiful words poked holes in my armor. Setting the phone on the bar, I sighed. Can my blood ease the pain? It might, but it won't change the outcome. I don't know what strength a Sophia's blood will give a vampire. Stop saying that. Can't you just kill yourself? I asked in frustration. Suicide is damning. What is the point of dying with my soul intact if suicide will doom me to hell? It was just a thought. Glad to see you are still looking out for me, dear, he responded.
But there's no alternative. My brother is not here. There is no one else. You have to do it.
Do you know any hitmen?
Your where might.
Oh, Why did people keep throwing that into my face? What Tanner did wasn't Toby's fault. Can you compel him to come here? He can't hear me.
I thought wares had superior hearing.
The room is warded. A look of puzzlement drifted over his face, bunching his brows.
Why, exactly?
Rhodes showed me how he set a ward. Good thing he did. The lesson saved my life a few hours ago.
But why exactly this kind of ward?
The puzzled look sharpened into suspicion.
What have you done with him in here?
I knew exactly what we'd done in this room. If Merrick couldn't figure it out, I sure as hell wasn't going to volunteer the information. What kind of question is that?
He created a cloaking ward. I get no impressions of either of you in here. All your actions are hidden.
He'd never hidden from me in here.
He can't. The ward is set to both of you.
You make it sound like I did something intentional.
Not you. Him.
I closed my eyes and counted to 3. What could I say to that? Can you just get Toby to come up here?
No.
He sounded weary.
Cannot compel wares.
I swore a bitter and creative oath. Fine. I'll get him.
No, you won't. You'll stay here.
I shot him an "oh yeah, right" look and got up. Heading straight for the door, I made it to the threshold before circling in a smooth arc and marching back to my seat. As I plopped back down onto the stool, I blew my cool. You jerk! You compelled me!
And it took precious power to do it. Don't fight me. Just do what I ask. No one else can get here in time. Sunfall begins in less than an hour. It hurts, Sophie. Please.
What about poison? Can you drink bleach? He sat up, despite the pain it obviously caused. His clamped jaw couldn't mask his discomfort. His wide eyes couldn't hide his shock.
What? You want me to drink bleach? My, you really haven't forgiven me.
Cut it out! I slammed the phone down on the bar in frustration. Don't you know how hard this is?
Yes, he said sadly. I do.
He leaned his elbows on his knees as he stared me down.
But if you don't kill me, I will fall. I will die right here in front of you while you watch. When the sun is dead, I will rise as vampire. And the first thing I will do is kill you. Then I will scare the living shit out of your buddy downstairs, which will undoubtedly kill him, too. I'll wait here for my brother and his children, and I will kill them all. It's what Irene wanted. I'll fulfill the curse. You'll die knowing you could have stopped it. Is that what you want, Sophia?
He stood up and stretched to his full height.
Now stop fucking around. You will end this now. Bring me the sword from over our bed.
I felt a mental shove as he compelled me out of the den and up the stairs to my room. I couldn't fight it. I tried to raise my barriers, but his power had a stranglehold on me. A connection I couldn't block. My feet obeyed. Even with my eyes clamped shut, I didn't have to open them to climb up on the bed and unhook the sword from its place on the wall. My bed, not ours, I thought angrily. As I submissively returned to the den, I heard Merrick talking on the phone. He spoke urgently, issuing instructions regarding business matters. With a raised hand, he stopped me at the door. I tossed the sword onto the floor with a bang and crossed my arms, giving him the most evil look I'd ever worn. The paperwork has already been prepared. You'll find it in the safe at Chaucer Square. Do you understand everything I've just told you? He listened as whoever was on the other line spoke. That's right. Oh, and brother? He turned to look at me. Take care of Sophie. She's going to need you when you get here. His imperious tone softened, and he swallowed, his throat moving painfully. Goodbye, Rodrian. He flipped my phone shut, and, after a few long breaths, dropped it onto the bar. He's on his way. They have Shiloh. I said nothing. I couldn't speak. There was so much in that goodbye. He won't make it in time, Sophie. He sounded subdued, not at all like the bossy prick who just commanded me to do his bidding. I've made all possible arrangements. I did the best I could for my family. Now, I need you to do what is best for me. He let his gaze drift down to the sword. Please, Merrick, I can't. I couldn't live with myself if I do this. You won't live if you don't, he spat back. Do you care about anyone other than yourself? Before I made my angry protest, his knees buckled. He doubled over and screamed. That scream, I'd heard it before. The night we had been brought to the Master, when Jared was killed. When part of Merrick's soul was ripped away by the death of my best friend. Merrick is dying, the Sophia whispered. He looked up at me, agony and desolation making ghosts of his eyes. I'd be forever haunted. Sophia, please, guard my death. He wrapped me in his power and submerged me. It was madness and pain, and I drowned in the tidal flood. I cried out, adding my terror to the flood. Do it, he hissed, and raised his hand to me, fingers curled into claws of pain. I couldn't fight the grip he had upon my will. I bent to pick up the sword, and slid the wicked blade from its sheath. Merrick, stop! Do it! Merrick dropped to his knees, eyes burning with neon fire. His hair was loose, spread out over his shoulders like a veil of night. His features were tangled with pain, teeth sharp and fully drawn. His soul is fleeing, cried the Sophia. He blasted me with his power, putting the last of his strength into commanding me. Step by step, I slowly approached him, raising the sword in both hands. His compulsion was impossible to resist. Tears rolled down my cheeks as I stared down the steel blade at the face of the man I loved. Muffled footsteps echoed from the hall. I heard the basement door open. Toby! I turned my head and screamed, even as I lifted the blade and leveled it at the last beats of Merrick's heart. Merrick pulled my eyes to him with a hiss. Don't hesitate, love. Do it. I beg you. His chest lay beneath the tip. I leaned on the sword. Sophie? Toby called as he emerged from the basement. I think I got her all, but I used the last of the pool shock. Help us! I cried. The compulsion prevented me from turning my head. Soph, where are you? I heard his footsteps as Toby stuck his head into the room. What are you doing, Sophie? I sobbed. The sword had punctured Merrick's skin. Crimson spots welled, making dark stains on his shirt. Merrick squeezed his eyes shut, biting down and willing the arrival of his fate. He's dying, Toby. He's making me do this. Save him! I'll save both of you. The tone of his voice was more serious than I'd ever heard from him. A split second passed, during which I realized with perfect clarity what he meant to do. By the time it registered,
It was too late.
Toby rushed past me, hands extended, as he forced himself to begin the change. His arms were peeling and cracking, hands splitting with the emergence of claws. He threw himself on Merrick. The sword flew from my hands and clattered to the floor when they collided. The compulsion snapped off as Merrick struck back, and they grappled. Toby's determination against Merrick's overwhelming power. Toby was no match for Merrick, even as Wolf. It was a suicide move. I raised my barriers and scrambled away from them, kicking the sword out of reach. I'd save him. I'd draw off whatever damage I could and keep his soul for him. He didn't need to die. Reaching out, I summoned the Sophia and reached through my barriers to his power. When I touched it, I drew back as if I'd touched a hot stove, adding layer on layer of power to insulate me against his power. He didn't feel like Merrick at all. Merrick wrapped his arms around Toby, pinning his arms to his sides. His change didn't progress beyond his arms, and the only weapon Toby could have used, his claws, were impotent beneath Merrick's hold. Toby snarled and struggled, but was clearly outmatched. So much anger in Merrick, such rage spilling out at this interruption. Fangs bared, Merrick struck at the tender skin between shoulder and throat. Black hair swung to cover his face, a curtain to hide the horror. Toby's eyes rolled and he sagged, the fight draining out of him. Merrick pushed him away, and Toby staggered, dropping in slow motion, first to his knees, before sprawling to the floor. Discarded. Threat eliminated. Merrick raised his head and looked at me, panting. Toby's blood smeared his chin and cheek, giving him a murderous look. His downturned mouth and drawn brows revealed the pain and exertion this last distraction had brought him. Nothing would stand between him and an honorable death now. Desperately, I looked to the sword where it had slid alongside the bar. I had to do it. Merrick hadn't lied. He had evolved. If I didn't do it, we would all be doomed. Toby wasn't moving. It was all up to me. "No!" cried the Sophia. "Not like this. This will not save him." I ignored her. The sunlight that had been steaming into the room seemed to waver a bit, before finally fading like stars at dawn. I lunged for the sword, landing hard on my knees as I reached for it. Grabbing the hilt, I twisted and raised it, even before I got to my feet. Too late. Merrick roared my name, fear and pain sharpening his voice. It cut through me, straight to the core of the Sophia, who screamed back, filling me. He sank to his knees, arms wide, and looked at me with begging eyes before he collapsed onto Toby's body. A noise began to grow from somewhere. It was a living thing, this noise. I didn't know if it was wind or voice or song. With the sound came a light, seeming to come from everywhere at once. Everything around me began to glow. I thought I'd begun to pass out, but kept my feet. My eyes streamed tears as the light reached an intensity that rivaled noonday. I couldn't hear anything but the rushing sound which filled the air and vibrated through me. A wolf howled, its lonely call blending with the wind, fading into the hurricane of noise. The rushing sound melted into a piercing scream. The scream exploded into a crack of thunder that shook the room before it echoed into silence. Stillness. Darkness. Emptiness. I dropped the sword and covered my face. The front door slammed. Chapter 40. "Sophie, Merrick?" Rodrian called from the foyer. His footsteps quickened, and I heard him come in. "What's going—" He faltered as he drew up behind me. I couldn't imagine what he must have thought to see Merrick and Toby lying in a bloodied heap. I couldn't bear to touch his grief yet, not when I couldn't hold my own. I turned blindly to him and buried my face against his chest, sobbing. "What is that?" He didn't sound grief-stricken. He sounded baffled. A groan from the floor drew my attention, and I pulled my face from him to look. Toby rolled onto his side, pulling his knees toward his chest. He'd survived. Merrick was gone. Or was he? Upon Toby's shoulder, looking cruel and defiant, perched a tremendous raptor. A falcon. White feathers tipped with black V's streaked a broad chest and dappled its head. The bird stood larger and thicker than a hawk, almost chunky. The impression of power was nearly tangible. With a cock of its head, it dared us to come closer, raising a pale eyebrow. As we stared in disbelief, its eyes gleamed for a brief moment, a ray of emerald light. Wicked talons threatened to break Toby's skin as it gripped its perch, a pose of command and triumph. The front door banged open again. The bird leapt into the air, unfurling massive wings and gathering air and height beneath them. "Sophie?" Shiloh's voice echoed from the foyer. "Dad?" We ducked as the falcon sailed out of the room. It circled the foyer once before darting toward the open door and the glow of sunset. Shiloh, seeing the huge bird aiming straight for her, squawked and dove out of the way. Rodrian and I scrambled to the door as the bird found the open sky. With lazy wing beats, it climbed higher and higher, issuing one last scream before it sailed toward the bloody sunset. Merrick was gone. There were no words. There weren't even tears. My grief and my loss, so great they transcended anything I'd ever felt, froze me. Rodrian hugged me to him. "Sorry, Sophie," said Shiloh from behind us, breaking our trance. "I didn't mean to lose your bird." Chapter 41. I paced and fidgeted. Maybe if someone had been passing by the office and stuck their head in briefly, they'd have thought that I was changing a CD or rearranging my desk or merely crossing the room. If they were a fly on the wall, they'd have seen I'd been doing the same things for 45 minutes. My patience had run out, and my nerves cried for distraction. How long until they finished with Shiloh? How long until someone told me if she was okay? I crossed to the window and pushed aside the sheer curtain, staring down at the bleak, wind-swept grounds. Ragged tufts of long field grass, determined to push through the harsh icy crust, looked yellow-brown and lifeless. Dried, frail stalks of abandoned life. December was slushy and sleety, snow flurries one day and dry winter sun the next, layer upon layer of desolate weather. I regretted wishing for a white Christmas. Only a few days remained before the big day, and I was sick of snow already. Scanning the skies, I searched for a black and white falcon, so unlike the raucous crows that called laughingly from the woods. Sometimes it drifted over the barren trees, fighting the winds to fly determinedly along its chosen route. I watched for it because, oddly, it brought me peace.
Whenever I saw it flying, I thought of absolutely nothing. White noise. Not serenity. Everything that creature represented was as far from serenity as anything could get without turning into a suicide bomber. The piece was more of an interruption of my constantly racing thoughts. It was the sign-off pattern of 1979 television. It was the flat line of a telemetry unit. It was the last continuous exhale of a gently dying man. None of those things left room for individual thought. A knock on the door broke my trance, and Toby cleared his throat. One last time, I swept the fields with a searching glance. Seeing no one, I let the sheer panels fall back together. All done, Sophie. I did the best I could. He carried in Marek's sword and the wooden shield to which it had originally been attached. I flinched inwardly when I saw it. I put effort into a smile, but my cheeks felt too heavy to make it last. Thanks, Toby. One of the hooks was broken. You really busted it good when you ripped it down. Anyway, I used some wire to secure the sword to the plaque, but at least it won't fall and cut your head off while you sleep. Well, there's a relief. Thanks for that. Hey, no problem. I told you I was here to help you out. His goofy smile faded a bit, and he scratched the side of his head. It's kind of a relief to finally be moving out. What with all the vampire fighting and all. Toby? I blinked and forced my throat to cooperate. I can't thank you for what you've done. You've put up with a lot from Rode and Shy. But if you'd given up on us, I wouldn't be here. None of us would be here. I had a debt to repay. Now that Tanner is gone for good, it's me that has the debt. Nah, you don't. Friends don't keep score. Besides, he grinned over his shoulder at Dahlia, who appeared in the doorway. I knew she'd been lurking outside and had been ready to call her in. I got something wonderful out of all this. You are so cute together, I said with a smile. See, there you go again. Dahlia blushed and joined us, linking our hands, using words that have absolutely nothing to do with me. Aw, not true, baby girl, Toby said. You're as cute as they come. Baby girl? I laughed. I wasn't sure how old Dahlia was, but she was no baby. That's so... yeah, cute. Her mouth twitched with a smothered smile. Shut up. So you guys are going to make a stab at living together, huh? Oh, it's just temporary, Toby said, and grinned down at Dahlia. I mean, until I can get a place of my own, and she can come live with me. I can't understand why you didn't want to stay at a safe house, hun, she said. The Northridge Den has a pool in theirs. I thought it was funny that a DV knew more about were stuff than an actual were, but Toby seemed to take it in stride. Dahlia had been in contact with 2 of the area werewolf den leaders, determining which would be best for Toby. Apparently, not all dens were created equal. Last update, she said it was down to a matter of job placement capabilities and freshman handling. I just shrugged and tried to look like I understood. Sounded too much like college. I sensed Rodrian's approach as he aimed for the staircase in the foyer below, as if I were watching an infrared thermograph, or something. His intent to seek me out acted like a signal booster, and the Sophia's ears prickled forward at the sound of his power. Rodrian walked in, taking all of us in with a single look. Before Dorcas touched me, he would have scared the crap out of me by appearing so suddenly. He'd locked his power down. He could move like ninja or fog when he shielded. Now, some new door was open in my head, and I could feel Rodrian, despite his barriers. I could feel everyone in the house if I tried. I wasn't trying now.
Rodrian's essence bled through his shields and soaked me with his mixed feelings. I didn't need to see his expression. Weariness and relief were evident upon his face. He licked his lips. "She's okay." I sighed with relief and hurried toward him, slipping my arms around him and resting my forehead against his chest. He wrapped himself around me, letting his weariness slip away. I gently gathered it, folding it and storing it in the place I put all those miscreant feelings, somewhere down. Leaning against him, I felt his heartbeat, inhaled his scent, and basked along his warmth. I gave him comfort. His presence comforted me in return. It was a balance. Behind me, Toby shifted uncomfortably. My new heightened senses still excluded Ware emotions, but the way he cleared his throat tipped me off. "We're leaving, Soph. Glad to hear Shiloh is all right. Maybe we'll visit soon. Toby." Rodrian halted Toby when he tried to leave, and I pulled away. Rodrian's arm held me close, and he didn't release me, so I just turned my face toward the Ware and waited. "I know I didn't make things easy on you." Toby's smile faded. "You don't have to explain. I do. I should have trusted Sophie's judgment. She always manages to do the right thing. And now I realize, so do you. I didn't give you enough credit. I was foolish. You were watching out for your own. You got a family to take care of. That's not foolish. That's being a father." Toby's voice was even, but I knew the investment he'd placed in the last word. Rodrian nodded. "I can only repay you in kind. You protected my family. I'll consider you family and protect you in turn." Toby ducked his head and breathed deep. "I'll have a den soon. Dally's helping me look for one." I reached out and touched his arm. "We found you first." "Family." Toby rolled the word in his mouth, savoring it. "Really?" Rodrian nodded. "If you'll have us." Toby smiled, the defensive hunch melting from his shoulders. He looked taller, stronger somehow. "Family sounds pretty good." Rodrian extended his hand and Toby grasped it. "See you around, little brother," I said. "Yeah." He grinned, rakish rogue-like, and took Dahlia's hand. "See you." They called out last goodbyes from the foyer, pulling the front door shut with a quiet clap. Rodrian slipped his free arm around me once more, sliding his hand up my back, under my hair, along the back of my neck. I relaxed in his embrace. "That was nice of you, Rode. I can't think about what would have happened if he wasn't here. I'll never be able to repay that boy." "You don't have to. People don't do nice things because they want to be repaid. We do the right thing because it needs to be done." "Even the hard things?" "Especially the hard things." I pulled back and looked up at him. "Can we go see her?" Nodding, he smoothed my hair where it had been tousled by his sweater. "She's different, though. Are you ready for this?" Wordlessly, I lifted my chin. Everything she'd gone through had been for the purpose of changing her. I had to be ready, whether I wanted to be or not. Rodrian released me and led me downstairs to the clinic that had once been my garage. Strangers in scrubs milled around the room, packing up equipment and boxing supplies in an efficient, impersonal manner. Rodrian had located a specialist in Colorado who dealt with hypolution and spared no expense bringing him in to sub for Pontian. He'd left late last night after completing Shiloh's treatment, leaving his crew behind to pack up. The corner of the room had a sliding curtain suspended from a track in the ceiling, shielding it from view. I could feel each of the DV, their personalities, their intentions. A half-minute in the same room with them gave me more information than they'd share with their closest friends in a year. None of them could ever be strangers to me now. They were mine. Each tried so hard to keep their power to themselves, knowing it would be inappropriate to approach me at the moment. Their hearts shone all the brighter for daring to hope my name. I glanced warily around, feeling the strain of so many people, so much power. I concentrated on adding another layer of security to my barriers and slipped my hand into the bend of Rodrian's arm. Pressing against him, I tried to melt into his power, hoping his signal would distract me and block the others out. He looked at me a moment before clearing his throat. "Thank you, everyone. We'd like a moment alone." I nodded in relief. He thought I was nervous about Shiloh. Truth was, I was too crowded by all the DV. He didn't realize what had happened to me after Dorcas touched me. I wasn't going to tell him either. It would only frighten him. And right now, that was the last thing either of us needed. One by one, they left, and I felt the soul count decrease as they did. Eventually, it was me, Rodrian, and one other. The staff had all left the room, so I knew the final power was coming from Shiloh. I was a stranger to the feel of her power. Would I know her anymore? Rodrian reached to pull back the curtain. "Wait," I said. "Give me a second." I closed my eyes, knowing it would appear that I simply braced myself. I rolled Shiloh's essence through my mind, trying to prepare myself for seeing the results of her cusp. Her power felt nothing like her. It was careworn and exhausted and mature. No confetti, no Justin Bieber. Nothing like I'd expected. Nothing like I'd hoped. She couldn't have emerged from any of this the same free-spirited Shiloh I'd always known. After a moment, I nodded. "Okay." He pulled back the curtain to reveal Shiloh, sleeping on an elevated hospital bed. Her skin was pale, freckles standing out like flecks of paint. Deep bruises under her eyes made her appear older than her almost 18 years. Rodrian leaned and kissed her gently upon her temple, and she roused. When she saw me, her power surged, although physically all she did was blink. It was like an up-close sunrise on a roller coaster. Her power nearly crushed me. My mouth opened, but no sound came out. I grabbed Rodrian's hand. A moment passed before he realized I'd taken a direct hit, and he hurried to quiet her. "Shh, sweetie. Remember how I showed you how to pull back? Easy." Her surge lessened, wavering down to a more controlled level. She struggled to exercise parts of her brain which, until this point, had remained humanly inactive. As she gained control over her fledgling strength, she closed her eyes, the exertion taking a rapid toll. "I'm sorry, Sophie. I couldn't help it. Did you always feel so wonderful?" Rodrian's eyes flicked from Shiloh to me and back. "Your barriers are thin, honey. You'll learn how to protect yourself quickly, I promise. But for a while, it's going to be strange for you, getting used to sensing others. Eventually, it's something that you'll ignore without thinking twice." "I'll never ignore Sophie," she said. Her eyes remained closed, and her voice grew softer, as if she were falling asleep. "She feels like heaven." Shiloh's head wobbled against the pillow. I realized she'd lost consciousness when her power dimmed once more. I watched her in disbelief, unable to comprehend her strength. When she'd hit me with her full, uncontrolled essence, it reminded me of the night Merrick had overthrown the Master. She wasn't even trying, yet it had been all I could do to remain upright. If Rodrian hadn't distracted her, I might have collapsed. Rodrian reached down, smoothing her blanket and taking up her limp hand. He raised it to his mouth. "I know, baby," he murmured against her skin, eyes aglow. "I know." Meeting my eyes briefly, Rodrian leaked a heart full of longing and guilt before releasing her hand and striding out. I watched the door close behind him and trailed his power back to the den, feeling his tumultuous brooding overshadow his every step. I pulled a chair closer to her bed and took up Shiloh's hand, whispering a prayer of thanks she had survived. I prayed and I thanked God and every power we'd all survived somehow. I fell short of wondering what the future held for each of us. Right now, the present was all I could handle. Chapter 42. I sat a while with Shiloh, watching her sleep and gently smoothing away some of the strain and the weariness from her brush-burned soul. By the time I left, the bruises had diminished, and she rested more comfortably. The Sophia would be very busy in the next few days, as would be my unrefined parenting skills. Shiloh needed me to be a lot of things this week. I had to be ready to be them. Rodrian needed me to be a lot of things too. His only brother had been transformed into the Horus bird right before me. We'd both lost him in that instant, when Merrick changed form and escaped. We had both held on to hope against hope that we could bring him back from the edge of brinking, that the Sophia could save him. No, it wasn't the time for me to pity myself and my loss. Rodrian needed me, although I wasn't sure I had what he needed. Part of me really wanted to try. With a determined breath, I released Shiloh's hand and pushed to my feet. It was time to start. Closing the curtain once more, I lifted fingers of Sophia awareness and reached to touch the DV staff, letting them know it was okay to return. They appeared at once, and I slipped out before their power crowded me. The door to the guest suite stood open, and I glanced in, thinking how quiet it would be without Toby living here anymore. I wondered how quiet it wouldn't be now that Brianda and her girlfriend would soon be moving in. I liked this whole thing of not being alone anymore. It was easier to deal with the gaps other people made when they left. The more DV, the merrier, I thought. At least that was my thought, until I approached the foyer and detected a strange DV signature. Rodrian was at the front door talking to a stranger. Not one of the staff, not one of the medical team. Curious, I went to see who it was. Whoever it was, they didn't feel friendly. Business? Here? Rodrian spoke with a tall, blonde woman. The first thing I noticed were her legs, a mile long and stretching between a tight, tailored skirt and next year's Pradas. Her power felt inquisitive, edgy, possessive. She didn't bother to hide her impression or the appraising glance she used to take me in. Rodrian's power felt tense and unsure, even behind his thickest shields. Lots of ice here. Time to break it before my blood froze. "Hi," I said and smiled. "Sophie Sincere." The blonde smiled back, teeth gleaming, and slid a hand up to her hip, rocking on one foot and angling the line of her body toward Rodrian. Rodrian's mouth was tight, almost as tight as the coil of his power. "Darling, this is Sophie. Sophie, let me introduce Aurelia." His voice almost disappeared behind the sudden booming pulse in my ears, but his facial expression relayed the vocal cues I could no longer hear. "Shiloh's mother." He pressed his lips together once, before donning a pleasant mask. "My mate." Epilogue. Dear lonely yet hopeful, your letter strikes a harmonious chord within me. I can advise you with perfect clarity and absolute certainty. You encounter the man whom you've loved so dearly, whom you always will. Love is not an illusion. When we love despite pain, despite anger, despite separation, we love justly and truly. You ask if you have nothing to lose. If you don't strike down your hesitation and seize your opportunity, you will lose everything. Time runs away from us while we gaze longingly after hope. Time flees and urges us only toward our endings. Time works against us and cares only to steal away our chances of redemption. Face him. Risk pain and persist past it. Don't spend any more time wondering if it would be right. You already know how right that love can be. Don't wait. One day, time will sweep us up with mighty wings, and hope will fly away. Don't allow yourself to be left behind, wishing you'd done something. Be true to that love, which should never be denied. Sincerely, Sophie. This has been Blood Rush, written by Ash Crafton, narrated by Kelly Pruner. Copyright 2013 by Ash Crafton. Production copyright 2016 by Ash Crafton.